know.
It's going to get crazy. It really is. I mean, the teams that we have competing here today, some of your spawn battles, the different storylines, these amazing fans, it's going to be a great weekend.
It's going to be such a great weekend. And with more reasons why, let's head over to Zeke and the desk.
Fortnite fam, it is so fantastic to see you. Welcome to the FNCS Summit. It's been a long journey getting here, but now it is time. 3 days, one set of active champions, and a brand new title? Summit champion? All to play for, and so much more. Joining me here on the analyst desk, it's Vivid, it's Tokata. Look, he's here. He's in person. It's crazy.
Oh, it is crazy, Zeke. Listen, I don't know who cooked up a mid-year LAN like this, but we are in person in May. It feels so good right now to be here. I mean, obviously, we have all of the players that are going to be joining us throughout the weekend. We have all of the creators who have made this week absolutely fly by with all of their ideas. And then, of course, we have the fans who are going to be bringing the energy.
Nothing matches the ambiance, the vibes of a LAN, and being here halfway through the year at the summit. I mean, Dusseldorf, how are we feeling?
That's right. That's right. We know y'all are excited because we are too. There is so much to discuss, so many things to talk about. What are we doing here? How do we make it? Well, let's talk about that format, right? We all know adding in that additional day, but today it's all about staying in the top 25 in the upper bracket.
Yeah, we've seen a format just like this before, but it's been some years, right? We've all kind of fallen out of familiarity with this, so I think this weekend is going to be absolutely crazy. Everything's going to be switching up. Today, we're going to be focusing on the upper bracket, 50 duos who qualified through their regional FNCS.
And the top 25 will move on directly to Sunday, but the bottom 25 will have to play again tomorrow on the lower bracket, and that's where some of the pressure is going to start being felt.
Absolutely. What are we playing here for, right? Like, let's take a look at that prize pool. $250,000 walks away in first place.
Listen, man, me and Sakata, we've talked about this prior to kind of jumping up on stage today. $250,000. We might have to run it back, jump back on in the server, right? Get us 125 big ones each. But Sakata, I think me and you could both agree on one thing, and it's not just about the money.
Not at all. There is a beautiful trophy, and look at this, Zeke. What are you doing up there? Are you trying to drop the trophy?
I don't know where we got this footage from, that no one was supposed to see this. But yeah, shout out to our friends at Thomas Light. It's a beautiful trophy, and as you can see, you can actually take off that crown at the top and wear it. So maybe cool. We'll see if players will wear it. But man, it's beautiful. It's so cool. Now, of course, let's take a look at the points format itself. So what's interesting here is we already know this format, right? It's very familiar, but I think contextually, Viv, pretty different.
Yeah, exactly. As you can see, placing points going to be starting picking up around 25th right there. And like you already mentioned, very, very familiar. We've seen this before. Matches our FNCS vibes. Each elimination is going to be worth 4 points. But actually securing any of these points at an in-person LAN that you had to qualify for is going to be so much harder.
No, it's a completely different element. It's about 16 eliminations to be the equivalent of the points you get from a victory royale, but doing that in this lobby with the best of the best all around the world, it is going to be incredibly hard.
Dude, and let's jump in, right? Let's even take a look at some of the names. So remember, this is the upper bracket. Stacked is an understatement. Look at some of these names. I mean, guys, we are in for some prime Fortnite.
As you take a look at the lobby of this right here, right, you're going to be seeing a bunch of names that everybody is going to be familiar with. And that's because the qualification process for this made this absolutely stacked. I mean, take a look at the regions, right? Over on EU, you had to get top 20. NAC, you had to get top 13. Brazil, you had to get top 5. And then all other 4 regions, you had to get top 3. So when you take a look at a lobby list like this, they all got to be feeling pretty confident because they just did well in their regional FNCS.
100%. I mean, there's over 25 different nationalities competing here today, but going from your home region to an international stage, we have the best of the best from all the regions competing in the same place. I mean, this is the upper bracket. This is where we're going to get a taste of the competition.
This just looks like Global's light, right? A preview of what that could be like. But obviously, being here in person means we also get to be around the players, get their thoughts and insights. Frankie is standing by right now with Alex and Reckless.
Thank you so much. I feel like you are an icon of the Oceania Fortnite scene by now, Alex. What's it like to be back on LAN again?
I'm excited, honestly. I'm just keen to represent OC again and hopefully come home with a good placement.
You always lead in eliminations in your region, it feels like. Are you going to be that aggressive now you're in an international LAN?
Of course.
Really? Because I was speaking to Gerald, one of the other Australian players, and he was saying that he thinks you're going to play scared.
Why do I play scared? I've been here like so many times before. I got AFNCS wins. There's no reason to be scared, to be honest.
There is no reason to be scared. I like that very much. Reckless, this is your first LAN. How are you feeling?
There's no nerves. I'm playing with the best player in the world, so
But why did it take so long for you guys to play together?
you should ask him that. I've been asking him to play.
Okay, then Alex.
Honestly, we played a tournament ages ago. We won the tournament. I always knew Reckless was good. And just stuff didn't align until the start of this year. And I needed someone to play with. I was like, why not get the best IGL in the world? You know what I'm saying?
Is the stuff not aligned because you retired for 2 years?
And that, yeah.
What brought you back?
I just missed the feeling of winning.
And now you've got the feeling of winning with Alex. We are gonna at LAN. We're gonna feel that at LAN, but you've got to achieve it first, boys. There's 3 days of competition to go before we can declare you the winner. So we're gonna head back to the desk.
I love getting to be around these players, right? Get their thoughts, get their insights. Reckless, send in some shots Alex's way. It's all good though, all for the love of the game. But that was one of your recent champions out of Major #1. So what better place to start, especially when we kind of get together on a single battle bus, than kind of checking with our champs, right?
Yeah, these are, of course, are going to be all the duos that we're going to be keeping a spotlight on throughout the weekend. Namely, you know, because think about the meta right now. Our Major 1 was just simply a month ago. So all of these winners of their regional championships, they got to be feeling pretty confident coming into this thing. And they got to be feeling pretty comfortable as well. Or are they going to be feeling comfortable, right? When you take a look at the duo like Alex and Reckless, they won their regional FNCS from Sandy Strip. But they're actually opting to go ahead and switch that up, which I actually do kind of like, because they're going for an uncontested split chop, which is just to the south of Sandy Strip. So they're still going to be landing in an area that they are familiar with. A little bit of a change there, but they've had a month to prepare. I'm sure they're feeling good.
Yeah, if we look at Alex's previous performances at international events of this caliber, we've got 49th, 45th, the best one being 24th. So Reckless was saying, what took you so long to pick me up? Well, maybe now's the time. They stopped going to the best POI on the map and being contested. Now, not as good as a POI, but uncontested. So will that be the difference they needed to get a top placement?
That's so interesting, right? Because like obviously when you're in your own region, you're kind of running that region or making big moves or considered a tier 1, you're thinking like, hey, if I claim something, that's mine. But now you're gonna go, hold on a minute, there's all these other regions that may want to contest that as well. Kind of makes things a little interesting.
Yeah, it definitely shakes things up, of course, which is why, you know, securing your drop spot at a, you know, a land like this is just so difficult because so many regions kind of come together and want those strong, powerful spots. But being uncontested, we've seen it before, we talk about it all the time, it is such a big advantage.
It definitely is. And speaking about uncontested, moving on to the Brazil region, Gone and Knight. I love this duo. Look, talk about chemistry. They've been playing together for over 3 years.
Wow.
In the 2024 Duo Global Championship, Gun actually had to play with a backup player, got 17th with Quanti, unable to secure a major finals win. 2 second places, 1 third, but now this year, this season, they got that championship title they were looking for, and now finally they'll be able to compete together on a global stage.
Don't you just love how different it is from duo to duo? I mean, we're just talking about Alex and Reckless, how they're kind of figuring things out. They're like, oh yeah, we're a new duo coming into this year, but then you have another duo like this who I really, really like the approach that they've been together for 3 years, so they're going to be feeling comfortable in terms of who's going to be in the server with them, but maybe a little bit less comfortable in the early game because, again, these smaller regions are all kind of going to be doing the same thing, moving away from their POIs that they won those FNCSs and opting for an uncontested split trap. Very similar situation to Alex and Reckless. Gone tonight, they're going to be leaving Battlewood. They're going to be going to a split trap that's on the southeast side of the map. We'll have to see how they do.
Yeah, look, I just know there's going to be a lot of surprises today.
Okay, well guess what? Frankie is standing by with the duo right now. Let's hear from him.
Thank you so much, guys. Also, big thanks to Ricardo for translating for the boys from Brazil. First of all, Gon, what's it like to play Fortnite in Brazil right now?
Mano, jogar no Brasil pra mim é um... Oi,
What's it like to play Fortnite in Brazil at the moment? What's the meta?
O meta no Brasil ele é muito mais agressivo do que aqui fora. Aqui fora parece que todo mundo joga mais na cabeça, mais concentrado e a gente é mais agressivo, a gente gosta de ser mais agressivo.
So in Brazil, our meta is way more aggressive. Here, the players are more mental, like they play slower, they like to shot the calls. That's the main difference.
Does that mean that you need to slow down as well?
I don't think so. Oh, sorry. Eu acho que não, porque isso pra mim é o meu estilo de jogo, ser mais agressivo. Eu sempre me dei bem fazendo isso, até mesmo na LAN em 2024, no Pro-Am em 2025. Então, acho que eu vou continuar fazendo a mesma coisa.
I don't think I need to slow down. I think I have a very good play style, and I think you can pull it off on this stage.
Obrigada. Knight, this is your first LAN. We unfortunately didn't get to see you play together back in 2024. So what's it like to finally be here in Düsseldorf?
É a sua primeira LAN. Como é que você está se sentindo estar aqui na Alemanha?
Eu tô me sentindo muito feliz e muito realizado pela primeira vez conseguindo jogar aqui, né? Da última não consegui o Visa. E tô muito feliz de estar aqui com o Gon, principalmente. E é isso.
I'm very happy. I'm very happy to be here with Gong. I got my visa this time, and I'm just looking forward.
Well, good luck, guys. Obrigada. Let's head back to the desk.
You know, Takada, I'm excited, right? In Brazil, they say to themselves, they like to get a little more active. They like to take the fight to other players, but this LAN setting might be a tiny bit different.
Look, the good news for Gon Knight is
I got excited. I jumped ahead. I was like, hold on. We also got to take off into the regions, Middle East, Asia, FKS, and Hero out of Middle East, bringing it back here to a LAN stage. What can we expect from them?
So some pretty late developments around this duo, actually, because I was taking a look at where they're going to be landed coming into the competition. And again, one of those smaller regions who are opting to kind of leave Frigid Fortress where they won their FNCS from. And they were going northwest of the map to a split shop where they did have that uncontested. But again, some last minute changes actually have them going to a split shop that is just south of Frigid Fortress. So again, one of these smaller region duos who are getting a split shop that's not necessarily the main POI, but very, very close to where I feel like they got to be feeling comfortable, right? They're going to be familiar with the area. They're going to know how to play it out, and they're going to be uncontested.
Yeah, I mean, 8x FNCS champions. They swap spots with Dimish and Darm. It's a great drop spot, and they're uncontested. A lot of these regions being uncontested is kind of new for an international event of this caliber. So having the second most FNCS wins of any duo competing today, I'm excited to see what they do.
You know what else I'm excited about? It's got to be Yuma. It's got to be Coyote. When I think back to this duo, kind of go to the same place. What kind of new tech might we see out of them? Obviously, there's would love to talk about that and their off-spawn situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the fact that Z kind of points it out because I expect to learn something every single time that I watch this duo play. So I'll be looking forward to something crazy kind of happening this week, and we're going to be like, wait, what? You can do that?
I love to see it. I mean, not only that, they're always breaking records, making history. In the 2025 Major 3, they won 8 out of 12 matches in trios. They even, look, we had some practice games yesterday, and they ended up winning the first match. Now, it was a practice game, but I think they're feeling quite on fire for today.
Yeah, but I feel like that's going to add so much to the confidence as well. Again, kind of continuing this trend here with these smaller regions. They're going to be leaving Dark Dominion and opting for a split job that's going to be just to the west of Wonky Land. So it'll be interesting to kind of see how that one plays out for the duo.
Interesting stuff, man. You guys getting me excited. Like I'm trying to contain myself because I love being in this environment with this amazing crowd. We got to keep the conversation going, right? Let's bounce on over to EU, Sky and Scroll. The talk of EU, but what's interesting here is obviously their off-spawn situation. They're splitting with Venno, right? So what might that mean for this?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of crazy. I got to talk about Sky and Scroll for a minute here, and I'm going to use 2 words to kind of describe this duo. The first word that I want to use is dominant. Obviously, we all kind of watched that EU FNCS, and that's exactly what they were. They almost won by 100 points, which is pretty much unheard of in a very, very tough region like that. The second word that I want to use is influential, and the reason why I want to go ahead and use that word is because shout out to a player that we're unfortunately not going to be seeing this weekend, Queasy. He went ahead and tweeted out a couple of weeks post Major 1 finals. He was like, wait a minute. all of a sudden, Higher Ground just kind of feels free in this divisional cup. Like what's going on? And then a well-known coach in the region, Raz, went ahead and replied to him and was like, well, yeah, dude, everybody must have VOD reviewed Sky and Skull and how dominant they were from the low ground. And now everybody's on the low ground. He was like, dude, try playing low ground right now. It's an absolute mess. So Sky and Skull played so well in EU Major 1 that they pretty much changed the sentiment for how players are actually playing the game.
They literally changed the game. I mean, over 100 points from second place. They dominated EU. But if we focus back on that early game, I'm curious to how it's going to play out today. They have Curve and Veno directly south of them. And the thing is, what they excelled in the major finals on EU was, you know, we have net surge now, and they just did not take damage. They were so good at not taking damage. They would build up by their drop spot. They would get significantly more damage than they received, and they were just so consistent. So can they keep it on an international stage?
Well, as much as we love talking about them, why don't we talk directly to them, because Frankie is standing by with them right now.
Why not indeed, Zeke? Scroll. Before this year, you've never placed inside the top 5 of a major, and now you're going into LAN as the favorites. How did you turn this around?
I think we just practiced while everyone was basically sleeping, and then we used it as,
How many times or how many hours do you practice a day?
I think around 12 hours can do it right now.
And yet you're also fitting in all your other obligations, family, school, life.
Yeah, exactly.
That's incredible. But you did place 28th at our last Globals in 2025. What do you think held you back there?
I mean, we were like new to the scene. We weren't that experienced, so going into it, we were pretty nervous and we were contested as well. So I think we just did our best back then, and now we're way more experienced.
And one of the interesting thing about you guys, and one of the things I think makes you so strong, is that you've been playing together for years now. Was there ever a point you said, we're not getting the results we need, maybe we need to look elsewhere?
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of times where I dropped Skull for a short period, tried playing with some other people, but it just didn't better, and we decided to play again and just stick together and improve.
So I want to ask you about the fact that it seems like all the teams have been watching you and reviewing you, and now they want to go for the low ground as well. Does that mean you have to flex now and set a new meta?
Yeah, I mean, we'll just go high ground every game now.
See, I don't know. Can I trust you? Are you thinking the high ground is now king again?
I don't know. We'll see.
We will see. Okay, one quick question, okay? You are going to be dropping at North Battlewood today. Everyone here, all the other players knows that's your domain. But Veno and Curve dropping below you, we know they like to make those sneaky lurk plays. Have you got a message for them?
We're ready for it.
Are you? Because Veno, I think you might have just heard that. You're standing by, right, at the telestrator with 11-2K and Mini Miner?
That's right, from the north side of Battlewood all the way down to south, we are here with multi-regional FNCS champion Veno. There he is. He is here. Now, of course, you guys won from the north side of Battlewood. Now here this weekend, you're landing at the south. Why?
I didn't want to contest them. I'm playing with a controller player, so it's a little hard on land to be able to get the guns. And they have very good drops, to be fair.
Yeah, we saw that in EU, of course, didn't we? I mean, Battlewood Boulevard, a very good drop spot from Sky and Score. We've seen them play it in a very interesting way as well. The way that they actually end up playing this drop spot is really, really important, I think, in terms of the way they actually went and won that FNCS. They sort of based up on one of the hills just outside, as we'll have a look right here. One of these hills just up on here. We saw one of them going there, and then, of course, another one looting up in here. Then, of course, going back to that base up on top of that hill and waiting for the storm to come on in, playing a lot more of that storm. So do you think they can play that same way this weekend?
I think they're going to try to also mix it up a little bit. I'm not entirely sure what their plan is, but can I mark?
Yeah, of course you can.
All right. So in the grands, they would play this position here. Obviously, one would play main and hide out. But I think one thing about it that I wasn't really a fan of was they played the same way for 3 months straight. Now, if you play the same way for 3 months straight, people are eventually going to find counter strats. And what I felt happened was people didn't counter strat it. The same people kept coming and coming, and you kept getting damaged. They kept getting damage along here, along here, along here, and I don't think they should have. If you play the same surge base for 3 months, you really shouldn't be getting damaged. But they won the grands, so I guess what can I say?
I think that actually is really important as far as how you guys played the spot on NA, right? Because on NA, you know, you spent a lot of the Div Cup sort of running to center, but then when it came to Grands, you decided, yeah, we're just gonna fight everybody around us. What was the sort of thought process there as far as the strategy?
I liked running deep. I think it works really well. But eventually what started happening was he would start counter-strat. So he was surge basing on the gas station in front of us. Rapid was surge basing. You couldn't see it was happening, but I felt that's what was going to happen. I kind of like predicted how Grand was going to play out because Rapid never surge based. He always ran deep.
You guys benefited a lot from a lot of the contested teams around your spot in NA finals, and maybe you could argue the quality of some of those, you know, players in the finals. Do you think you have that same advantage in this lobby?
To be honest, I think LAN is easier than the Grand Finals because you have all these cross-region people come and they're just licks and they're nervous.
Big talk. Very big talk. Thank you so much for having me. Best of luck this weekend. But for now, we're going to go back to the desk.
Bro. Yeah. Zeke, hey, Zeke, just found out land's easier. Land's easier. Only Benno.
Yeah.
Only Benno.
Well, in your Venno, you can say that. I guess many people can't quite say that. Shout outs to Venno. Love, again, this kind of environment. We can talk directly to them. We obviously have our ideas and we can kind of put things together, but hearing from him directly, so awesome. Now, another region we wanted to talk about here, champions, Kanata and Victory. Kanata really said, all right, NAC, this has been a great time. I'm going to go play West and just see how it goes. Oops, I won.
I mean, obviously, his plane ride wasn't as far as Venno's in terms of switching regions here, but Kanata, yeah, opting to go ahead and go towards NA West after finding, couldn't really find a duo here on NAC, but I gotta tip my hat to the duo because they talk the talk and they walk the walk. Hey, listen, we can win on NA West very, very easily. They did it.
No, they did it easily, too. They pushed the teams on NA West off of their drop spot at Sandy Strip. They said, that is ours now. Issue is, it's harder to do that on an international stage. They've got players like Gino and Pablo right beside them. This is a duo that won 2 of the practice games, the only duo to win more than 1 practice game yesterday. Some of the best in EU. You also have Mini and Fu dropping close by, and even Cold and Rapid east of them. This is going to be a lot more difficult than some might think.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, the way it's kind of panning out, looks like Kanata and Victor V might get that west side of Sandy all to themselves and kind of let the other 2 duos just kind of scrap it out. I think that's obviously like a big advantage because you can potentially go ahead and pick on those duos while they're fighting if it ends up panning out. But, Kanata, man, we know this guy for the experience. 29 total FNCS finals appearances, has yet to miss one. He's just so good. He has the experience. So if there's going to be anybody on the map that knows how to take advantage of a couple of duos fighting in the surrounding area, it's got to be this guy.
Oh, man. And, we've seen him get wins on LAN before, right? When that happens, we get the big reaction.
Brace.
He's loud. He's going to be jumping out of his seat. Someone's going to take a picture of him mid-air, and it's going to be the greatest aura moment ever.
I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see it happen.
Oh, my gosh. Anyway, you know what? I'm getting word. Frankie's standing by right now with Kanata.
Not just Kanada, Mini PO as well. And first of all, Kanada, you did so well, top 5 at Globals last year. So I'm curious to know why you're landing now at Sandy Strip, because potentially you're going to be triple contested here. Is this going to wreck your chances?
I mean, I'm going to try my best landing here. The reason why I'm landing here is because I won out of West landing Sandy. And I feel the most confident landing here. And I know that the entire area around Sandy. So it's even if I can't play with all the loot and anything more than just the left side, I'll still make it work. I'll still make it happen, and I'll still qualify to finals, no problem.
This is the most focus I've ever heard Kanada. So Mini PO, Kanada is saying that he's landed at Sandy Strip before. He knows the area really, really well. He's really confident. But why are you wanting to land there when there are other strong players there?
カナダさんはこのランドマークよく分かってるし、すごく自信があるんですので、あそこに降下するんですが、じゃあどうして同じランドマークに降下してショートファイトしたいですか？
まあ今シーズンずっと降りてて、カナダだけも強いけど、俺らの方が強いですよってことを証明してみせます。
So yeah, we've been landing the same spot the whole season, and obviously Canada is a very strong opponent. We understand that, but we're gonna still fight it, contest it, give our best, and probably win.
Do you have to change your approach now that you're on LAN?
今オフ大会に来たんですので、普通より戦略が違うことがあるんですか？
いや、まあそうですね。まあ本番になってのお楽しみで。
Yeah, I'm just enjoying that we're actually right here on this final, the actual tournament.
Minipio, we're excited to have you here. Kanada, one last thought from you, because you know that Pablo and Chino are the other duo who are going to be landing Sandy Strip. Have you got any words for them?
Paulo and Chino, I mean, if they play their game right, they should easily top 5, I think. But if they're trying to grief us, you know we're gonna grief them right back. So.
All right, can I ask that the observers, can we just watch Sandy Strip at the start of the first game, please? Let's head back to the desk.
You know, we might just have to, Frankie, and I agree with her. You know, Kanada, normally he comes out, he's big, he's loud, smiles all around. He's got a bit of focus going on right now.
It's a little odd, right? Even Frankie immediately called it out. Where's the energy, man? He's not jumping up and down, screaming. I'm sure we'll kind of see it throughout the weekend for sure. But yeah, cool, calm, and collected, which I mean, hey, love it.
Absolutely, bro. You know what? And if you've been any kind of tapped in to Fortnite at all, you know the story leading into Summit has been Clicks versus Peterbot. It kind of started with Peterbot kind of being like, all right, Clicks, let me kind of mess around. Let me see what's going on over here. And then he's like, all right, I've had my fun. I'm going to go this way. Then Clicks was like, wait, wait, I'm contesting you now.
Zeke, Fortnite fan, please excuse me for the next 30 seconds. I am taking my unbiased mask off, and I am putting on my biased one as I am from NA. What the heck are we doing, regionally speaking, man? Everybody just wants to go head-to-head. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, you're from NA. Why don't I just go ahead and land on another NA player? With that, I mean, obviously, Clicks versus Peterbot. We've talked about it all throughout Major 1. Okay, Viv is back. Dude, we get to watch, like, 2 of the biggest names from a region go head-to-head immediately off spawn. As I'm currently saying that, I do apologize, Fortnite fan, because honestly, I don't think anybody here up on the desk knows what's actually going to happen off spawn. I mean, Clicks and Higgs, they were talking all of the talk. They were like, dude, we're going to land on you guys, yada, yada, yada. And then we got here and practice games were happening and conversations were happening. And now, Takata, it seems like Clicks and Higgs are going back to wonky.
I mean, that's the good news for you, Vivid. You said you didn't want to see it happen. I don't think it's very likely that it will happen. I mean, on the drop map, Peterbot and Clicks are marked as contesting each other. But based on the practice games, Clicks was winning basically all the off spawns in Wonky against Shark and Teeny. So we'll see if they decide to actually commit to the Squibbly, but I think more likely we're probably going to see them at Wonky.
We hope, right, Viv? We hope. That's all we hope for. All right, Frankie is standing by right now with the duo. Frankie, good luck.
Yeah, I think I need it because I've just seen some footage that these two were fighting in the back of my interview with Kanada and Minipio. Pete, can you explain yourself, please?
That was nuts. That could have been anyone, bro.
Really? I'm not so sure because there's only one Clicks.
You said both of us were fighting. Only one of us were fighting. It was me fighting him.
Well, why are you trying to knock him out the game before you've got into the lobby?
Well, he's actually landing on me.
Is he though? Because it sounds like you're trying to land on him, but no one believes that you're landing on him.
You know, media says a bunch of stuff, but the real truth is I'm 6-0 him today. I'm landing on him, and I'm eliminating him.
Oh, so are you landing at Wonky Land too?
No, he's landing on Squibbly apparently, but he's lying. There's no way he lands Squibbly. He's a good boy. He's gonna go Wonky Land. I mean, yeah.
So, Pete, what would your reaction be if he did come to Squibbly Shores today?
Honestly, I just respect him more because of what I do to him all year. So, I mean, I can't even be mad, you know what I mean?
But haven't you beaten him off spawn before?
Yeah, I actually, he actually conned me at Wonky. I 2v1'd him, and then they left like a good boy that you are.
Am I talking to a bunch of good boys here?
Definitely not. He's the good boy. He's the reason. He's gonna get that last low key.
Okay.
But you gotta understand, he actually looks up at me when I talk to him. As you can see, like, look, he has to look up to me. I'm 6'1". He's what, 5'4"?
Okay, so just be a pair of good boys for me now. Sit, stay, let's head back to the desk.
What is happening? What is happening? All right, anyway, so, yeah, we still don't know. Still have no idea, right? This is only going to be settled once the game actually starts. But, you know, Takata, this is real. If this is a situation in which they actually are looking to contest each other, I feel like for me, I'm kind of looking at, like, expectation versus legacy.
Yeah, I was fully convinced Clicks was going to go Wonky, but after that, I'm not sure. Now, to answer your question, Zeke, we can look at Peterbot, and if you look just at the placements from Peterbot, they're really not bad at all. But people are like, is he starting his downfall? Like, what's going on? Because if you look at the prior 2 years, 2025, second, first in the majors. 2024, second, first in the majors as well in duos, and even winning the global championship with his duo Poyo. Since then, it's really hard to live up to those expectations. But on the other side, you have Clix, one of only 5 players competing here today to have qualified both to the 2019 World Cup and here at the Major Summit LAN. So if they do go head-to-head, I mean, I'm excited for it.
Man, obviously you're kind of talking about the experience on one side, the expectations on the other. I'm a little bit worried about the mental side of things, right? I will say that they did look like they were in light spirits, right? It seemed like they were kind of being friendly, obviously, kind of bantering behind the Kanata interview when we did kind of check them out there. But for Clix, man, it seemed like Major number 1 is locked in, right? Him and Higgs, it seemed like they wanted one thing and one thing only, and that was to go ahead and win Major 1. But now it kind of seems like there's like some more jokes, right? Maybe that'll help them out. I don't really know, but it just seems like a little bit less locked in, which could really actually help them out if you think about it.
Okay, but in a world where this actually goes down, and again, we don't know. I feel like we've just been pulled back and forth. We come in going, yeah, they're being contested. Then we see these practice games like, wait, they're over there. That's not where you're supposed to be. And now we're getting these testimonials from them directly. If they actually contest each other, how does this go down?
I mean, listen, Pete and Poyo have been regarded as like the best fighters in the world forever, right? They're just known for getting eliminations. Surely they're favored? I don't know.
Look, if that happens, I'm looking at Acorn Bolts, NA's Last Hope, maybe even Cold Rapid. They're going to have to make something happen because with Pete and Clix going head-to-head, I don't know how that's going to end up.
Oh my gosh, that is so crazy. Obviously, again, I love hearing from the players. The vibes, the energy here, being on LAN has been incredible. There's so many things like getting to hang out with these players, hear from them. And we have a bunch of co-streamer booths happening here as well. The crowd is here, guys. The vibes this weekend have just been incredible.
Definitely has it, and I'm really, really happy that you kind of talked about the creators, because all those like practice games that Takata has been talking about throughout, right? They were kind of the ones putting all them on. We had a bunch of kind of 1v1s, 2v2s, 3v3s that were kind of happening throughout the weekend that kind of sparked up some regional, conversation there. So just on the backs of those guys up there.
Yeah, I mean, looking at some of the stuff going on in the practice lounge, turns out Virgo might be the best creative player in the world, just taking out every single region, all the Titans. I mean, there's just been so much action, so much excitement, and I'm excited to kick things off here for the upper bracket.
And I mean, for all of the, the fans at home who maybe weren't able to make it out, like, what can you guys give them as, you need to be here next time to see this thing? What has been that thing for you?
Man, I don't know. It's just the environment, right? Like, I just really, really do love the environment that we get to experience. Like, we get to see, Frank was kind of calling it out, Clix and Peter Brock, quote unquote, fighting in the background. They get to just physically interact and kind of check out what's going on. And it kind of really does seem the dynamic when you're able to have a face-to-face conversation with somebody rather than just kind of like online or over text or anything like that.
And those moments like Clix, who gifted a PC to Josh Riley 2 years ago, meeting him in person now. Like, it's those little moments when you get to see these connections from players, competitors, friends, even, enemies in some cases that have been competing or playing together for so long. This is the only time you get to experience something like it.
And what's really interesting about that as well, from obviously maybe more of the player side, is, NA, we've already actually taken our first L this weekend before the summit even began. Yep. Baxity did in fact lose the race.
The biggest announcement.
So, that has something to do with the summit. But, shout outs to them, of course. Ozzy as well. All of our friends who have been here. The spirits are incredibly high. Obviously, we're getting ready to bring in all of the players any moment now. So why don't we go ahead, head on over, meet up with Frankie.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's check in with Dusseldorf. How are we feeling? Now, we are going to have 50 jurors take to the stage in just a moment, but this, as Zeke mentions, is the upper bracket. That means no one goes home after today's competition. The top 25 jurors will go through to Championship Sunday. They'll get an extra day to rest and also practice. And then the bottom 25 jurors will join the teams who qualified through the last chance qualifier. And let's face it, everyone wants to make it through to the grand finals today. So please, Dusseldorf, join me in welcoming your teams!
The journey to the summit was slow and steady, but now it's a sprint to the top with Vico and Malibu Capitán Duo Leiva and Romero. Es la hora de ganar para Argentina. Let's get it.
You can't mention visuals without praise. This long-standing duo is looking to add yet another achievement to that long list.
Underdogs, but not underrated. It's Cringe and Twy chasing their best result yet here in Germany.
All right, for the kings of NA West, it's Ganada and Victor B. These guys are looking to add another crown to their collection.
They're T1 players in EU for a reason. The Polish powerhouse Dorm and Dimish, ready to shake it up.
It's Yepko and Panzer. Catching fire has never looked so easy for these guys as they look to burn through the competition.
Straight from Moshi, it's Resigns and Tinka. A couple diamonds in the rough, but let's see if they can polish things up and come out on top.
Make some noise for Chap and Flixie. These guys had a rough time in FNCS, but this is a duo you can never count out.
I had to talk to you guys, Vico and Malabuka. To me, it's crazy that you two aren't regarded as some of the favorites in this competition. So much success in Div Cups, 3 FNCS major wins between you. Why are people underestimating you right now, Malabuka?
It's fine. We don't mind that we're like on the radar. We'll just show ourselves in the finals.
Do you think people are going to give you space at Frigid Fortress today?
I mean, they can try to stop us. We'll just force it out.
And I think all the duos should be listening to this man. I'm just going to pop in between you. Vico, you tweeted today about being nervous. This is you. Do you need a tech talk?
Yeah, I mean, I woke up today not feeling my best, you know, but since I got my gold right here, my best teammate ever, you know, I'm feeling confident. I talked to my mental coach, Pappy. I talked to my friends, all that. I'm feeling hyped, I'm feeling confident, and I hope I can, you know, not disappoint Düsseldorf.
And you won't disappoint Düsseldorf, and you won't disappoint Austria either. Vico and Malabuka, good luck today. Let's head over to Leppen.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I'm here with NA West's finest. We got Victor V and Kanada in the building. Victor, I feel like we see so many people bigging you up, especially your father. He's your biggest fan. Pops is always saying a lot. Shout out to Pops. But I want to see you big yourself up. What does everybody in this arena need to know about you today?
All you guys need to know is that me and Kanada, we're just going to dominate today. You know, make it off spawn, dropping 20 bombs every game. You know, that's just how we're moving today.
Of course, Kanada. The off-spawn situation, there's been a lot of question marks about it. It looks a bit confusing to people. What's going to happen today from your perspective?
What's going to happen is I personally think me and Pablo are going to qual up or to finals, and the Asia team is sadly not going to qual because they're conning our side. I'm not going to let that slide.
What's going to happen if anyone comes to your side?
I mean, obviously, we're going to eliminate them.
Keeping it simple. Keeping it simple. Back to you, Frankie.
Thank you very much. I was just chatting to the guys about what I was going to talk to them about. And of course, I've got to talk to you about playing in Germany. Flixie, what's it like to compete in front of a home crowd?
I mean, it's an unbelievable feeling playing in my home country. I'm really hyped and I'm happy to everyone be here.
Absolutely. And Chap, I know you're Swiss, but you speak perfect German. Can the German crowd claim you as one of their own this weekend?
I think so, yeah.
So the casters were saying that you didn't have the smoothest journey to getting to this stage. How hard have you been practicing since you qualified for LAN?
We practice a lot and I think we're confident.
And Flixie, you have got so much experience at a LAN like this. What's the key to success?
I mean, I think the biggest key to success is to just play like at home and like not be nervous and yeah, just be confident.
Is it strange playing against your ex-teammates? Like Vico's just over there, Veno's somewhere over there too.
Nah, like I think we're all good vibes, like we like each other and I just hope the best for them.
Yeah, I hope the best for everyone here, including you two. Good luck, guys. Let's bring out the next duos.
It's Thomas HD and Focus. This duo's a lethal combination of experience and raw talent, and they're not going down easy.
Focus and Thomas. Thomas, it's amazing to have you back on LAN. Are you feeling any kind of LAN nerves? Are you feeling confident that you're going to win this one?
I think so. This could be the one.
It could be the one. I know Denmark's behind you. For you, Focus, what's it like knowing that you have such a mechanically skilled duo?
I mean, he has the best aim in the world. I think we're gonna do good, and I'm confident in him.
And Focus, what has Thomas taught you?
Experience. I've learned a lot from him. There's too much to tell.
There's so much to tell. I mean, he has so much experience. Have you learned anything from Focus, Thomas?
Yeah, he's a new and upcoming talent. Like, he's so good right now, one of the best players in the world, so yeah.
Well, let's see how you do as we drop into the first game. Right now, though, we've got to head over to 11-2K with Acorn and Bolts.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Look, I'm here with potentially NA's last hope. Acorn, you're back on this stage. A lot of people had some criticism of your Globals performance last year. People thought you should have done better than you did. Are you feeling the pressure this weekend?
What are diamonds made of? Oh, shoot.
Oh, I know what you're doing there.
But no, in all seriousness, no, I'm not feeling the pressure. You know, it feels like I'm playing at home. I'm ready to win. I'm ready to go.
Of course, there's some rumors that you might be contested. Someone might land on you. Of course, you've been doing this IGL thing for a long time. Are you prepared for that?
Of course, bro. Always.
What's going to happen if they land on you?
Oh, you're going to see. 50.
Bolts, it feels like people keep doubting you guys. It feels like you guys fly under the radar. Why do you think that happens, even with how talented you are?
You know, I think they underestimate Acorn. He's really the best IGL in the world. I'm one of the best fighters in the world, and we always show up when it matters. Acorn, he's always IGLing the perfect rotates. Me, I'm always finding the best refreshes, and you know, we always get that win.
I'm looking forward to it, guys. No pressure. I got this. Frankie, who you got on your side of the stage?
I have got iDrop, and I've got Marius. And we had to talk to you guys, obviously. iDrop, first of all, you're being contested by Salco and Minute over at Frigid Fortress today. Have you been practicing your off spawns?
Of course, we practice as much as we can, and we're just very confident going into it.
What's the strongest part of your game right now?
I'd say fighting. Like, we're just crazy at fighting, both of us.
So in other words, you're quite up for an off spawn battle?
Yeah, of course, always.
And I have to talk to you because, Marius, look at your fans. The Gentlemates have turned up. Have you got anything to say to them?
Yeah, I appreciate the love, and I love you too.
Now, it hasn't been the most difficult journey on the way here. Some inconsistent results in the Div Cups. Does LAN make a difference, though? Does it help you even stay consistent knowing you have fans who are supporting you?
Yeah, 100%. It's a big difference because online people, they have a better pickup.
Well, I can't wait to see what you guys do, so please get ready, because we've got to get ready on stage for some more duos.
Couple Polish favorites, Camby and Hottie. They've been flying under the radar in Europe, and now's the perfect chance to take over.
Here comes Agers and Ritual with an impressive second place finish in the NAFNCS. They want to take it a step further. They want to take it all.
Welcome Yargu and Carillion with the last-minute clutch performance to get them to the stage. They're not here to be counted out.
Minori and Darkos in the house. They put in the work. They've earned their spot, and they're going to make every second count.
It's Muzz, it's Sphinx, and they've proven themselves a main attraction at the top. So why would this weekend be any different?
It's your NAFNCS champion, Benno and Purge. The team with 2 crowns and his right hand are here to take over the competition.
The pride of UK, it's Nathan and Nebs. We know they're consistent, and now it's time to take some risk if they want to win it all.
Welcome Brandu and GRX. They clawed their way to the top of the region, but now it's time to ascend the summit.
Coming in hot, it's Envy, Tyler, and Chance. A young duo brimming with untapped potential here to carry the next generation.
No, you're not dreaming. It's Click. It's Higgs. With a disappointing finish in Major 1, they're not here to play around. They're here for redemption.
Aegis and Ritual, you were one of the most consistent duos in NA Central. Do you think people are sleeping on you coming into this competition?
Maybe because we're contested, but I think that they know we'll pull through in the end and just get ready for a show.
How are you able to stay so consistent even when you're contested?
I think we're really good at playing when we're shambles, and we're able to make it happen whenever.
Now, I know that you've got a bit of a friendly rivalry going on with Rapid and Cold. Does that mean that you potentially might surprise meet up with them at some point during the day?
Nah, I don't think so.
But do you want to see a North American duo come out at top this weekend?
Yeah, I want NA to win no matter what. Hopefully it's us.
Well, it might be you guys, or it might be an Australian NA duo because Levin is with Muzz and Sphinx.
Yes, I am. I'm here with two lovely gentlemen who are going to be doing their best today in a potentially uncomfortable situation. I just want to start off with you, Muzz. You're looking good, man.
Thank you.
What's been going on?
I did manage to lose 33 kilos since the last LAN event.
Shout out to Muzz, man. What a legend. Sphinx, there's a lot of teams landing at Humble Hills. What is the game plan for today?
I mean, bro, the game plan is just to show them who their daddy is. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna smoke all of them. I don't even care. Nathan, I don't even know who you are. Never heard of you before this land. Falcons, Gerald. Just go back to OC, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
You came out with a bow and arrow. You pointing at them?
Yes, sir.
After the Osborne part of the game, you guys have been very consistent in NA. Are you worried about any of the potential teams in this lobby? What is the plan after that?
I don't think so. I think our mid games, like, they're sound. I don't think anyone can, like, mess with it, change it. I think we're good to go.
Muzz, it feels like no matter what you do in Fortnite, people still just seem to underrate you. They don't give you the credit you deserve. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think it's just because recently I've only been performing good in grand finals for like the last 12 months. So that's why, for sure.
Are they going to find out today?
Hopefully.
Let's see it. Frankie, over to you.
I am with Cami and Hari. Cami, does this land feel any different to the lands you've played before?
No, it feels really normal like every time. I think we're gonna do good like always.
And I think you might do good, given the experience you have and the duo you have in Hari. How do you feel like the chemistry is working between you two in game right now?
Yeah, I think it's really good chemistry. I think it's really good.
And you're uncontested at the moment. Is that playing into your game plan? Is that what you prefer, to be somewhere safe as opposed to being somewhere that maybe has the best loot?
I mean, it's always good to be uncontested, so yeah, we'll try to make the best out of it.
Yeah, and I can imagine you will. I think that we're going to let you guys back into the lobby and get ready to go because, guys, we've got to bring out more duos.
Shark and TD, the future of Fortnite, have arrived. The fastest rising duo, and they're looking to leave everyone in the past.
Step it up, it's Cole and Madden. Their gameplay, it's nerves of steel, but can they keep it up here at Summit?
Coming out of OCE, it's Faison and Gerald. Let the David versus Goliath story begin. They'll have their work cut out for them for sure.
Say hello to Reed and Cooper. These guys are sure to put on a show, so let's see what you got.
It's OCE's top dog, Alex and Reckless, the undisputed best on OCE. But it's time to test their skills against the world.
This duo's ready to cause some havoc. It's Chino and Pablo. They've already won the regional championship, but now you gotta do it against the best.
Give it up for X-Pawn and Doxy, some of the best NA West has to offer, and they're here to show they can't be counted out.
Big ups for the Los and Jonas. Coming from Brazil, they're here in Germany to raise the roof.
The Japan powerhouses Yuma and Toyota are back. They're looking to take on the international stage once more.
Dusseldorf, make some noise for your hometown heroes, Chien and Giannis. It's time to show what Dortmund Fortnite is all about.
got a player here who is currently regarded as one of the best in the world, and he's also one of the youngest here. Shark, do you mind turning around for me so everyone can hear and see you answering this question? Because you actually reached out to Teeny last year to play with him, is that right?
Yeah,
And why was it Teeny you wanted to play with?
I wanted to play him for like so many years because I just like the playstyle that he's playing.
And you used to watch him before you went pro?
Yeah.
Teeny, what was your reaction when Shark, I guess an up-and-coming player at the time, reached out to you and said he wanted you as his duo?
I mean, I was looking for duo at that time, so yeah, it was great.
And did it surprise you how well it worked?
Not really.
Not really. So tell me about Wonky Land today. We think that Clicks might be landing on you. What are you going to do if he does?
Just eliminate him.
Just eliminate him. It's as simple as that, I think, Levin.
Sometimes it really is that simple, Frankie. Look, I'm here with Cooper and Reek, and boys, it's not the best of situations to be in, right? You're fighting off spawn against, you know, two of the best players in NA. What is the plan today, Reek, against those guys?
Honestly, it just depends how it goes. See what happens off spawn. You know, recently we've been splinted in some tournaments leading up to this, and I guess we'll just play it by ear. If we get some good loot, might run them down. If not, we'll see what happens.
If you do split it, but the games ain't going how you want them to go, is there a chance you just stop splitting it?
Oh yeah, if we're doing bad and they're doing good, there's zero chance we'll let them qualify. Come on.
I like the thought process. Cooper, you know what it means to win on a stage like this. You've done it before a couple years back. What's changed about you as a player? Where have you gotten better over the years that helps you today?
I mean, I've gained a lot more confidence since then, for sure. I've struggled with consistency. But, you know, it's my first time being contested on LAN. I'm going in here with nothing to lose, so I'm gonna let everything out and I'm gonna do the best we can.
Reek sort of said it. You guys have been fighting them a lot. Like, you've had a lot of practice against them. What do you think their weakness is?
I think their weakness is, I mean, they're just trying to split it too much. Like, I feel like we're just gonna get our games griefed if we just keep splitting it. So I hope they bring the fight to us because we're ready for it.
I like the sound of that. Look, Frankie, I know you've got some Great Danes on your stage. What do they have to say?
I do have Great Danes. We've got Pablo and Chino. And boys, you are one of the favorites in this competition. You just exploded in Major 1. There were some questions at the start of the season, so how did you up your game?
Just work hard and yeah, just don't give up. Just try to fix all the mistakes.
And it looks like you've done that really well. However, it's going to be difficult today at Sandy Strip because you've got Kanada and Mini PO's duos also landing near you. What's the plan?
I mean, there's not really a plan. I mean, we're just gonna do whatever like comes to mind, and we're gonna dominate this.
Pablo, people are saying that Chino is the top 3 clutcher in the world. Would you agree?
Yeah.
And what about yourself?
I'm also up there.
You're also up there. Top 1, maybe 2, maybe 3. We know that these guys have got each other's backs. Let's bring out our final teams.
At the dominating EU finals, Sky and Scroll are here to prove they're a global threat. The road to a trophy lift starts today.
South America's #1 duo, Dawn and Night. Having dominated Brazil, they're now here to play with no regrets.
Welcome aboard, Javi and Diminish. The competition is fierce, but their willpower is relentless. It's time to give it your all.
Cocoon and Mini PO, a last game win at FNCS was the clutch they needed to make it to the summit. But can they do it again?
From Middle East, it's your FNCS champions, Pakistan Hero. A couple staples for international representation, and now they're here to show us why.
It's the terrors of the lobby, Peter Pan and Pollo. One of Fortnite's most dominating duos are looking to have a flashback performance today.
Give it up for Minute and Salco. A last-second pairing with Dream for first. It's time to make this summit one to remember.
It's not hot in here, it's cold and rapid. They might have switched up drop spots, but the plan remains the same. Global domination.
Watch out for Hamad and Controller. They may have been second in Middle East FNCS, but now they're here to showcase their strength.
Call to home field advantage as we open over early, and Reed's in here in Dusseldorf.
me from the Middle East, our #1 representatives. We have FKS and we have Hero. And this is your 5th FNCS LAN, FKS. I think that makes you the most successful Middle East player in Fortnite history. What's it like to be back?
I mean, I'm so excited to be here, and I hope that I can win the tournament.
Do you think that this is the best we're going to see a Middle Eastern team do today?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Do you think this is the best we're going to see an ME team place this weekend in a LAN?
Of course, I mean, we're ready.
I think you are. And Hero, we know that the skill gap is now closing because normally you guys win by hundreds of points in your region. This time, though, you had some competition, but that's a good thing, right? Because it means you get to practice more.
Yeah, Middle East is improving and we're ready to compete against the world and be in the top of the world.
I can't wait to see you try. Okay, now, Germany, I think Levin has got a treat for you.
We got the fan favorites. Everybody make some noise for Noah and Rita! Boy, oh boy, Noah. There are a lot of players on this stage who grew up watching you, trying to be like
mec.
you.
Ouais. Ça a commencé ou pas?
Là, je suis sur YouTube si jamais. Parce que j'ai pas de vue sur YouTube.
I mean, it just makes me happy.
Je
I mean, we're
suis
both
mort.
old, but we still got it. You know what I mean?
Non, ça va pas commencer. Mais ça va. Je pense que la dernière team sont rentrés sur la.
Ah, oh, ok, il y a le temps.
Ils sont rentrés sur le plateau, quoi, ça veut dire là.
Ouais, mais il y a un peu des échauffements avant, non? C'est pas une game de chaud normalement?
Non, hein. Ils sont déjà échauffés tout
Pas
avant.
une game, mais genre.
Je pense pas.
I mean, first of all, we prepped a lot, but of course, I played the reason one on bullfight map a lot.
Oh, ça me fait chier que Discord marche pas sur mon tel, hein, putain. Je suis obligé d'être en haut.
Et ouais.
Trop long de chaud.
You're playing with someone who you played with a lot. Do you feel like that experience you guys are playing with each other over the years helps you in the lobby today?
Yeah, we got
Quoi?
pretty good
Hein?
chemistry, so like we always just find each other and end game well.
Hey, I'm gonna hope you guys do incredibly well. I'm not gonna lie though, guys. It's the stage is getting a bit chilly up here. What's going on, Frankie?
Well, I'm standing next to
T'as fait le canard.
That's what's going on, Levin.
Comment ça, est-ce que j'ai fait le canard?
Player photo of all the
Fais
walkouts.
quoi?
Can you just replicate that for me, please?
Et tu vas. C'est pas un canard qui fait quoi?
Now, right? Super chill.
C'est quoi?
Grenouille.
Ouais, c'est
Quoi? Quoi? Alors qui gagne aujourd'hui? Et qui gagne?
Qui gagne? Parce qu'aujourd'hui c'est juste les 25 premiers qui sont qualifiés.
Ouais, je suis bien, mais bon. Il y a peut-être. Il y a Clix et peut-être Peter qui se contestent peut-être.
C'est pas peut-être, c'est pas peut-être.
Non, mais parce que là ils ont parlé avant, tu vois, ils étaient tous les deux en interview. Et genre ils laissaient planer le doute tous les deux, les chiens.
Mais tu sais qu'ils les ont mis à côté de l'autre en plus.
Oui, mais je sais bien, c'est ça que j'ai regardé. Et tu vois, ils laissaient planer le doute comme quoi peut-être que non, peut-être que si. Mais pour moi, c'est. Ah, je vais tenir pour Focus. Focus Thomas.
C'est qui ça? C'est Tyson? Ah non.
Focus Thomas.
Non, mais les deux mecs en bleu qu'on voit.
Ah, c'était. Ah, je sais
En fait, t'as peut-être de l'avance.
Non, je sais plus.
En vrai, là, t'as les meilleurs du monde. Hein. Il y a personne qui manque, je pense. Bah, si, Akira et tout, ce sera demain.
Ouais, bah c'est pas les meilleurs du monde s'ils sont pas là aujourd'hui. Hein.
Ouais. On verra ça demain.
Ah, si Focus Thomas gagne, je fais 200 points. Ouais, ils sont là.
Ah ouais, non, c'est Savage qui est là aussi demain, ouais.
Et en vrai, moi j'ai Focus Thomas et Sky Scroll. Mon top 3 c'est Sky Scroll premier. Malheureusement, Chino Pablo. Et vas-y, ça se joue entre Darmdemus et Thomas Focus en troisième.
Faut que je voie les duos en fait. Peut-être que je sais que. Je sais plus trop qui y a qui en fait.
dude, they were 10th going into day
Ah,
number
Marius,
2.
il est là.
They ended
Ouais,
up
ouais, il y est.
winning, right? But that's on the back foot of Venom, just doing all of that preparation in between. But you don't have the opportunity
Marius
to do
à drop.
something like that here.
It's
Il y
interesting
a
what
aussi
you say,
le truc du
folks.
coup
At the
Venom.
same time, you have
Ouais, il y a
Venom,
Venom
faire
in the
gaffe
lower
aussi.
bracket, just
Eh bien.
waiting to see who their 25 competitors
Ouais,
are
lui, j'ai envie de
going
mettre
to
Venom,
be.
moi, je sais
As a
pas.
reminder, the top 25 do go to Sunday, but the bottom 25 play again tomorrow. There's already kind of drop maps getting formed, ideas of
Ah,
where
ils
those
s'entraînent, là.
might be dropping, but it
Ouais,
all
il y a des
depends
Ouais.
on how
beaucoup
today
de...
plays out.
Absolutely, and of course, so many other duels as we're seeing. I mean,
Je pense qu'ils ont
Janus
joué,
is
ils sont dans
looking
une map
fantastic. I mean, you
freeboot ou
guys
quoi,
heard
ils ont
from him,
joué du
obviously,
monde.
we're in
Ouais.
Germany. Lev got to talk to him. No reason, you know. There is so much hype.
J'espère qu'il n'y aura pas de
being
bug.
in
Et
this
c'est combien? C'est
environment.
6 ou 8
I can't wait.
Je sais pas.
It's definitely going to be cool, and you can take a quick little
C'est
peek
8
right
games,
there.
ça
The
va être long.
preparation
Est-ce que ça va
definitely
être long?
comes
Ah ouais,
in.
ça va être
So
long.
all of the players kind of
Oh,
setting
ils ont
their
la drop
setups
map.
earlier on, making sure that they had their drop
C'est qui le mec
maps,
avec le mode
you know,
d'Espagne?
prepared for that. Obviously, it just kind of speaks to how
Par contre, j'avais jamais vu la tête de Shark, t'as vu?
Ouais,
Bah, il est jeune, mais putain, il est vraiment jeune, quoi.
Mais il a 14 ans, quoi.
Ah, c'est jeune, quand même.
Ah ouais.
14. C'était Modemaker là qui avait fait la Coupe du Monde à cet âge-là, non? Ou c'était plus jeune encore?
Il a fait quand? Quelle Coupe du Monde?
Bah là, il s'est fait remarquer là.
Moi j'ai remarqué avant.
On l'a vu rentrer tout le temps, je sais plus, c'était la deuxième, non?
En tout cas, c'est pas la première.
C'était la duo en tout cas. Je sais plus si c'était 12 ou... Non, 12 il peut pas, je pense.
Non, c'est 13 ans.
Ouais, bah c'était 14 alors qu'il y avait... Ouais, Marcus Chasse drop, faut faire gaffe.
Ah bah Malibu Cavano, Vico.
Ouais, il y a beaucoup qui voulait mettre aussi.
We are here. This is the moment we've been waiting.
La Bessaco, ouais.
Summit land from 75 teams from across the world are not only battling out for over $1 million in prize money, but the top 15 spots of the global championship.
The way I see it, Jacob, today is basically
Ah ouais, t'es sur le stream de Fortnite du coup.
Ouais.
Ah, on peut avoir Revenge et Nikov.
Ah, m'en fous d'eux.
C'est triste.
Je préfère voir les fights partout plutôt que seulement la pauvre d'un duo, tu vois.
Ah ouais, c'est vrai qu'ils ont encore tout.
En tout cas, j'ai entendu le plus.
Du coup, ouais. Quel pauvre ils vont privilégier. Bon,
ah, les fights. Attends, parce que s'il y a le contest à Wookie.
Ouais, un Wookie. Mais en vrai, je pense qu'ils vont pas là. Après.
Non, mais il y a Shark Tenny et peut-être que Clix va leur dessus aussi.
Mais moi je pense qu'ils vont y aller là, mais pas en finale s'ils sont qualifiés les deux. Parce que là c'est top 25 qualifiés, il y a quand même moyen même en se contest, tu vois.
Ouais.
Donc il y a un monde pour le contest, ils vont se contester là maintenant mais pas en finale.
Oh bah, peut-être contest Shark Tenny quoi. Il paraîtrait que Clix a gagné tous les spawns contre Shark Tenny.
Je sais, j'ai vu, ça fait 2-3 jours ils sont déjà à la balle. Ils étaient 1v1 et tout et Chap il s'est fait niquer par Peter Wood apparemment. Pas Chap, Shark. Nix, elles sont tout seuls hein.
C'est un Wookie, la Shark est pas là?
Non. Ils sont que il y a qu'une team. Il va où wesh? Il est haut.
Attends, il conteste. Non. Ah si, ils y vont.
Je pense qu'ils ont. Mais non, ils vont pas du tout là.
Ah si, si.
Vont... Ah si, mais what? Ils sont en retard de malade.
Bah.
C'est quoi?
For the most part, it seems like they're going to split it. But Clix and Higgs, they're fast right out of the gates. They're pushing on over to the north side of Wonky, taking that loot, and eventually will fall back. But there's contested fights all over here.
Allez. Flixi qui enlève déjà des. Je sais même pas qui c'est.
Havoc here with Pablo and Goose. You gotta imagine where else did they drop because they're not in the minimap.
Chino and Pablo, though, they don't seem to really be all that minding of it. They're more than content to just keep gathering whatever they can find here at Sandy Strip. They know that there's bound to be a bit of a clash eventually with Victor V and Kanata, but it's no real surprise to see that everywhere else it's not so sweet. Chap trying to escape over by New Sanctuary. Things have gone awry because Flixie, he's already been knocked, so now Chat has to play for the recovery.
Yeah, they're already kind of searching where that actual elimination is. We want to know as well. It's actually going to be Flixie on top of the mountain. He did get it down onto Romero. You can see him battling in another 2v1 situation. He wins.
Attends, il a tué les deux, mais il y a une autre team qui l'a joué.
Unfortunately, even if you win out with the first duo, there's always going to be some third-party action taking place if the time to elimination isn't fast enough. And even then, you never really know what to expect because so many teams are looking for that surprise factor. But Higgs, Clicks, drawing things back over to Wonky Land. Waiting, they're trying to make the approach. They've sniffed out a little bit of a lurk opportunity here.
Bon, j'ai le timing. Ah si, il y a un timing.
They've sniffed out
Il mettra pause après le fight.
opportunity here. Shark gonna make sure to try and close the distance. Wants to ensure that he can back up Teeny if necessary. Overdrive grenade just to get a little bit of the movement effects here, but they've still yet to really tango. And Shark trying to push Higgs back. Clicks a little bit separated, but he's still got the high ground.
Yeah, Shark and Higgs trading shots very quickly. You can even see from underneath Teeny trying to join the mix, but there's a little bit of a health advantage here for Clicks and Higgs, and right now it looks like they are trying to be the aggressors in this fight. We've talked almost all morning long. Will they split it? Where will Clicks and Higgs go? They're going back
on entend encore les gros français là.
Wipe out Shark and Teeny, and right now down below, Shark and Teeny relatively healthy, but a couple of missing item slots and really low on materials.
And you just know that this is more than just a drop spot on the line here, Jacob. This is who's going to strike first and win with their pride. Clicks, Higgs, they're not looking to fold under.
Tu veux t'arrêter à 50 50 0,50.
Oh putain, je vois pas.
Putain, ouais, c'était le timing, j'ai mis pause aussi.
Attends.
Tiens, j'avais réussi à revenir avec toi.
Merde. Attends, moi j'ai laissé, j'attends le prochain timing.
Oh.
Voilà, 0,30.
Vas-y.
They can all eventually look on over to try to third party, but Taco, the EU, FNC, and Champ Sky, and Sproul.
Devant moi.
Non, mais je veux dire, c'est parce qu'il y a la barre qui s'est mis devant, quoi.
Mais c'est bon?
Ouais, c'est bon.
3, 2, 1. Go.
Probably know them just a little bit more than I do, but I just remember a few years ago, these guys just kind of showed up on the map, the top of the leaderboard. People didn't believe in them, but man, has every tune changed this weekend.
T'as jeté au tennis ou pas?
Ouais, hein. Non, mais bah, c'est pas fini.
Ah, c'est pas fini le match.
Bah, on faisait un match, mais il est pas fini. Mais je jouais tu vois, en essayant de mettre les points gagnants, quoi. Pas juste la remettre sur le terrain, quoi. Essayer de s'améliorer, quoi.
Bah, faire un match, quoi. Gagner le match.
Non, mais non, parce que parfois gagner le match, c'est juste leur faute de l'autre côté du terrain et c'est l'autre qui fait l'erreur pour gagner le point.
En même temps, c'est le but du tennis, hein.
Oui, mais
comme ça.
si je veux être meilleur, c'est comme jouer à Fortnite. Tu vois, jouer à Fortnite et rush tout le monde, tu vas t'améliorer en fight et du coup, tu vas être moins perdu quand tu te fighteras. Plutôt que rester caché et au final, voilà, quoi, tu vois.
Mais du coup, c'est quoi que vous faites?
Bah,
C'est juste trouver des balles faciles à l'autre?
Non, on essaye de s'aligner nous-mêmes, quoi. On essaie de gagner les points, quoi.
Mettre dans les coins et tout, quoi.
Ouais, c'est ça, quoi.
Ouais, ok.
Pas juste faire un lob fond de terrain, quoi. Ouais. Tu vois, pas juste faire un lob long de terrain et voilà, quoi.
Oui, faire des amortis et tout, quoi.
Bon, mais amortis, ça va.
Des slices.
Des flies?
Slice.
Ah, les slices, ouais. Bah, tu viendras la semaine si tu veux.
Ouais, non, si j'avais pas, j'aurais été aujourd'hui si j'avais pas.
Bah, si tu veux la semaine, genre mardi ou. Ah, bah,
Mais c'est pas forcément pour jouer, moi, rien que regarder, ça me va.
Tu voulais pas jouer?
Si, je jouerais quelques balles, tu vois, mais si ton frère est là, je vais monter en vous regarder, quoi.
Ah, mais non, si tu viens, c'est toi qui joues, c'est pas.
Mais moi, je suis trop fort, hein. Non, mais. Au début, enfin, le temps m'habituer, quoi.
Ah, oui,
j'avais fait tennis. J'avais fait tennis.
Mais t'avais pas fait du tennis quand t'étais jeune, toi?
Ah, aussi, quand j'étais tout petit, je tapais juste la balle, quoi.
Ouais, voilà.
C'était pas tennis. Ça, c'était pas. J'étais pas en club, hein, c'était juste en stage et tout, là, de l'école. C'était genre 1 heure sur la journée, quoi. Moi je pense au plus dur ce sera les services.
Ouais, parce
Le
qu'il
reste
faut
ça va,
aller.
mais les services.
Bah, tu sais, le reste, ça va vite de faire une erreur aussi.
Oui, mais je veux dire, je vais quand même remettre des bas de l'autre côté, quoi. Je vais pas non plus être nul à chier.
Mais je sais bien.
Moi j'ai peur de me blesser.
Comment?
Précipité, ça va vite. Hein. Je suis pas très adroit avec mes jambes. Hein,
Every single one of these teams here today has just been anticipating some kind of bamboozlement. Nobody feels safe. Nobody feels secure in their original strategies. You've got the counter strat for the counter strat for the counter strat, and now we get to see it all come to fruition.
Il y a 6 games.
Now looking at Swizzy and Pixie.
Ouf.
An interesting moment coming into this, Pixie. Knowing he has a global champion by his side.
Pourquoi j'avais vu 8 when it comes to Dark Dominion,
you don't see too many when it's uncontested players leave Dark Dominion early. They build this surge base here. Swizzy's going to be responsible for a lot of their early game damage. Meanwhile, Pixie, he's farming up extra material.
Allez, tu vas me dire qu'il y a personne là. Même si c'est hors zone, tu vas me dire qu'il y a personne là.
En même temps, regarde ce que c'est quand même vraiment bordel.
Il y a tout le monde joue hors zone.
Ouais, mais. Pas tout le monde, si les joueurs sont bien, ils vont pas aller hors zone.
Kind of reflecting back, I think that's where Pete is really going to have to reconsider when to hit the brakes. I understand you get that isolation, you put Yuma into a position where it should realistically just be a clean wipeout, but that's just not going to be the case.
Après là, ils vont avoir du mal avec la Storm normalement.
Ah bah Venos s'est fait réa aussi.
Ah ouais.
Yeah, and it seems like it's not only Peterbot faced with early game trouble. You see Veno gliding down, you see the gray pistol in his inventory, so he just got rebooted as well. So not only we have one of the greats all time, but we have the current NA FNC as champions with a few early game struggles. But at least Taco got the reboots back. The only big question for them is what is it going to be when Storm Surge pops?
Only time will tell. No Riley and Reason though.
C'est fou qu'ils soient là.
C'est exactement ce que j'étais en train de me dire.
Gros, c'est n'importe quoi. Moi j'ai l'impression que eux.
Ça me fait parce qu'on en parle moins de lui par rapport à Thomas et Savage, mais c'est vraiment le même au final. Tu vois, il est un peu vieux comme lui, quoi. Comme eux.
Raison, ouais. Bah, Noirelli aussi.
Non, Noirelli, ouais, les deux. Ouais.
Bah après, je suis pas sûr qu'il ait fait la World Cup, tu vois.
Bah, la première.
Ouais.
Thomas l'a fait.
Ouais.
Et Savage aussi, non.
Ouais, bah si, c'est
fait ici. Ah ouais.
And Reason, they went ahead and rotated towards the south early. And you're seeing a few teams do that compared to online leading up to this. A lot of them would kind of stay in the zone, especially if they had those extra movement abilities.
Miko's got no reason to be nervous though. He's just got to remember who he is, and it's crazy to think about.
Peur, lui, il a fait aussi la retraite, non?
Savage j'avais fait 20e en solo et 29e en duo.
Après 20 en solo, c'est déjà pas mal. Hein.
Ouais.
C'est dans le top 20.
Il est qualifié solo duo. Ouais, c'est bien. Lui, il paraîtrait qu'il est. Enfin, mécaniquement, il est. Kylian.
Ça fait pas tout la mécanique.
Il paraîtrait qu'il est super fort.
C'est un quoi, c'est un AD ou quoi?
Oh les... Oh, ils ont pas de vie, wesh. Ils sont encore en zone.
Ils sont en zone, non, c'est sur zone. Après, ils ont plus qu'un kit chacun.
Ouais, mais après, il y a
des
gourdes. Splash. Putain, c'est une blague.
Putain, mais c'est une blague. Ils vont jamais se lâcher. Tuez-vous, là ils vont se tuer, c'est pas possible.
Ouais, là, gros, ils ont pas le choix.
Après, Clix a quand même encore des clics.
Ah, eux aussi.
Oh
là. Oh, il a pris ses couilles en main.
Vas-y, Shark, va les fumer. Contrôleur.
Allez. Putain, comme il aura sauté dessus, gros. Moi je fais ça, je mange une bastos de malade.
Ça se voit, ça se rentre dedans, mais.
Ouais, mais modérément. Antini est mort.
Oh!
Ah, mais ils ont pas le choix là.
Cher qui va faire le 1v1. Là, ils vont le push, ouais. Oh. Ça change tout. On va le faire, Cher, je le sens.
J'espère qu'il a de la vie.
Shark, you've been here before. You've done it so many times in the past on your region, but here in a land environment, things are going to be very different.
Oh!
Il est mort, non?
Il est mort. Ah non,
oh la chatte!
Oh la chatte!
Oh bah après il lui a cassé son kit hein.
En vrai, y a moyen. Hein,
il lui a cassé son kit.
Oh oui? Oh non, il faut faire gaffe à l'autre par contre.
Oh.
Ouais, du coup l'autre va aider. En vrai, il aurait peut-être pas dû rentrer dedans. Oh. Loser, il a dit.
Là il a eu chaud, gros, ça se joue à une seconde, quelle chatte.
Ouais, vraiment. Ça, il mettait un dégât de plus, c'était fini. Oh, il s'est fait avoir comme une merde.
Sky Scroll qui s'est à côté de Thomas, c'est pas vrai. J'ai vu que Thomas avait pas de vie en plus. Ouf, wow, vous êtes morts. Oh, Minori Darkos.
Oh, Minori.
Oh, ils sont morts. Bah, il faut pas qu'ils prennent des dégâts.
Ah,
ils ont qu'à kill par contre.
Je pense que c'est Minori le plus jeune joueur là-bas.
Il est plus jeune que Shark.
Apparemment, ouais. Ce que j'ai vu, j'ai même déjà vu ça que c'est le plus jeune joueur. Il a peut-être 13 ou alors il a 14. Mais plus jeune, après il a peut-être 15 le truc, non?
Shark, je pense vraiment qu'il a 14. Oh, Marius qui tue mais qui meurt, Hydrop qui meurt, fini.
Oh,
ah je m'en fous là pour l'instant, ce que j'ai dit c'est encore là. Pour l'instant.
Après, normal là.
Oui. Sky Scroll, vous êtes pas chaud rentrer en zone, non? Je sais pas. Bon les Brésiliens. Bon, ils ont rien du tout les pauvres.
Ouais, ils font de la storm et tout.
Oh ils ont rien du tout.
Et tu vois, tous ces gens qu'on connaît pas là, ils ont pas l'expérience.
Bah, ils ont l'expérience chez eux. Eux ils
là,
disaient
si t'as
que...
pas la storm, si t'as pas la storm, tu peux rien faire.
Il y en a un qui a fait 24 lui je pense, il a fait 24 finales FNCS.
Ah ouais? Ouais. Mais c'est en
chez lui quoi.
Ouais, c'est ça. Limite, j'aime pas s'il y a de la storm en finale chez eux.
Bah quand même, quand même.
Mais pas comme là quoi.
Et non, bah temps là.
Tu sais que là, on aura sûrement un stat à la fin ou quoi, mais il faut tuer. L'année passée, il fallait tuer 10 mecs pour avoir la storm. Comme si tu tuais 10 mecs, tu vois.
Ouais, des dégâts quoi.
Ouais. T'imagines le nombre de dégâts que c'est?
Mais putain, Chap, ils sont morts hein.
Ouais.
Sky, Scroll, vous faites quoi gros? Oh Peter? Mais non, il va pas aider des gens lui.
Oh putain, c'est Péo qui est mort du coup, lui il est. Oh, c'est parti!
Ouf, c'est focus passe trop
Peterbot qui est parti en 1v.
Scroll qui meurt par le Furia, c'est pas vrai.
Qui est mort? Ah, Scroll.
Oh, il est mort, il est tellement mort. Comment il est pas mort?
C'est Peterbot, on ne le connaît pas.
Thomas qui fait un kill.
Il est mort.
Scroll qui fait un kill.
Mais c'est pas lui qui est mort.
Ah bah si, bah à mon avis il a tant que son...
Ah non, c'est le bug, putain, quand je t'avais dit.
Non, peut-être pas, il l'a tué en zone. Enfin genre, c'est la zone qui a tué le mec quoi.
Oh bah Sky est mort.
Alors Sky est mort, Vico qui tue quelqu'un, Peterbot qui meurt. Il a tué Sky. Quel enculé.
Tu l'avais pas vu?
Ah oui, j'avais pas fait gaffe. J'ai regardé que la kill feed. Demus qui fait... Ah, allez.
T'as beaucoup de gros qui sont morts hein.
Ouais. Après c'est top 25 qui se branle je pense.
Ouais non, une game ça change rien mais...
Ah, une sur 6 Sinon pas
ah,
l'autre.
c'est quand même comme d'hab quoi, donc ça va.
Chris Thomas, j'espère que vous êtes en zone, les gars. Pas en zone, hein. Tu dis que c'est qui gagne, toi?
La game là?
Non, le tout.
Ah, le tout. Chino Pablo Wingo, parce que c'est encore en game avant.
Ok. Ouais, ils sont dans mon top 3, moi.
Moi, je les mettrais premier. Deuxième, une équipe qu'on pense pas, mais quand même qui est forte. Je sais pas qui.
J'ai pas envie de mettre des Ney, genre je les donne pas.
Non, pas les David non plus, mais. Veno, moi je les vois 6ème, genre. Puis Turbot et tout, ils vont 11-12ème. Peut-être plus. Clix pareil.
Quel bonheur que ce serait qu'ils soient même pas quoi. Enfin qu'ils doivent rejouer.
Chino mort. Oh, le Wingo de la merde.
On prend la storm, non? Ouais, on prend la storm.
En dessous. T'imagines, il y a encore la storm maintenant. Ils sont à 315 en dessous.
Darkos Minori sont trop bien là.
Eux ils vont squall aujourd'hui.
Non! Oh non, il l'a tué, il est mort d'un coup je pense.
Non,
si je pense.
Moi je l'ai vu quand même. C'est cool d'avoir vu KO. Allez, ça bat rouge.
Je cherche un Thomas, mais je trouve pas. Hein.
Les balls c'est aussi un 2v2,
non? Non, c'est Ney.
C'est toujours les mêmes quand même. Ah genre, putain ouais. Il y a plein d'aînés en fait.
Ouais.
D'accord.
En même temps ils ont deux régions, Ney. Il y a Panzer qui est là quoi.
Avec Ami.
Minori Darkos, ouais, ils sont pas ensemble.
They just spent so much material when they were challenging Chino and Pablo, not realizing the kind of disaster that Cammy and Hadi were actually causing against them. And Higgs, Clicks, they've now been eliminated from the lobby. Hadi, Cammy though, can they make this shift?
D'armes des muscles sont toujours là.
But there's already teams at
the Pablo était encore là, ça. Il avait la storm, il avait réussi à arriver jusque là. Je compte Darkos Minori, je le vois plus.
D'armes qui tue, Nora qui tue. Minori qui tue.
Oh,
Darkos qui meurt.
Et il finit, ok, allez Minori, va gratter des points. C'est où?
Côté de l'armée des mus.
Il a plus rien, il a plus rien.
Oh, ils sont trop bien.
Il dit qu'il meurt. Allez là, les points top, mourrez. En vrai, en une game, tu peux être au 25 et je sais pas en gros top 1.
Ouais, je pense. Ouais, là c'est free pour eux quoi.
Il est mort, mais
ouais, Minori vient de mourir. Ouais.
Attends, le mec à Korn était. Ah non, il était.
Oh la balle de merde qu'il lui a mis. Je pense que c'était des gens Moyen-Orient. Ouais. Oh, t'as Panzer? C'est pas vrai quoi.
Ouais, c'est eux, ce serait eux la surprise dans le top 3.
Wow. Ouais, eux ils sont trop bien.
Ouais.
Mais bon, ils ont quand même
ouais, en fait, à Korn, ils jouent plus à Cold. Avant, c'était à Korn et Cold. Cold est rapide.
Ils peuvent pas perdre.
Ouais, en vrai, quand même.
Oh la chatte. Oh la répu la chatte.
Je pense la quoi, elle devrait être à 120 max. Non
moi même. Oh
ah bah non, pas là, ils ont fait.
Gros,
Ah bah il fait chier. Pas de- Putain, je le morceau que je demandais en plus qui c'était. Je suis allé sur live.
I mean, that's all rapid, you know, this is what he does, you know, he's the best IGL in the world and he showed it right there.
Oh, le gars est tendu.
Il parle vite, hein.
Makla descent high. That might have been the easiest lobby ever.
Do you think that people just were not wanting to challenge on height anymore? Because you had it for like 3 zones, unchallenged.
I mean, yeah, nothing they could do.
Nothing they could do. You make the drop down, you're up against Yapko and Panzer in that 2v2 situation. Who's making the call to go upwards and try and get that shot? Because you were flying cold.
It was kind of both of our call, you know, like we knew that we just needed the kill points and that's exactly what we did.
You got so many eliminations in that game. So from here onwards, 5 more games to make it out of the upper bracket. You're not going to play it safe, are you?
No, we're not.
I can't wait to see even more eliminations from you guys. Do you own the high ground now? Do you own it?
Of course. I own every kind of ground.
Well, these guys, they found that victory royale a little bit too easy. So let's see if any of the duos can make it tricky after the break.
Ils ont déjà la pression en moins de la qualité.
Putain, ouais, là ils sont. Là ils
ont plus rien à perdre.
Ils font 5 points par game, ils sont quoi là?
Mais c'est pour ça que je me dis, les Peterbot et tout, quand ils vont avoir leurs points, ils vont tellement high rush tout le monde. Ils vont aller contest clicks et tout, imagine.
Clicks et tout, ça doit la perdre pour c'est quoi là, ça va pas facile.
Après, Peterbot aussi, ils sont pas bien.
Oui, pour l'instant, Après,
Ouais.
Clicks, ils ont pas fait une mauvaise game. Hein.
Non, ils ont fait beaucoup de points, je sais pas combien. Je reviens voir le classement.
Non, ils vont nous le montrer.
Dans 2:30, putain.
Oh là 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 là. On fait un petit grand chelem après.
Ouais, il faut. Ah non, c'est pas aujourd'hui, le code. On verra. L'heure qui sera.
Quelle heure est acceptable?
Putain, hier, on a fait un petit grand chelem justement, on s'est fait niquer avec Yann, putain.
Comment ça?
On a fait vraiment un petit, hein. C'était 2. Moi, je voulais faire 1-1-1 de base, parce qu'il était déjà à 22-30, je pense. Et on a fait. Yann a dit 2-1-1, donc on a fait 2 rêves, je pense qu'on a fait 2 wins, 2 lose. Après code, putain, impossible de gagner.
Ah mais gros, avec Yann, c'est impossible de gagner.
Non, mais non, je sais pourquoi. Hein. Il faut surtout pas qu'on soit chef de groupe, hein, ça change tout. Tu sais qu'on a fait, je sais pas, 4 games, je pense, quand c'était Yohan le chef, parce que je sais pas pourquoi. Non, quand moi j'étais le chef plutôt. Je sais pas pourquoi d'ailleurs, depuis je mets tout le temps chef. Et on perd les 4 games. Et instant, on change après, je le mets chef et on gagne direct la game.
Bah après gros, moi quand je joue avec des argents qui ont le même niveau que Yann, gros tu peux pas gagner la game. Hein.
Mais nous on avait des lobbies de malades, en plus on jouait à chaque fois contre... ils avaient 2 platines et 2 gold, et nous on avait qu'un platine, des fois même pas. On avait que des gold. Dégueu.
Ouais bon après c'est un platine 1...
Ouais mais on l'aime pas nous platine, tu vois.
Ouais mais si tu joues pas avec Yann tu pourrais peut-être l'être. On joue bien contre des diamants.
Bah de base je l'étais hein. Quand on jouait au début j'étais. J'étais platine. Avant que ça réduise. J'étais même devant Jérôme.
Et il l'avait mauvaise.
Ouais.
Ouais. Pourquoi le son s'est coupé? Oh ne me dis pas qu'ils ont...
Je sais pas.
Ok.
Et du coup, ouais, ça a pris du temps. Puis après, Fortnite, on a fait un bad war, on l'a gagné, mais il a pris du temps.
Ah, pas top 1.
Je sais pas, on voulait changer, faire un bad war. Avant-hier, on a fait top 1. En quoi? En normal, je pense.
En reload normal.
Non, en Battle Royale.
En tout cas, gros, sur code, vraiment, ce qu'il fallait faire. T'as vu la game que j'avais envoyée?
Non, mais tu sais qu'hier, je faisais des games de malade. Mais ça, c'est ça qui rend plus fou, c'est quand tu fais ta game, tu fais en
23 en R&D, gros.
Mais pas toi? Ouais, mais pareil.
Ouais, pas à ce point-là.
Non, pas à ce point-là, mais en gros, je faisais des points strat, j'étais en 2 de KD, donc c'est quand même bien en points strat. Et on perdait.
Il y a pas moyen,
ça me rendait fou. Ça me rendait fou. Alors que je regardais en face, il n'y a aucun qui était en 2 de KD.
Ah oui, bah ça. S'il suffit qu'ils soient tous en positif, voilà. Gros, j'étais en 23 et toute mon équipe était en négatif. On a gagné 6-4. 6-4. Mais gros, t'imagines?
Moi, t'as gagné au moins.
Mais je faisais des 1v4, des 1v3 toutes les manches, gros, c'était pas possible. En plus, on gagnait.
Je me rendais compte que si moi je faisais pas les kills à l'endroit, enfin si moi, tu vois, sur les points strat, si moi je faisais pas les kills, bah personne ne les fait.
Mais oui, mais gros, à part mourir en boucle, ils font rien, et c'est horrible.
Si tu fais pas un minimum un -2, c'est fini. Ils feront pas leur kill.
Mais non, jamais de la vie. C'est trop dur.
Et voilà, on donnait en point. Après, j'ai fait de la merde aussi à la fin en point strat en R&D, mais le R&D au début, il y en a une, il était en 0,7 je pense.
Ah ouais.
C'est bon, abuse. Après, c'est de la R&D, mais bon.
Par contre, 50-50-50, ça peut être bien en vrai.
Mais t'es malade, toi.
Ouais, je suis malade.
Même en un jour, on fait pas 50 RL, je pense. Alors que c'est ce qui va le plus.
Si,
50 RL.
Mais gros, c'est toute la journée.
Mais oui, mais on va toujours faire des pauses, des trucs comme ça. Moi,
ah oui, on fait 10 par 10 et on change tous les 10.
Bon, limite, moi je préfère faire 50 d'un coup.
Ah ouais?
Bah, ça dépend quoi. Mais...
Après, 50 codes de suite, gros, ça est. Tu penses que c'est impossible?
Mais ça, déjà, c'est combien de jours? On sait même pas.
Bah, 4.
Bah, c'est impossible. C'est-à-dire qu'il faut vraiment faire 50 wins sur un jour, à peu près.
Bah, un peu moins, genre tu fais.
Oui, si c'est 4. Mais...
On fait 13. 13 sur chaque jeu. C'est pas impossible.
13 top 1 Fortnite, c'est ce que tu imagines ou pas?
13 top 1 sur le mode qu'on veut. Hein. Tant qu'on a la couronne,
oui,
on s'en fout.
Mais ok, mais même.
Et en plus, ça sera remis à 0. Tu vois? Donc on va jouer contre des bots.
Il y aura plus de bots. Hein.
Ah oui, mais dans toutes les premières games, on va avoir que des bots. Parce que tu vois, on va
faire top 1, on fait top en reload, il n'y a pas déjà.
Mais si, il y a normal.
Si, normal.
Ouais. Et de toute façon, même en compète, la première game reload, c'est gratuit.
Imagine, allez, t'as 2, t'as 4. Il y a quoi comme autre mode?
Reload, OG.
Et OG. Donc t'as 5. Au final, t'as 5 games free quoi.
Non, tu peux au moins faire x2 sur chaque. Parce que c'est pas que la première game où elle est free, tu vois.
Après, même en classé, après une game en classé, ça va être mieux.
Bah, ça dépend, eux ils sont classés.
Les gens sont pas forts, mais il faut quand même la top 1 quoi.
Oui, c'est ça. Bah, il suffira juste d'être focus dedans et pas troll quoi. Bon, par contre, entre les games, c'est trop long. Casse les couilles.
Ouais, ça va encore. Si ça lance bientôt, ça va. C'est comme d'hab. Toujours les 3 minutes d'attente et puis monte le classement et la game. Généralement, il y a 5. Enfin, il y a 10 minutes à attendre contre les games.
I'm not gonna lie, it happened so fast. Panzer and Yapko just hit some clean shots. Watch this kind of phase in right here. Clean shots from both of them to go ahead and secure the second place. And in the mix, we also see Hero off in the distance. Hold up, Hero. 8x FNCS champs as a duo. But yeah, Yapko Panzer, they were out of match. They made the aggressive play.
and it worked. I was getting a little nervous for Cold there when the initial shot from Panzer came through, but in the end, Cold Rapid did take the win. But hey, second place, kicking things off as a reminder, it is top 25 to move on to Sunday. So all of these teams we just saw are looking incredibly strong.
That's right, man. Every single interaction is going to matter, right? We only have 6 games to end in the top 25. And as you kind of called out, we saw Hero from Middle East in that moment, top 3 as a solo, mind you. In the chaoticness that is this crazily stacked lobby, Hero shows up big and clutches.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be feeling good after a game like that for all of these teams that are picking up just so many points. Be curious to do some math over the course of the day to kind of get some expectations for what top 25 will actually look like. But yeah, game 1 right here coming out of the gate swinging. It might just be the only game some of these teams really need to actually pick up enough points.
Yeah, a lot of the pressure is lifted after that for these teams that got not only top 3, even top 5. I know FKS Hero, they're happy they switched to South Latte Landing for this day. The question is, I mean, FKS Hero aren't contested, but for example, Cold Rapid are. So now they have kind of that freedom, that lifted pressure to play a bit more aggressive now.
I will say, though, Cold Rapid were kind of expected, like you said, to be contested. I don't think they were that game. They did actually take advantage of some of the contestation that's kind of going on towards Sandy. That's where they picked up some of their early elims, picked up some of that early surge that they could kind of, snowball into the end game. So keep an eye on the early game towards that way.
And I do just have to wonder, obviously this being the first game in this environment for many of these teams, maybe it's their first time. There's a lot of jitters, right? When you kind of get put in this situation, you're not at home in the comfort of your home, the comfort of your setup. You don't have your shoes kicked off. You don't have your desk a certain way, right? Your monitors. This is a completely different environment. So, this being game number 1, I'm just going to chalk this up to like, hey, let's get game number 1 out of the way. Now we can kick things off gracefully, right?
Look, a big team that I'm looking at in terms of the pressure, the nerves, perhaps, it's Shark and Teeny. They were contested at Wonkyland by Clix and Higgs, and this is a team that they have what it takes. They've proven that they have what it takes, but I'm sensing a bit of that pressure. I'm sensing a bit of those LAN nerves. Now, the good news for Shark and Teeny is that they have all, upper bracket to play out, get top 25, and then if they make it through, they have a whole other 8 matches on Sunday to truly show what they're capable of.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big talking points over towards Wonky Lane was confidence levels. I mean,
Du coup, tu regardes pas Eurogarros?
played this long game, kind of talking about, hey, we're not even going to be landing Wonky. And then boom, surprise, they're here. And now Shark and Teeny might be kind of caught off guard because we could see in that early game how much respect they actually gave towards the way of Clix and Higgs. Like at one point, we were kind of looking around and was like, wait, whoa. Are Shark and Teeny even land in Wonky? They did eventually land, but they took like such little loot that Clix and Higgs were kind of given almost the entire POI for free.
It's crazy too how long I felt like that fight went on, right? Like, when we saw these practice games, don't want to dig too much into those, but we saw this go a certain way, and to see like this super long way in the zone, and even in that situation where Shark was by himself, it's like, oh man, let's close it up. Shark's like, oh hey Higgs, go down to 3 HP. Hold on a minute. I was like, wait, hold on. Is he about to come back? Is he about to clap back?
It's funny. When we were watching that, I remember Zeke was telling me, he's like, so God, I think they're taking a little too long. Like this fight has staggered out too long. I'm like, it's staggered out too long 10 minutes ago, right? Like they've been here way too long. This is not finishing. So the pressure, it might be on both ends, but Clix Higgs are definitely looking more confident for now.
Obviously, one of the big talking points coming into this weekend was the NA on NA action. One of those instances, of course, was Cooper and Reet versus Aiders and Ritual. They did not fight in the early game, but we actually see both of those teams find themselves in the top 10, right? Cooper and Reet in 4th place right there. Aiders and Ritual in 7th place. So, honestly, I feel like both teams potentially kind of feeling comfortable splitting that.
Tu sais qu'en fait, le tennis, tu sais qu'on peut aller à marche injurieuse. Au pays, mais
c'est ça.
C'est 12 €, je pense, par personne. C'est 24, je pense. 24 ou 25. Pour 1h30.
Oui, j'ai regardé avec mon GSM avant de regarder.
Oh,
on commence à me
what I'm
casser les
seeing is
couilles.
a lot of NA teams on that top 10, top 5 on the leaderboard. So I'm curious to see if that trend's going to continue, or we might see things mix up a little bit as the day goes on.
250 000 sur le tapis
and I
à
wanted to
gagner.
focus here on Cami and Hari, right? We saw them for
14.
a little bit, right back on height. Takata, you were saying, wait a minute, is this a blast of the past or what?
Look, if I was a couple years ago and I'm, sitting down and I hear you come and tell me, hey, 2026, we're at an international event, it's Cami Hari. They win the first game on high ground. I mean, there's a duo, you know, Cammy has already been ahead of the meta, but it was more a low ground team you would expect. But now recently in 2026, especially going to duos, we have seen them play a bit more high ground. We have seen them play a bit more aggressive.
C'est la même chose, je peux jouer gratuit chez moi, payer 12 balles, tu vois.
Ouais, mais le terrain sera d'office mieux, quoi.
Oui, d'office, mais le terrain est pas dégueu.
Mais tu vois, genre une fois, de toute façon, il faut qu'on soit bon pour aller là, parce qu'il y a tellement de gens qui regardent.
C'est hors de question de jouer comme ça.
Anytime we kind of suited to POV, immediately turn your eyes to their material account, which is exactly what I did right here when it was the case of Cammy and Hara, because yeah, they had high ground, they had 30 builds to work with. Like, you're in 8 zone, you got so much more Fortnite to play after that.
C'est très long, ouais.
No way you can kind of continue throughout the rest of the end game with that material account. You're going to have to make something happen, which is why I'm always
suffit déjà qu'il y ait j'ai pas vu s'ils étaient 100 ou pas dans la game, il suffit de ça.
Yeah, I mean,
si, ils ont fait 101
with that low math, it's kind of an all or nothing. You gotta get a refresh then and there because you're not gonna be able to keep building out. You're not gonna get forward height like you were.
Non, mais pour voir s'ils étaient 100 dans la game.
Moments, and the amount of teams that tried taking height after that, not only Clicks Higgs, it was just back to back.
S'il y avait en moins déjà,
so eventually, Golden Rapid at the perfect moment took it, and they had a good amount of materials, so it was a pretty, you know, by the book cleanup.
Yeah, what's interesting too is remember, like, obviously when we launch these things, there is an overarching meta, right? But then the moment we not even just summit, right? It doesn't matter what stage of the competition is. There's always a meta within that meta that develops. And so it's interesting that, like, even in this game one, that high ground really, no one was willing to just let it go. How many times have we seen just like, oh, hey, a team just showed up and on high ground.
Allez, grouille de lancer ta putain de game.
Hey guys, let's look up, but hit the summit. Everyone's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm just gonna peek up. Someone's up there. Let me just help that out. Yeah, I mean, the end games obviously are going to play out extremely differently from game to game. I do want to kind of turn our conversation over to the early game. Obviously, we did talk a little bit about wonky lane, right? We got
chez Vitality alors qu'il était chez Wood.
Obviously, because Clicks and Higgs are landed over there at wonky lane, guess who's going to be uncontested?
Ouais. Après, il est chez Vitality Avoc.
Attends, mais lui, il est pas chez Vita, lui aussi.
Mais parce que maintenant, en fait, Avoc c'est Avita maintenant.
Ah ouais, putain, Avoc. J'ai pas eu ça.
Je sais pas si c'est Avita ou. Enfin, je sais pas exactement comment ça va.
Mais ils ont les deux logos.
Mais je pense que la cellule Fortnite de Vitality va à Avoc.
Ouais, toi, c'est toujours Vita quoi.
Ouais,
Vita et un Avoc.
C'est les mêmes.
C'est toujours deux trucs distincts.
I mean, if you go down, you can see it kind of just sets you up for a staggered situation. Zone pulled, you know, east from them after that. I think you gotta kind of just, you know, focus up, take the competition a bit more seriously.
Interesting stuff. I'm actually curious. You guys kind of talked about this early game and, you know, Clicks and Higgs versus Sharkatini. We actually have elicited from the beginning of the game. Let's take a look.
Aye.
It's a keyboard player. We're double scroll wheel. Yeah. They have to sidekick us so they guarantee lose. Yeah. I'm trying to think, bro. Why are they doing this?
Bro, because they want to have a good game one.
I don't think they landed here, bro.
I didn't see them, bro. God, I didn't.
I saw one short, but it could have been for jungle.
Ils sont brouillés ou je rêve?
I'm gonna throw a fake shock.
Quoi?
Okay.
J'ai l'impression qu'ils sont brouillés au spawn.
Ready?
Yeah, go.
Stay crouched.
Je sais pas.
40 cracked. No, no, not cracked, not cracked. Not making noise. Nice, coming. Teeny. Got team shark.
Just so crazy. I love. Again, this is like
Il dit direct le nom de qui c'est.
Putain, mais regarde, regarde. Ils ont tous des fiches comme ça, gros.
La map, ouais.
Ils sont dans la game là, non? Regarde les écrans derrière, ils ont tous les. Et ils jouent en fait.
Ou alors ouais, attends, ils sont dans une...
Attends, mais ils jouent, du coup ils sont morts.
Non. Ouais, ils jouent pas, on le verrait.
Il y a des gens qui farmaient. Non, mais c'est parce qu'il faut du temps pour avoir le podcast. Hein.
Non, là ils l'ont direct. Hein.
Je sais pas.
Non, là c'est sûr qu'ils l'ont direct. Mais si, parce que dès qu'ils font top 1, ils. Non, si.
Ouais, c'est vrai.
Ah, 100%.
C'est long, si.
Mais ça, il y a vraiment, bah, à mon avis, il y a un problème et ils sont en game quoi. Enfin, ils sont. Oh, je sais pas quoi.
What's going on here? Like,
Pas
where
ceux
are
qui
they? It
veulent.
was the same confusion that Clicks and Higgs were having, but then the fight ended up staggering a lot. But as we saw, that overdrive play, I mean, that worked
Déjà la dernière fois, il prenait du temps.
in a 2v1, and Higgs did get dropped to maybe like 5-10 HP, but in the end, they won the fight, and that's truly what matters.
Tu vois, normalement, 17h, ça finit vers 20h, tu vois. C'est game. Ils avaient mis de base, c'était jusque 22h. La fin du truc, je pense.
On commence à nous faire chier quand même.
It's got to be the early game. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the teams who kind of found success during that game, but I feel like when we jumped into the game and watched for like a minute, there was like 90 players alive super fast, which means that basically 5 teams instantly went down, which is kind of to be expected because we know that there is a lot of teams that are kind of contesting each other around the map. The approach to the early game is going to be the difference for a lot of these teams.
Well, it's time to see if they can make those adaptations again. This is game number 2. Nobody freak out. I'll do it for you. Casters, over to you.
Ok, elle est là. Bestaco, oh merci. Merci, ça veut dire que la game va démarrer.
The original starting point getting a little shaky, but it's going to be an uphill battle for some of these teams already.
Yeah, you kind of look at the Clix and Shark fight over at Wonky Land. Even though Clix didn't have the most phenomenal performance, they have Shark and Teeny. Can that repeat? Game 2 is here, so let's jump right in. Game passes, you kind of have to look at your spot on that leaderboard. We know it's top 25 that get that qualification to championship.
Allez, c'est parti. Là, on veut voir du contest.
Again tomorrow. So you don't need to win every single game. You just need to do good enough.
For Muzz Sphinx, all they really want to win right now is the off-spawn contention. Nebs, Nathan, though, a little bit faster the punch, but not going to be able to connect the shots. No lineup. Muzz skirting off into the building. We'll be able to gather some resources. So these two are going to have to meet head on at a later point.
Ça doit être dur quand même de ce split ça.
Give ourselves a little bit of a fair fight. Chap, Flixie,
quand même pas beaucoup.
We caught very early on. I believe it was Chap that was able to get both of those eliminations, and then we saw him down later because of the third parties. And now it goes, they both grab.
Ouais, mais c'est pour ça en fait qu'ils sont tués. Ouais. Ils sont cons en fait.
C'est des 50-50.
Ouais, mais non. C'est pourquoi lui il était devant, hein. Le Romero là, il était devant.
Peut-être qu'il avait pas de quoi aller plus loin, tu vois.
Mais non, oui, mais d'accord, mais qu'il aille où ce que truc était, où ce que Fix était. Il était avant, toi, là, sur la tour là où il était.
Mais ça, c'est leur spawn, hein. Ça tombe, ils changent pas
de. Ouais, ok, mais bon, là c'est un 50-50. Si tu vois qu'il est derrière toi, vas-y.
Stop anticipating a third party intervening.
Yeah, just all these contested fights all over the map. I saw some action going down in the feed as well for Latte. That's not too far away from here. But Yapko, Panzer,
si tu veux, tu pourras venir mardi, Warren.
They're the ones across from each other, and another one of those contested fights where yes, they can go ahead and play aggressive towards one another, but in the early portions of this, they will at least want to give themselves a loadout, so they're not playing mostly on luck.
But I'd argue that this is a much worse position currently for Jonas and Veloz, because you have to remember, Yapko Panzer, they've already had one solid lobby, and in a 6-game format for top 25, most of the heavy lifting has been completed, so now Veloz and Jonas, they're going to be stuck having to try and escape.
Shark qui tue X. Et Clix qui est mort par Tilly. Ah là. Ah bah ouais.
Mais ouais, il annonce la pluie, hein, les jours qui arrivent.
Ouais, il annonce la pluie samedi, dimanche, lundi.
Ouais, il y a peut-être pas mal de choses.
The first down is there. Clicks in a 2v1. You can see him trying to make a play, but Taco by then it's too late.
Voilà.
Shark and Teeny get their get back.
Look, I understand that Teeny is definitely very strong when it comes to those lurk play opportunities, but sometimes you just gotta let Shark's natural instincts take over. That upfront and aggressive close combat sort of style is definitely going to work out in their favor because Clicks and Higgs, we even heard it in their call out briefly before this matchup started. They were expecting them to play much more passive.
On donne de la brique.
All you need is 1-2 good lobbies and you're through the top 25, and you don't want to be
Donc ça tombe, vrai. Enfin, ouais, non.
Je veux dire quoi?
J'allais dire, non, on en a déjà parlé. Du coup, on les voyait pas jouer parce que. Mais non, du coup.
Ah oui, que la game s'est lancée avant. Hein. Non, c'est sûr que non, c'est impossible.
Putain, ils ont tout ça tout seuls, eux.
Bon, après, je suis sûr qu'il n'y a rien là-dedans. C'est le genre de truc où t'as quelqu'un comme ça. Oh, on aurait. Renan, il peut faire l'envers maintenant qu'il y a l'autre.
Non, je pense pas.
Il pizza et tout. Ouais, c'est bon, là, chez eux, non?
Ah, c'est de la Freestorm. Il va faire la storm tout seul là, vraiment?
Au début, Rez, il va attendre la zone pour eux. En même temps, les autres ils savent pas qu'il est du seul, tu vois, donc il peut. Il va pas se faire push normalement.
Oh, même, je vois ça, même s'il est seul, là, pour le push. Non, non.
Ils sont plus.
Ah!
Thomas, nice.
Allez.
J'ai pris 2 points ça, enfin, je sais pas combien de points le kill.
4-1 je pense. Oh là là, Thomas. Tu décides tellement. C'est 4 points là.
Ouais, 4 points.
Let's go! Un top 1 c'est 20 pompes et s'ils sont premiers aujourd'hui c'est 200 pompes.
Et s'il gagne la...
Bah, je pourrais pas regarder, ça me saoule.
Mais tu sais pas regarder quand tu rentres quand en fait?
Bah je vais quand même relire quoi, j'ai examen lundi.
C'est le lendemain? Ah c'est le lendemain.
Ouais, ou sinon je serais pas rentré.
Already recognized the fact that this lobby is moving at a different pace entirely and they don't want to be left behind. Staying one step ahead of the pack is always going to be difficult though, especially with the way that some of these other teams are playing. Hobby and
Putain, les mouettes là, vous pas fermer vos gueules.
They found themselves just inside of the top 10 and they're looking to hold on to that position.
Fights don't stop. Chap and Flixie from one to the next. They win their off-spawn fight. And sure, essentially, that new sanctuary would be uncontested to themselves, but after that, you see them rotating out through the tunnel. They put themselves in a 2v1 situation. Nutty's going to be the only one down below, and there's really no options. They closed off each end, and they're really trying to make their numbers advantage work, pressuring in zone after zone. Nutty's just trying to go ahead and run away now, and this
Putain, l'enculé, il a vraiment réussi à fuir.
Flixie sent a little bit further back than what had originally been intended there, but Chap still willing to get Chase cut off yet again at the top of that tunnel.
Ouais, le gros il est tellement loin.
Ouais, c'est fini. Ouais, avec les reboots, tu peux tellement partir vite en vrai. Avec la vitesse en plus. Ouais.
Non, mais là ta game elle est finie. Hein.
Pas forcément.
Ouais, gros, quand t'es déjà pas du top tier joueur.
Ah ouais,
que t'es dans la zone comme ça, que tu dois réanimer, non, c'est fini. Et Janice qui est là, c'est quand même fou aussi.
Oh lui il est mort.
Ah,
il a l'air de savoir qu'ils sont là, mais...
Oh gros, il suffit qu'ils prennent une arme.
Il casse le bois, il est mort. Il le voit, il casse le bois, c'est fini. Oh what, il a les réflexes. Oh il l'unbox. Dommage, il a réussi son edit.
L'autre qui a totalement paniqué, le Janice.
up, Jacob, you have to wonder how exactly were Cheatin and Giannis able to slip by the watchtower, and now Haman
Il se chie dessus, ça se voit quand même. Il a la haine, il se chie dessus.
Et surtout qu'il va devoir rota et tout. Le Alex, il avait dit que c'était les meilleurs qu'ils allaient gagner, là, celui qui est en bas. Bah, regarde le Oceanie.
Ouais, Alex, je connais le nom, mais je l'ai pas vu.
Mon Dieu.
Winners of game 1, 101 points, Cold and Rapid. They said, hey, this one for them was a little easy. They got high ground. I don't think anybody had a chance to look up.
Dans ces régions-là, s'il n'y a pas de concurrence, tu gagnes tout le temps, mais c'est compliqué pour les gros les lobbies comme ça. Ouais. C'est pour ça que les Europes sont plus... qu'il y a plus de concurrence.
Scenes over by Frigid Fortress. Could be heating up pretty soon here. Toyota doing what he can to try and stay out of the line of sight there from Vico and Malibuca. You know, they're likely to be lurking. Rapid Coldo, they might have just caught Mibia and Pupun completely off guard, completely sandwiching this duo. They're both so low on HP, and Rapid, he knows there's only one good pump shot left to make this elimination happen.
Yeah, Cold, Rapid. It almost feels like they chased these guys down in game 1. That's how they're able to get their early surge and eliminations, and they're trying to stick to the game plan. Zone is moving over towards the northwestern part of the map, so as soon as they can find this elimination here and clear a path, they won't have much to worry about outside Reed and Cooper. We're at Latte Landing. They know they have their long launch pad then, so they're not in a rush either. And this has kind of been the meta this season. With the shockwaves, with the gauntlets, you can go ahead and travel a long distance in a short time. So you're seeing with the surge changes coming in, more and more teams staying early on.
But the bigger issue that was building there was where Cooper was actually based at. He had the full cutoff point there for Mini Pio. He's forcing them to rotate through painted palms and
alors, regarde s'il y a un joueur, il a... Je sais plus ce qu'il a dit, attends, je l'ai vu tantôt.
It's not like they have a clear-cut path in front of them. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo, they're also taking a little bit more of a scenic tour. They definitely want to start trying to build a little bit more cushion zone in the points department, because 8 is not where we would anticipate to see this duo after that first lobby.
Yeah, and underneath, Venno Curve just rotating on by. I thought for a second maybe they're just lurking around, but nope, you just can't freely pass Peterbot and Pollo when they're that high in the sky. They got a huge vision advantage over everybody else, but Venno and Curve sneaking by, making sure they don't take a single shot of damage. Up top, Peterbot and Pollo, they're gonna use the fizz, the shot.
Je sais plus ce qu'il a dit, mais il avait dit un truc en mode mais aussi ça ne va pas parce que c'est une arbitre femme, un truc comme ça.
Ah ouais, genre de tennis, ouais.
Ah ouais, t'as vu.
Ouais. Par contre, Sinner abusé.
Ouais, mais il a eu, je sais pas ce qu'il avait, il était malade. Il faut rien faire quand t'es malade comme ça, c'est clair.
Il avait pris un mur, un coup de cheveux énorme et il n'arrivait pas à...
Ouais, voilà. Mais en vrai, c'est bizarre.
C'est bizarre parce qu'il restait un jeu, gros.
Oui, c'est ça, il restait rien, quoi. Il gagnait 5-1.
Mais je sais bien, il restait un jeu à gagner, quoi.
Mais pour moi, c'est plus qu'un coup de chaud, parce que... Puis même un coup de chaud, il peut pas lui avoir un coup de chaud, il est habitué de faire ce genre de match, tu vois. L'année passée, il fait un match sous la même température contre Alcaraz.
Il joue peut-être plus tard.
Ouais,
bon. Là, il joue à midi,
même,
il est
habitué,
moins.
Il a déjà fait des matchs comme ça, plein, tu vois.
Ouais, mais bon, peut-être que c'est un trop aussi, il joue tout le temps.
Pour moi, c'est malade.
Bah, il a pas dit ça en tout cas. Il a dit, vas-y, un trop gros coup de chaud, j'ai pris un mur. Et il me faut un peu de temps off, quoi. J'ai trop joué ce temps-ci, il faut que je me repose.
Et du coup, il n'y a plus Alcaraz, il n'y a pas Alcaraz, il n'y a pas Sinner. Medvedev est éliminé aussi.
Djoko, je sais pas si... Il gagnait les deux premiers. Bah, Djoko est là.
Ouais, ouais, non, il te gagnera pas.
Mais Zverev est
oui.
pas bon.
Mais en fait, bah si, c'est après les deux autres, c'est le meilleur.
Mais gros, il est loin des deux autres. Hein.
Oui, non, il est loin. Mais là, vu qu'il n'y a plus personne, c'est lui le favori.
Bah, le Collignon qui sort le Shelton là.
Mais oui, c'est exactement ce que je l'ai dit à Yoann avant le match. Et je dis, qui va gagner Roland Garros? Raphaël Collignon avec un point d'interrogation. Et il me dit, en soi, la partie de tableau, il n'y a plus personne. Hein. J'ai vu sa partie tableau, il n'y a vraiment plus personne pour aller en finale.
Ouais, mais bon, après, c'est pas non plus.
Ah si, il y a toujours des joueurs du top 20 et 10, tu vois, qu'il faut battre. Mais je veux dire, il n'y a plus de gros, quoi.
Et ils ont du mal avec Kotkavichari là.
Ouais. Je veux dire, regardez le match de Collignon là.
Quel cheater.
Peter Bot. Oh, il m'a reçu, non?
They needed more than just a full elimination worth of damage, so they have to continue to be on the hunt. Right now, it looks like they're looking for Cammy as a solo, but you see there's plenty of opportunities right in front of them.
That went from being the dream scenario for Cammy and Hardy to an absolute nightmare, and now Cammy trying to see if he can enact his own revenge here, but Pete, quick with the cutoff. Pete here to remind everybody exactly who he is in this moment, but he'll be forced to just keep things moving forward. He got the damage he was after. He doesn't want to spend any more time here on Cammy, and he's left Cammy in the dust, stuck dealing with Surge and everything else in between.
It's a 5-tick zone. There's no more heals. He has to make it in now.
Oh yeah, la chatte.
Been perfect. He gets into the zone. The elimination of Cammy. The siphon comes in. And now they have a
Ils n'ont pas grand chose.
Oh non, non.
But when you look after their loadout, they're in desperate need of.
Là, ils vont pas hésiter à aller c'est la refresh.
It all depends on whether or not they actually want to try and make some sort of a inside approach. You also have to remember that there are going to be other duos looking to try and scale up this mountain phase.
Tout le monde déteste Caviceti.
Very brutal to actually retain any sort of materials, and when you are a duo that's already clinging on for just those last little bits of scraps, Chino, Pablo, kind of a similar position here. They might have a little bit of damage to be just above for the moment, but will that stay true?
Yeah, in the next zone, that's going to get flipped upside down more than certainly. See Minute down on the side of that mountain. You said it yourself.
Voilà, Sky, tranquille.
Is going to be near impossible. Only the best will survive.
Il est tout seul.
Sky, they see them down to just one individual. Sky, and he's below the damage threshold. 132.
Il y a le français là aussi, je crois que t'as vu.
And he needs it now. Storm Surge will activate. He will take that 25 damage every 7 seconds.
Ouais, mais...
Ah, il est français lui. Ah ouais, mais il parlait en anglais. Oh, mais il parlait comme un bon français.
Ah oui, il parlait.
Non, non, il parlait anglais en conférence de presse, mais avec un bon accent français, avec un vrai français.
Le noir là.
Ouais.
Tellement, il est vraiment fort ce mec. Il a 17 ans.
Putain, pauvre Sky.
J'ai jamais vu un mec en mettant des revers comme il a fait. J'ai jamais vu ça, je pense.
J'ai jamais vu Federer jouer, toi.
Non, si, non, tu te rends pas compte. Je te jure que t'as pas vu. Il faisait que ça et ça passait tout le temps. Et il les mettait vraiment sur la ligne, fond du court. Si, j'ai eu Federer jouer, t'inquiète pas, j'ai bien vu.
Definitely sniffed out his position, but they also know why take the risk. They have the options, the opportunity to try and make their way towards the next high ground point. And Sky still as a solo from behind takes down Science, takes down
c'est horrible.
the siphon kicking in. The lifeline has been extended.
Faut arrêter de rater tes balles, hein, gros. C'est pas focus, c'est pas mais focus, ils sont où eux? Oh! Oh, j'ai explosé. Putain, je les vois pas, ils sont pas là.
Putain, ouais, Rex il a dû changer de jeu.
Ah ouais?
C'est qui il a pas eu son visa.
Oh, c'est horrible ça.
C'est pas un français en plus. C'est quoi? Un biélorusse, je pense.
Ah, Thomas, c'est pas là.
Du coup, il a dû choisir un autre duo, il a pris qui.
Regarde qui est en haut. Ah si, si, y'a Thomas. Wouh!
Tu vois,
Ouais, je l'ai vu.
Thomas.
Ouais, les deux sont full vie, ça va.
Completely smothering this lobby and not allowing anybody to even remotely consider trying to challenge them on height. All they've got to do is keep spraying out that secondary height layer, and even the duo that are trying to
Minori qui meurt.
overdrive their way forward, they're just getting cut off entirely. Bolton, Acorn, along with the rest of the lobby, the catastrophe is taking place. No one can survive.
Yeah, as we see, going off the side of the mountain again, going down, maybe a little bit of hills in the way for Pablo. Chino, you see they have very little materials, no extra heals. Even though Storm Surge is no longer a worry in this game, it's about where they're going to get the elimination. And Kiruo
Focus qui tue quelqu'un. Focus Thomas, ils sont pas mal là, hein.
Un peu trop près de Darko, ça mon goût.
Ils sont vraiment en train de faire juste les games qu'il faut pour être top 25 quoi. Wow.
A bit too close for comfort here. Malabuka without any material. He's waiting to see if Vico can actually play catch up, but Vico left behind.
Non, 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 Malik. Malik, tu les laisses. Malik, tu les laisses. Darkoski.
Voilà,
tue quelqu'un dans la
Darkoski.
storm. Thomas, ils sont là.
Car on a une pause, on s'en fout.
Ah, Darko c'est mort.
Ah bah.
Non, ça va, en vrai, il a fait une game qu'il fallait.
Ouais, Darko
Top 12, c'est bien.
Ouais, surtout pour avoir rien de plus après.
Ah, Thomas qui meurt. Non, Marius va te faire enculer. Focus, non. Ah si. Ah, c'est pas une mauvaise game en vrai.
J'ai non.
Mountain, yes, I said it. Acorn and Bolts, they've claimed this mountain. It pulls up towards this drop spot, and they are not letting up off the gas. This is their perfect opportunity, not only climb up that leaderboard, but potentially take first. But there's still so many waiting in the wings. You see Shark, Teeny still alive.
Ils sont sur là, ils font rien en fait. Ils ont rien à faire, à part reculer.
But the onslaught won't stop. Demus is there, trying to get revenge, but he falls as well. Vico stands
Ils sont bien là. Hein.
Vico's right at home, finding that fragger opportunity, and now playing catch up to the rest of the lobby.
Je sais pas si on va réussir à remonter.
Ils sont encore là eux.
Bolt, Acorn still causing so much of a delay though in terms of where Yapko goes next.
Comment ils l'ont pas dirigé là?
Beaucoup en vrai.
Pas Vico est remonté.
Oh le truc gratuit.
Vico il va top 1.
Still trying to find more eliminations here. Top 3, most of the placement points, but essentially 2 solos against the duo of Acorn and Bolts. And now the zone pulling down the mountain again. A perfect scenario for Vico to stay alive just a little bit longer.
Ils ont rien besoin de faire. Top 2.
But now what do you do? You're going against Acorn and Bolts.
Oh gros, regarde comme ils sont, gros, ils ont rien fait de la game.
Quand t'as vu la zone, celui qui a là, il freeze.
Yeah, ils vont rien faire, ils vont juste attendre.
Quoi, du vélo quoi.
Non, il a rien du tout.
Oh, il doit remonter en plus.
Ouais, c'est fini. En fait, si personne ne descend, ils ont gagné, mais ils le savent pas. Ça. Ils le savent pas.
Après ils vont faire comme il faut faire. Il y en a un qui va aller le push. Ah, vers la fin et l'autre qui va se filmer.
To try and stay alive, but I fear we are only watching the inevitable unfold here, Jacob. Vico might be able to try and shift things up, but he's going to need to pull out all the stops here, and it doesn't look like it'll be enough as Bolt.
Il a tiré sur son mec quand même. Ouais, une balle.
From the backside of the mountain to the top of the summit, Acorn and Bolt have just won a game.
La twist qu'ils font 2 top 1 de suite.
and they have to be feeling out of this world, Frankie.
Acorn and Bolts, the casters were saying, you must be feeling out of this world with that victory royale.
Yeah, very ecstatic. We pulled every zone, you know, very lucky, but of course, Acorn was IGLing very well, nice height tarps, and you know, we're one of the best duos in the world, so nothing's gonna stop us.
You're looking like it.
On a eu toutes les zones, on a vraiment eu de la chance. Et en fait, il spawn et ça se finit.
En
plus, putain, ouais, je rends la chatte.
Putain, gros, abusé quoi.
I seen Cold Rapid win a game. You know, we had to follow him. And they on top, baby, let's go.
Have you guys all had a conversation in North America back in the player lounge to say, you know what, let's do this. Let's take this away from Europe.
Oh yeah, we're all doing it for NA, you know, and Twisted Minds, of course, one of the best orgs in the world.
Well, guys, you definitely gave us all a show. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, game number 3.
Parti pour 10-15 minutes, ça tombe.
Oh ouais.
Je me vois un mec qui fait TikTok. Je cours le nombre de kilomètres par jeu perdu par Sinner. Bah, du coup, il va pas devoir en perdre beaucoup au final. Enfin, en faire beaucoup. Parce qu'il est éliminé.
Ça c'est Sky Scroll. Je sais pas qui est Sky et qui est Scroll mais...
De quoi?
Je sais pas qui est Sky et qui est Scroll mais... Welcome back everyone.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS
Ah là
Summit.
là, c'était sûr
We
qu'il allait
got
dire ça.
Mini Miner, we got Love in 2K, and for a moment, I'm gonna put my NA bias mask on. NA on top, baby! NA on top! All right, sorry about that. I'm gonna take my NA bias mask off. Crazy stuff! Big W here. Mini help.
Big W here for...
Look, I'm happy for my boys because it's a great win.
Yep.
It's great, and they needed that, especially with all the question marks around them being NA's last hope. It's a good sign of what's to come, I think, for those two.
Yeah, really nicely played from these guys as well. I think they identified, of course, that the zone was going up on this absolutely gigantic hill. They took height really early, and I think if we've watched a lot, if you guys at home have watched a lot of Fortnite at the higher level, we've seen that if you take height early, Levin, it doesn't usually go too well. But because these guys still had so many of those builds, and more importantly, all the teams down below spent so many builds trying to get up that hill, they could just ride out for success here and did really well at it.
Yeah, and ultimately a comfortable game for these two, right? It's a very favorable zone. They didn't have to spend much running them out all over the map, and it sort of gives them that sort of momentum as they get into the end game to play for height. We know it's something that Acorn can do, even if it isn't what his go-to strategy is. And, you know, Bolt said it in my interview with him. He believes Acorn is the best IGL in the world. That confidence to follow him and then deliver with the fragging, it's a great combination.
Dude, so sick to see this, right? Like, again, and what's tough, right, is there are so many incredible, like, any duo in this lobby could win, and I'd be just amped, right? Because this is kind of like a sneak peek at what like a globals could look like. So to see them come out on top, massive stuff. Take a look at these beautiful standings. Yapko and Pans are currently sitting in that #1 spot. What's interesting as well, the teams just in front and just behind them fall early on, right? This is a huge window for them to make a move. And man, with duos like this, Mini, the moment you give them that opportunity, they will strike.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, they're making the most of those games, those early 2 games, right? There's 17 eliminations.
Ah, ça monte vite quand même, le top 10. Ouais, c'est le top 10 après.
Performing very well here as well.
I think Zeke might have pulled the trigger on the whole NA
Il est
on top
top 15 à 10
thing.
minutes.
That was an EU team on top, bro.
Il est de quoi à 40 points, top 20?
No, my NA bias mask is
Un peu plus.
Peut-être même pas en vrai.
Si, un peu plus peut-être.
Et tu sais que le top 25, t'as pas encore 2 points.
Mais si, top 25, t'as
que l'équipe qui compte. Ouais, t'as 2 points et puis le reste c'est les kills quoi.
Ouais, je sais bien. Après, 4 points le kill, c'est beaucoup quand même.
Je pense que ça va être 27 points, 29 points.
Je pense. Non, mais tu penses en tout?
Ah, en tout, bah tu fais après 15 points par game, donc
second place right here, and it wasn't easy for them, Levin, on the side of this hill. I just mentioned it. All those teams down below, these guys are one of them. Low on the materials, had to rely on their aim, which Vico is very good at. And ultimately, a very, very good game for them, making advantage of that zone.
Yeah, and I'm glad we get to see Vico try his stuff a bit, because really and truly, there are not many players on this stage that
qui lui met en réflexe.
He is one of the elitists in the world, and if he was feeling any nerves like you were alluding to, Mini, they surely are gone now after that game.
I love that he mouthed it. I don't know if you can tell. He said, I tried. And you know,
really did.
He did. In that circumstance, man, you look up, you're like, yeah, this is a little bit cooked. Old Man Mountain did take his toll. But again, we just seen a handful of really good games back to back. And then we'll be okay, right? So I'm excited to see them. I appreciate that Vico, of course, he's pretty emotional, but he's very content. He's like, hey, he wasn't even like, oh man, I can't. But he was like, yeah, I tried. You know, I did what I could. Sky and Scroll as well, another EU team though, going crazy. I'm excited to see more from them. But man, again, it's just like with so many names in this lobby, dude, it's just like, it's like a feast, right? It's awesome.
I was glad to see them make it a bit deeper, because that first game, Mini, it scared me. We obviously watch EU.
Ils avaient 4 points.
We're not used to seeing Sky and Scroll not deep into an end game, and so I thought, I hope the occasion has gotten to them. Clearly not, because this is exactly what Sky was doing when they won an FNCS on the EU. Clutching up in these end games, in big moments, in uncomfortable situations, hitting shots like this. And again, we want to see more of it today.
And this is one of the things we've been talking about all season long. Both of them are so good individually that no matter what one of them goes down, the other one still has all of the firepower necessary to clutch up. And that's what Sky just did right there. Yes, of course, it wasn't an amazing game for them. Yes, of course, they're not moving their way up in the leaderboard absolutely massively. But what is important for them is just keeping them in the tournament, keeping them inside, of course, that contention for the top 25. Because realistically, I mean, we expect these guys to qualify through. So when they make it to endgame as a duo, when the zone is on a massive hill, expect to see these guys on top.
And earlier with Tokata and of course Vivid, we kind of talked about the meta within the meta. What are you guys seeing now with about a minute out? Obviously, kind of what you called out, Sky and Scroll, dude, we're seeing them win games, we're seeing them go crazy, but suddenly we're finding ourselves in a solo clutch situation. It's got to be the quality of this lobby, right?
It's difficult. It's also very difficult to sort of predict what's going to happen in these lobbies. You play EU, you play the scrims, you know the teams around, you know how your drop spot's going to work, how they play Surge, and that's a key element of their strategy. But when you come up in this lobby against all these other regions playing their own styles, their own strategies, ultimately it's tough for them to predict what's going on.
En avoir,
meta within meta goes, right?
Prends-moi un truc.
In game 1 and here in game 2 is teams who maybe we don't traditionally consider height teams being opportunistic, being aggressive towards height when getting favorable zones, right? Cold and Rapid, again, it was a zone where they had a bit more to work with than the rest of the lobby. They thought, let's take height. Same thing with Acorn and Bolts there. If you are a team who maybe you don't usually play height, if you had a favorable zone, maybe you do have to go for it.
Yeah, man, again, it's with the top 25, you know, we just need those few games. I'm almost wondering, like, is there still a bit of those nerves? I know we're only 2 games in, but we're almost halfway through, right? We need that pop-off game.
Well, that's the thing. You have to throw the nerves out the window now as we get on to the rest of this tournament. If you need a win, you need a big game. Height ultimately still is a very, very good way of going about that. Even if a lot of the other teams aren't playing it, it almost gives you that green light. But of course, if you're one of those teams that are outside of that top 25, so many other teams will be thinking to do the same. And that's when it becomes really messy, especially with these overdrive grenades. Anything can happen. So it's a bit tame right now, but of course, we'll see how things develop.
I'll be honest. I'm looking at these guys on our screen here. Deemish, Dom.
Yeah.
I think I saw, shout out to my guy Spudson, I think I saw him talking about them where he was talking about all the different EU teams that people have been bigging up going into the competition, right? People are looking at Liko Malabuka, Sharkantini, Sky and Scroll. Why are we not talking more about Dom and Deemish? I think they've had, I guess by their standards, maybe a slightly more quiet year compared to the quality you'd expect for them. But you can never count these guys out because every time people did over the course of last year, they overcame expectations, and I think there's a good chance we see them do that today.
Yeah, and I was speaking to their coach Sven, and he was saying, of course, they've had a few issues. Of course, the drop spot situation this season's been really difficult. They've had to switch around. They haven't found that home. And even this weekend, they've had to switch drops as well. Of course, they're now going towards that west side of the map. And I think the key word that I use to describe these guys, particularly this season, is just adaptability. Every single time they try and change something up, they try something new. They're just such a great team together. Of course, Sven's going to be helping with that so much as well. It just seems to work for them. And that's such a valuable asset to have in this lobby in particular because, again, as I mentioned earlier, you don't know what things are going to happen. You don't know who's going to be rotating where. So if you can have that adaptability, it's going to pay dividends.
I have decided to be the designated vibe assessor and vibe monitor at the LAN. You know, watching every player's vibe, figuring out who's comfortable, who's maybe a bit nervous. Every time I've seen Deemish and Dom, they just look comfy. They don't look like a young team who has only ever played at one big LAN and maybe are still feeling a bit nervous. They just seem like ready for this occasion, and that, you know, goes a long way in these types of cups.
That's interesting, Lovin, because even at the beginning of the show, when you guys had that opportunity to kind of talk with different players, there was several that were kind of like, hey, this kind of feels like home. This kind of feels like I've been here before, or I have been here this many times. Like, that is such an advantage, right? For some of these players seeing their first LAN, they're thinking, this crowd is really loud. This desk isn't my desk. I have this comfort level at home that isn't here.
Yeah, I think the beauty of us being, you know, another year into VFNCS is earlier on, right? We used to be at these events and we used to go, half the lobbies never played at a LAN, right? And it's like, have been here, right? And you do feel that comfortability. You're right. I think it goes a long way. You don't have to think about, oh, am I going to be all right? Am I going to be nervous? Like, you just know what you need to do on the stage.
Look at this leaderboard. I just looked down. I took a little look. Benno, Curb, up 9 places in 9th place right now. It's crazy, you know, when you start to look at the disparity of the points, crazy. You're like, oh, Yapko Panzer 172. What the heck? 10th place, 76. Even Darkos and Minori there. You know, these games will go any which way. But to see Curb and Benno, dude, you know, we just love Benno. We're Benno stands here.
I don't know Benno.
Oh, sorry about that.
He's coming from my
I was shaking.
When I saw him reach for that telestre, I said, I am finished.
Yeah, he was like, can I draw? And I was like, oh, he wants to be a commentator. He's trying to be an analyst.
He might as well have said, oh, sorry, can I take your job real quick? Instead of saying, can I draw? Because, I mean, that's what he is, though. He's a great mind in the game. Right?
Marcos Minori 10e.
That's absolutely crucial in terms of Curve's development as well. We've seen him just rising time after time. And being with someone like Benno, it's going to pay dividends for him as well.
Fantastic stuff, guys. I'm getting word. The next game is ready to go. So, casters, take it away.
With EU on top of the leaderboard.
Quand on sait qu'on est parti sur des bases de fin vers 22h30 ou 23h.
Ah mais ils sont lents, gros.
Ça fait 1h30 quoi. Que la première s'est lancée. Un peu moins.
Enfin un peu moins. Et il leur faut 40 000 par game, je dirais. Peut-être 45. Il
reste
3 heures, c'est... 22h30.
Il faut faire deux fois ce qui vient de se passer.
Ouais, bah ouais, 22h30.
Ouais, donc ouais, 3 heures. Ouais.
Bon, on y est.
I'm going to be hyping all of the teams while I'm up here, taking the opportunity to call out all of the boys. But we know kind of where the focus has been in the early game. I feel like Wonkyland, we got to go ahead and mention that. We got to go ahead and take a little peek that way, because if we take a look at the score overall, it's got to be 1-1. But a quick moment before we jump over there.
C'est 2-7. C'est 2-2.
Yep,
Je sais
2-0
pas,
off spawn at the new sanctuary. There was a couple of scares in game 1 where after that elimination,
non, même pas encore. Ils gagnent 2-1 et c'est 4-4 dans le 4ème set. Ouais. 6-4, 6-4. Ils gagnaient 2 fois 6-4 et puis il a perdu 6-3.
Putain, what the fuck, ils leur ont mis une avance dans le...
For the opportunity to strike back. They've really got to get some points building on the board, and they need it to start now before we're done with the halfway point. But trouble is still striking everywhere else. Agers and Ritual, they are chasing down Cooper, Reed, Higgs, Clicks, being absolutely ran down by Teeny and Shark. There is no escape.
X est mort.
They to pick the wrong opportunity to jump on here.
Trouble in paradise. If you take a look over how good Clicks and Higgs have been doing off spawn over the past couple of days, the confidence is probably what led them to actually make the final decision to land at Wonkyland. But I can't lie, when the stakes matter, when everything matters here on the upper bracket, man, falling short.
Yeah, let's see how this off-spawn fight actually went. I did see some third-party shots coming into the mix, but Higgs gets beat off-spawn for the floor loot. Teeny takes him down. He's trying to run away, but eventually it gets all cut short. An interesting decision, though. We did not see them try to chase down Clicks as a solo, so we can see the return of Higgs.
They know that there's just too many other opportunities here, but Agers first, he's going to look to bring down Reed. Cooper somewhere left stranded now. What was originally just, pleasant vibes between the two NA teams has immediately turned into a clash here as Ritual and Agers, I feel like they're on the hunt right now for Cooper.
I mean, they should be, right? Maybe they're a little bit jealous. Hey, listen, this duo has landed at our same drop spot. They're a little bit higher up on the leaderboard. Nah, we got to take the fight to them. So Latte landing up there. We can kind of see how that one is painting out. Cooper obviously going to be wanting to run away, but it looks like Jacob Ritual and Agers are kind of on the hunt. They might have a little bit of information as to where he is currently at.
Yeah, they just realized they just want to make sure he's pushed far enough away so he can't sneak in and loot the north side of Latte Landing. So they're going to go ahead and work their way from the north all the way down to the south. And because they already have the early sense of the zone pulling towards the north, they're not in a hurry either. And this is one of the biggest changes to Latte Landing with the golden fishing spots. It's almost a guaranteed chance that they're able to get some sort of gold loadout.
Other teams are still looking to try and seal their own fates with these early off-spawn battles. Golden Knight looking to disengage. Tinka resigns. They don't want to draw any third-party intervention here, and they're already looking to just try and create a little bit of space here. Gonna start cranking up, but there's only so much material left for them to work with here at New Sanctuary.
Oh, on connaît cet endroit, c'est à côté de l'île.
Look for either a fight and a refresh or just a full.
Hey, c'est chez nous.
They look like they have primary control in New Sanctuary.
Ça va être chez nous en fait. Attends, Minori Darko spawn là. Ils sont super loin.
Ils sont maison avec les 3 trucs là. Ah, c'est la maison, c'est la petite cabane. Avec les bidons.
Ah ouais, j'ai encore, mais c'était du pont là.
Juste devant l'île. Ouais, du coup maintenant c'est plus ça, maintenant c'est un préfabriqué je pense.
Ouais, c'est les préfabriqués là. Ouais, ils sont préfabriqués quoi.
Ouais. Mais en face du lama genre. Plus près, ils étaient là. Ouais. Ils étaient vers eux quoi. Après ils ont des pas spawn là je crois. Ça tombe ils spawn ou spawn.
Ouais, je sais pas.
followed by Hari and Cammy. So it's interesting decisions how we're going to see them play this one out because 16 points. I don't think anybody would have guessed them this low on the leaderboard coming into game 3.
Now, things have definitely dissipated a little bit there too. 4P and Poya, you could tell they weren't able to find anything in Humble. They're just going to default back on over to Squiggly Shores, but Pablo, Chino, here at Sandy Strip, they have plenty of company nearby, probably more neighbors than they're actually looking for, at least for the early starting measures. But Sandy Strip, we knew it was going to be triple contested since the start of this day, Jacob, and I really can't help but wonder whether or not some of these duos are going to choose to stick around.
Well, I do know for sure that Mini Pio and Fukun, they've already kind of left Sandy Strip. We do see them there now, rotating with the zone. But I was talking to Kanata in between one of those games. He said, yeah, we made them leave. We only have to deal with one team now. It's Chino and Pablo. So, I mean, I wouldn't be too excited because there are huge threats to this lobby. But at least one less team that they have to worry about.
Vico and Malabuka here towards Frigid Fortress. I feel like those first two zones were pretty favorable. Whenever we took a look at the leaderboard, pretty much every single team that landed on the northeast side of the map, I saw a little arrow upwards next to their name, obviously picking up big points, but you're going to have to go a little bit higher than that. Yapko and Panzer right now sitting pretty first place, 180 points, and I can't lie, the biggest difference, it's all in the eliminations.
And that's also a very worrying factor for so many of these other teams because we know top 25 can be forgiving, but at the same time, what if you're a duo that's trying to contest the team looking to claim their drop spot outright for finals? And that's where Cooper finds himself in a bit of a hole here currently, forced out of Latte landing by Agers and Ritual, but he had nowhere left to run to. Latte is just so far north of the map, the only places that he could look to retreat were straight into the hands of other duos.
Surtout que l'autre est là. Oh, Focus qui a fait un kill.
That the zone is still floating around the north side of the map, because if we had a far southern zone or even towards the southwest, but most of those teams would be out of here already. Maybe a few sprinkled around, but it'd be definitely easier than this.
Thomas qui tue Nebs.
Carillion from the other side, they pick up that elimination. And there's one thing about Carillion and Jargu. It's a team you could almost never count out. They got in through that last opportunity, switching teammates. They get into the FNCS finals at the bottom of that bubble.
And you can see their kind of slow approach to that fight as we take a look towards another fight that has seemingly reached a bit of a stalemate. We're going to be looking at a Minish and Javi. They hear that overdrive grenade go off. They're going to be taking a look. They're not going to fall short to a little bit of a fooled plan, similar to how Shark and Tini did earlier on. They can actually see the players disappear off in the distance, so they know they actually did use that grenade to go ahead and rotate out.
Like the idea there, though, from Bakusin here. They don't need to stick around. They've actually had a lot of success already on the starting point today. I believe they were in that 8th place position on the leaderboard, entering this halfway point of today's competition. So the only things really left to do is wait and see what are Chino and Pablo going to do with this legendary POI.
Oh my gosh, what are Pablo and Chino going to do with it? What is the rest of the lobby going to do with it as well? Take a look at the map. I can't even count that high, Jacob. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams. I think there's like a solo in there somewhere as well. The zone seemingly is going a little bit further south of Sandy Strip, but every single team is looking to claim some early
Minori mort.
This POI. I think they heard you, because as you said 7, another team floated. Wait for us. We want to join the party as well.
J'ai pas vu si Darkos était mort. Darkos mort.
Non.
Ouais, ils ont encore de l'avance. Hein,
ouais, ils comptent encore les games après.
Sûr.
Size and Scary, they are one duo that is yet to throw their name into the hat for contention over by Sandy Strip. They're still hanging out near Builders Barracks, and Size, Scary, Spaniards hoping to try and represent, but at the same time, Jacob, coming from that EU nation, they've had a lot of experience with dealing with aggressive fighting styles.
Ils sont vraiment venus les chercher là. Je pense que c'est eux qui ont tué Darkos et Minori en plus. Ils sont vraiment venus les chercher sur une tour là. C'est même pas la leur.
Peter a fait un beau début quand même.
Ouais, Minute, c'est vrai que c'est un nom de bot, ouais.
Back and forth between POIs, right? They continue to try to find some sort of successful aggression. As you can see right there, one elimination on Peterbot right now. I did see off screen that's actually gonna come off of the back of a reboot, so they were fully aware of the opportunity with that. And I did have sort of like a drive-by conversation with Fax today. I was like, dude, we gotta be feeling good, right?
J'ai Dardemus, Sky Scroll, Focus Thomas. En vrai, Von Pablo et tout, je les aime pas vu qu'ils sont dans une team française.
Du coup, le mec qui a tué iDrop, ouais. Oh putain, et what? iDrop est mort d'un autre jeu que... C'est Kizio qui l'a tué et c'est le de Rex.
But this isn't just an NAFNCS. This is the best of the entire world when it comes to Fortnite. You're not going to get the same opportunities. Those windows will be smaller, and I think they're learning that with each and every game goes by. And that's
rien à foutre d'utiliser des répus.
Change out of the game plan in Game 3 for Peterbot and Poyo.
Yeah, and keep a close eye on all of these teams like Noah and Reason who actually went ahead. They left Sandy a little bit earlier on, right? We did see them kind of based up on one of those tall buildings. As you can see on the north side of the zone as it currently stands, what do we have? 4 duos kind of posted up here, ready to catch all of those rotates from all of those Sandy teams that we just kind of talked about. Because
the zone was a little bit further south, all of those teams are 46, 47, top
Sandy, which provides a great opportunity for anybody
ah oui, c'est le top 25. Ah.
Mais il était à... on l'a vu? Il semble que j'ai
non,
36.
Je sais pas vu. Ouais, j'ai pas fait gaffe peut-être.
Je peux voir quand je suis
entirely different strategy. They're still hanging out in Battlewood Boulevard. They're hoping to see if they can pick up some additional points here off the eliminations, and they might just find exactly what they're after. Hamed trying to escape. Dixter nowhere left to run as Benno just easily clears those 2 out with Curve.
Yeah, that's one thing I've learned on NA when Benno won his inter-regional championship from EU and NA is you don't mess with the guy in his drop spot. Multiple times in that major final, teams were trying to steal away his loot. He just chased them down and send them packing back to the lobby, which kind of helped his game plan because of
Sphinx, je pense que tu peux pas aller les jouer. Honnêtement, Meuse je le connais, mais Sphinx, gros, tu te calmes. Ah gros. Ah bah X et Click sont en vie.
Little check in here with Pablo and Chino. We know that they land Sandy Strip, 280 damage above right now. They're going for some control. They're going for a little bit of a sneaky play onto some players, but everybody in the surrounding area is taking full advantage. They done big damage on the Pablo and Chino. They're going to be forced to refresh right now. When we tune into them, they were 260 above, but as soon as they went ahead and took that fight,
j'ai dit qu'il danse, il va avoir du shield s'il danse.
Mais vraiment ça marchait.
Je vais voir, on était à côté, on fait rien du tout. Les infos clairos.
Mais ça marchait. Hein.
En tout cas, j'ai jamais vu ça marcher. Peut-être en game normal ou quoi.
Et d'ailleurs, en OG, c'était bien, on était bien bloqué à 500 builds pendant un moment.
J'en ai des barres quoi.
Quoi?
Je me rappelle pas qu'on parlait de
ça. J'avais dit, putain, c'est 999 maintenant. Tu m'avais dit c'est tout le temps ça. Et bah en fait j'ai regardé les clips que j'avais fait en OG. Et non, il y a des fois j'étais bloqué à 500.
Ouais mais genre récemment, mais à l'époque c'est toujours 999.
Oh ouais, à l'époque oui.
Almost essentially 2 eliminations here that Swizzy needs to get by himself with his back pushed up against the wall. Even further now is Doxy, maybe X-Pawn as well, are trying to get elimination of their own.
Yes, Barry, no opportunity to go ahead and let Swizzy get any damage here as they're going to be using the overdrive grenades to go ahead and disengage. That is worst case scenario for Swizzy, for somebody that needs to do 300 damage.
Toi t'as vu le
Ils étaient en 2v1. Ils étaient en 2v1, ils ont fui.
Et regarde, c'est lui qui les suit gros. Il sait mais il a rien après. Il a pas à le faire.
Ouais mais non plus, je te jure il peut les tuer.
Ouais mais il a le storm.
Left for Swizzy to actually venture through, and Doxy X-Pawn, they just played that one excellently. They knew that he was trapped. He had nowhere left to run to, and just like that, we're right back here at Sandy Strip, and the cube is
Quoi?
Hein? Non, non. Sinon, quoi? Hein?
Non, 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 non.
Non, mais attends, il est en train de cheat en live ou?
Non, 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 non.
Tu sais que cheat, il est con de faire ça à ce moment-là.
De toute façon, il peut pas, c'est des PC, des...
Ah ouais, ouais.
C'est impossible.
Attends, mais
Mais
ouais.
wesh.
Il a peut-être ramené un truc, une puce ou je sais pas quoi.
Wesh.
Attends, quoi?
Marius mort. Et drop mort. Fini. Sky qui fait un kill. Ouais, Thomas, je ne le vois pas.
Il est mort. T'as pas vu?
Non, non, j'ai pas vu, non. Ah, ils sont là. Ils sont bien en plus.
Ils sont bien, on sait pas leur save.
Non, non, mais ils sont full shield quoi.
Ah ouais, ça ouais. De toute façon, ils ont plus de build.
Et on connaît aussi ici quand on doit être en zone.
Ils font. Ouais.
Ah, le Alex là, alors on meurt quoi. X qui meurt. Clix qui meurt.
C'est compliqué quand même.
Ah ouais, ça a l'air d'être compliqué, ouais, pour eux. Où es-tu? Où es-tu?
Je l'ai pas vu mourir encore, mais non.
Eh, arrête, arrête, arrête. Pourquoi il y a un clébard et typical... Oh là 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 là, qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Putain, Sky, ils font leur game là en vrai. Putain, je les vois pas. Oh, je les vois pas.
Tuning in with Sky and Scroll. We just looked at these guys 45 seconds ago. They had 21 materials to their name. Elims are going to be helping out with that.
And that's exactly where Sky was able to get the party started here with Chance and Tyler. The moment that they claim that frontside low ground position, they are right back in the most comfortable.
Et c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon, je les vois. Focus, remettre à full.
Oulala, ils vont roter en retard, ils vont se faire laser par tout le monde.
Oh, en tout cas, ceux qui retaillent, ils laser les autres. Wesh. Vico qui tue Veno. Et Sphinx qui finit Veno. Alors Sphinx, j'avais dit que tu servais à presque à rien, mais là il finit le kill.
Oh Malibuka, oh choqué.
Ouais, il est des couilles. Sky Scroll, Thomas Focus, je les vois toujours. Putain, Sky Scroll, ils sont trop bien là. Oh. C'est trop bien mis.
Cold and rapid throughout the day. They've been known for coming out swinging, right? Winning game number 1. But I would imagine now that all the other teams are kind of feeling comfortable towards the higher ground, maybe they go ahead and go back to what they're used to.
Ok. Putain, ils font du retard hors zone, c'est malade.
Tiny Shark pour là.
Ça sent que c'est une grosse manette. Tenny. Ok. Par contre, c'est mal fait. Quand t'es sur la pauvre des joueurs, t'as l'impression qu'ils sont tout le temps en zone, tu vois. Shark qui tue Yakpo, Panzer qui meurt. Fini pour eux. Ça veut dire que Thomas est encore là, top 20 c'est pas mal. Focus qui fait un kill sur El Sharawi.
Ce qui arrive, il y avait rien à voir. Oui, au Peter Bot peut-être.
Ouais, où êtes-vous? Je vous vois pas, je l'ai pas vu.
On est vu un des deux.
Focus qui fait un kill. Fini, récup le...
C'est pas que j'ai vu en plus.
Focus qui finit, ok parfait. Fait 4 points en plus, c'est excellent. Top 17, c'est pas mal. Pour le top 25, c'est pas mal. Sky Scroll qui veut le monter. Demus qui meurt. Yuma, je sais même pas qui t'es, mais tu tues tout le monde. Zeta, c'est la team asiatique, ça je connais.
Il voit quoi
Ok, Focus Thomas, vous êtes là. Shark, laisse-les gros. Voilà, laisse-les.
wake up and start to play to your full
Ouais,
potential. And
Alex.
this game is a real example of that. Same thing for Rapid and Cold. They won game 1 and then they had a
C'est déjà un nom qui n'a rien à voir.
their path for game 2. And this is a chance
Mec qui s'appelle Requin.
Putain, c'est vrai, Canada est là aussi.
one of the most consistent teams we have still alive in this lobby, even as a solo. As Beatabot tries to run down.
Regarde comme les gens célèbrent. T'as entendu quand il est mort, ils ont fait ouais.
En même temps, c'est les Français en même temps. C'est ce qui s'est pris à Paris, là, Peter Blue.
Je ne vois pas. Putain, Malibuka ils sont encore là, frère. Non. Non. Top 9.
Ah bah.
Ouais, top 9 c'est pas mal. Ah bah, Sharky,
already looking to try and drop a little bit further. He wants the refreshes, he wants the eliminations, he knows that he can trust Rapid to just hold things down on height, but Pollo trying to take out Teeny. It's an even exchange here, but Pollo coming out on top because Twy is no longer in existence.
Yeah, gets that elimination almost stolen by Cold and Rapid up above, but now they drop down. They said, hey, we're not going to steal that one, but they're going to take you out. Cold and Rapid on top, on high ground right now. Winners
Sky Scroll. Allez, Sky Scroll.
FNCS champions, and then you have Cringe. He can play the Thorn in this entire mix.
But take a look at Rapid. He's looking for opportunities to go ahead and help secure this 2v2. He's trying to pick up all the materials that he possibly can, trying to look for some angles. The overdrive.
Voilà, montrez-leur. Voilà. Allez. Mais par contre, vous lui avez laissé le high, du coup, c'est un peu bizarre.
And Scroll just like that realizes his duo's in trouble, but Scroll, he's gonna take
Oh.
over. Rapid has been eliminated now.
Mais cringe, hein.
1v1 situation.
For Sky and Scroll to finally get their chance to strike back.
Oh,
Cringe va tellement win. Oh.
Scroll with only 2 builds remaining. Can he find the closing shot? Just needs to
Il
get
est
that
mort.
max hit off the chaos reloader, but sure enough, Scroll can't do it. Cringe has won it out, and that's gonna be
Putain, cringe, en vrai, il est resté longtemps seul, je pense.
When you're playing that long as a solo to come out on top and actually win the game, they have to be feeling great.
Cringe and Twy, can you believe you just took down Sky and Scroll?
Sky and Scroll, really?
It was Sky and Scroll, it was that 2v2 situation. Talk me through it.
I mean, like, shit was just easy, I'm not gonna lie.
Really?
Ouais, il a dit comme si Sky Scroll s'en bat les couilles de jouer Sky Scroll, le mec.
I mean, bro, it wasn't that easy. He had to solo clutch it.
Well, you know what, British players, you know, we have to talk a big game. So talk to me about your game then. What is the plan here in Düsseldorf?
I mean, you just run around, eliminate everyone, and just win every endgame you make.
And it's interesting because I feel like some of the European teams have actually struggled with the zones with Net Surge. How have you been finding it?
Net Surge? I mean, you just run deep and chill. That's about it.
So all you got to do is just W that key.
Yeah.
Yeah? King the W?
Yeah.
So, Düsseldorf, what
Ils
do
ont
we
rien à
think of
dire.
Brian Cringe? Okay then, that's 3 games done. We're going to have a short break. When we come back, we'll be assessing all the action so far.
Putain, il faut le renvoyer un clip.
Il s'est fait break Djokovic. 6-5.
Il a perdu là 2-2
Non, peut-être bientôt.
Ah ouais, ok.
C'est 6-5 et c'est le service de l'autre, donc...
Bon, j'allais me faire truc à grime. Je regarde vite la vidéo de Room YouTube.
C'est qui ça?
Je sais pas, c'est un gars qui vient de nulle part et qui monte en abonné.
Ah, c'est pas le mec qui met la musique de Michael Jackson?
Si, si. Cette semaine-ci, quoi. Et la semaine prochaine aussi. Vu que les montages sont faits, il m'a dit.
Il t'a dit carrément?
Ouais, il m'a dit. Je le connais, gros. C'est la combien d'abonnés là?
Ton frère, c'est ton frère, c'est sûr.
C'est la combien d'abonnés là?
Non.
191.
Waouh, incroyable.
Eh, il est trop fort, gros.
Tellement beaucoup. Tu peux essayer de mon frère, ton frère.
Et t'imagines, tu pars de 0 et t'arrives à 191. C'est abusé, gros.
Ah, c'est sûr que tu veux pas passer de 0 à moins 190. C'est pas possible.
Pourquoi tu dis tu? Je comprends pas.
Mais j'ai pas dit tu, je dis tu en général, quoi.
Ah ouais, ok, oui. Ouais, non, on peut pas. Mais bon, c'est bien, c'est... La régularité paye. Bah, pour l'instant, elle paye pas. Mais vivant qu'elle paye. Ah là là. Bon, je vais aller faire un truc à Graille, j'arrive.
Fortnite fan, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. Cringe and Twy get themselves a victory royale in a 1v1 situation.
Hold on.
Yeah?
I want to put my UK bias hat on.
Oh.
And I want to say UK on top. Cringe and Twy doing it for the boys.
I forgot my hat.
I got one for you.
You got another one?
I got one for anyone that wants to join the bandwagon.
UK fans out there, represent.
Oh man, you guys can't kill me like this, all right? You gotta give me some time. Man, congrats to them, seeing them get a victory out in that situation. I can't believe it as well against Sky and Skrull, man. For like just a moment, I really believe Sky and Skrull, this is it, their moment. Game 3, they're gonna strike. And then Cringe said, sorry about that. I've made my way here based on my skill, my merit, my prowess. Skrull, you're gonna have to sit down this time.
What a performance from Cringe here at the end. I mean, to take down Sky like that, to 1v2 the best duo in EU coming into today. I mean, what a performance from him individually. This is a duo that we've seen rising up throughout the course of EU, a team that we have expectations of because of their talent level, a team that's developing and coming through. And yes, we're going to be biased because they're UK. Yes, I'm sure Resub at home is watching. I think he's actually in the arena. Very happy. He'll be very happy, of course, because Cringe is Scottish. But this is a team that are actually genuinely improving. They're getting better, bias hat off. They're looking good.
Yeah, great fundamentals, great mechanics. I think we know that. You saw that at the end, right? Cringe wins because he has the really nice right hand, and Skrull in a situation where you just couldn't even see it, right, to hit the shot back. I think the big thing with obviously Cringe as well is in solo situations like that, he sort of burst onto the scene last year as a solo player, right? And because of his results in solo, so you know he's comfortable in those moments where he is alone. And obviously that arrogance, that cockiness sort of helps him as well, right? I'm glad Twy sort of brought him back down to earth. Like, no, mate, it was hard, but you did it, you know?
Yeah, he's like keeping him humble. You know, that's a mark of a really good friend, right? Like just dial it back a little bit. On the other side, obviously, Sky and Skrull, you know, what started as a really tough start to Summit upper bracket. Now, you know, suddenly we're starting to pick up the pace, taking it all the way to a second place with a ton of eliminations. I feel like this is a Sky and Skrull we're kind of used to seeing.
I'd have to say, yeah, right? I think we've seen games like this from them in the EU Major Finals where they are just together. They are able to sort of get through on this low ground. I think Vivid called it out really well, where you could see what they were trying to do very early on into that end game as far as establishing low ground. And even though there are more teams trying to do it, right, after seeing their success, they are still just the best in the world when it comes to claiming that layer.
Yeah, I think it was around 10th zone. They took that front side low, and I was thinking, yeah, really, really nice zone. Front side of a low take from these guys, and ultimately because they played it so much, they were able just to bat away any of the competition. I think Thomas HD was down there at one point as well, trying to take it. Unfortunately, of course, couldn't close out the game successfully, but what's that, 10 eliminations for these guys? You mentioned it, Zeke. Not the greatest start for them, but a huge comeback, and that's what individual games can do in this form.
Yeah, and that might be enough to just suddenly shoot them up the standings, right? I mean, especially like, look, Twy and Cringe 7th place, just below them, Sky and Scroll. It only takes one really good game like that, Mitty. So I love seeing that out of both of these duos. It just looks so good, right? And even all the way at the top, Yapko Panzer still firing on all cylinders, Vinny.
Yeah, it's great to see. I mean, we've all known that Panzer has been a very, very exciting talent ever since he sort of burst onto the scene in trios with Mr. Savage and Mongrel. A lot of people were saying he carried them to the success in Major 1 of trios. Then he just keeping on developing, keeping on improving throughout that entire time. And now in duos, finding that teammate in Yapko that's really complementing his game style and gameplay is really paying dividends for him right now.
Yeah, I think the thing with these two is they've been rather inconsistent in EU, right? If you've been following EU, they have weeks where they look like, okay, this is the real deal. These guys are going to be one of the big teams in EU. And then they have a lot of weeks where it's pretty anonymous. And I think a lot of us were wondering which version of Yapko and Panzer we're going to see on the stage today. We got the best version possible, and I'm happy about it.
Dude, they've got to be happy about that too, right? Like, hey, we're looking good. We're on top right now. Let's just make sure we bring that energy back for finals, right? Wanted to also highlight Peterbot and Pollo. Finally, we get a game out of them where they are together. We do see this often, right? It's either Pollo or Peterbot as a solo, but finally kind of recognizing, okay, look, this is a high caliber lobby. If we're going to find that success, we need to stick together.
Yeah, we haven't seen that scariness, I guess you could say, for these guys for a little while now. Of course, last Globals not performing to their level that you'd expect from them. Of course, Major 1 still, of course, qualified here, but still not quite performing as we would expect. And even here today, it's been a bit sort of reminiscent of that, Levin. They've had their moments, they've had their ability to fight. We've seen them getting a few eliminations, but it's that togetherness, it's that over-eagerness maybe to try and go for these plays.
Yeah, not to be a nostalgia merchant, right?
Okay.
But when you look at the last time we saw them as a duo on a stage like this, when they won Globals, they were playing a very different game to the rest of the lobby, right? That was always the big talking point. They had all these different advantages that meant that the game they were playing was different. Here in this lobby, they're having to figure out how everybody else is having to play the game, right? And that has been one of the themes of them this season is, you know, when they aren't in situations where they have some huge advantage, can they play really good, fundamental, solid Fortnite? And I think they're starting to get there. They're starting to figure things out. It's a rough start, like you said, Zeke, but still plenty more games. And I think for these two especially, it's just about making sure they're playing on Sunday. No hiccups that send them into the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a really good point, too, because you got to think back in NA, they kind of conditioned the lobby, right? Everyone's kind of like, Peterbot, Pollo, they're kind of close by, but dude, you're looking at 6 other regions that don't care. They're like, I don't care who you are. You could be Peterbot and Pollo. I'm still going to take the fight because I'm still trying to be top 25. In second place, though, we did see Cold and Rapid, though, still holding strong. I mean, they're looking good, guys. I can't lie. It's crazy, too, because we see this all the time, Levin. People just, like, continue to look at Cold and say, like, he doesn't.
Ah, un code game, ça fait 18 minutes que je suis parti. Oh là là.
I feel like he shut some of those people up.
He did. Yeah. And to the people who've been saying that, 2 days ago, he was the player in the practice room who I saw playing the most of anyone, right? And so I think, you know, people like to hit Cold with that narrative of not playing, but ultimately, Cold is one of the best players to ever touch this game. Not just in this lobby right now.
Toi, t'avais mis en top 1 Chino Pablo.
And so I think Cold, in this moment, he's starting to feel it. I think Rapid is feeling confident as far as the game plan goes. We know they're looking to take these high takes, which have been somewhat successful throughout the day. I'm feeling really good about these two.
Yeah, really impressed actually with their calmness and all
this
end
game.
Really nice listening earlier on, and we were expecting maybe a little bit of excitement. Of course, they're on height, they're winning the first game, they're looking really good, but just the way that they communicate, the way that they're navigating these games, it is always just a walk in the park when they're in those positions. And that just speaks volumes about their confidence going into this weekend as well. I think they understand it's not necessarily about
j'avais dit ouais à la base,
qualifying through.
mais j'avais pas dit de toute façon, j'avais dit
taking those fights and takes it a really nice time. They
En
should be just
troisième, j'ai pas dit.
Okay, I like it. I like it. Well, hey, look, right now we're at
Qui est le deuxième, du coup?
the competition. The players,
Qui ne
we've
s'attend
given them
pas
a
à
bit
ça.
of a break,
Bah,
a bit
une
of a
équipe qu'on
moment to
connaît
kind of
pas, ouais,
collect
qu'on s'attend
themselves,
pas, je saurais
prepare
pas
for the
dire.
second half. But Tokata setting by right now
Pas
with
qu'on s'y
some
attend pas.
information on the zones.
Pas des inconnus non plus, quoi. Mais...
Thank you, Zeke.
Ouais, ça peut être presque tout le monde, quoi.
Ouais, c'est ça, c'est ça. Ça peut être à Korn, Cold, tout le monde comme ça, quoi.
If we look back
Bolt.
at Storm Surge previously, it was the minimum damage threshold needed depending on the zone to not start losing HP and shield.
Comment ça, la game 4 est dans 12 minutes?
So it's not only how much damage you do, it's also how much damage you
Ils ont
receive.
des pauses entre les games, c'est quoi ces conneries?
Ah bah après c'est normal, c'est la troisième game, ils ont la pause.
Je sais bien, putain.
Game 1
Ils ont la
ended
grosse pause.
right here, a little south of Frigid Fortress. And if we look at the teams, the top 4 teams
Ok, la première
of
zone,
that
la
first
première
match, we
game,
had Cold
ils ont mis
Rapid,
bien quand même.
we had Reed Cooper, FKS Hero, and Yapko Panzer. Now, I'm not sure if you're seeing the trend I'm seeing, but all of these duos are incredibly close to where this zone ended. Now, you could say, okay, maybe it was a fluke, you know? We know zones have been important in Fortnite competitive. This is the first event of this caliber where Net Surge has actually been in play. So if we take a look at game number 2, the zone ended north, right up here. Guess who won the match? It was Acorn and Bolts, and they land right inside of that zone. Second place, Vika Malabuka. They land Frigid Fortress. I don't even have to draw
Ah ouais,
to
c'est
see
vraiment
how
abusé.
close these duos actually were to that final zone. And you can say, okay,
Il est en train de dire que tous ceux qui ont fait des grosses games à chaque fois c'est parce qu'ils étaient près de la zone finale. Oh, on aurait fait top 1
tous les jours.
Land right here east of Dark Dominion. And as you can see, there is not much distance that you have to travel to get to the zone. Now, we've only seen 3 games been played out today. We have a lot more competition to look for.
Un peu plus bas.
If you think about it, you as the fans watching, keep an eye out for where that zone
Ouais, bon, après,
goes in these
c'est
next
free top 1,
matches
quoi.
and which duos are looking the strongest, because I think we have a lot to learn. But let's head back to the desk to continue breaking things down.
Ok, Takota.
Dude, I like that Tokata guy.
He's cool.
I like that.
Have you met him before?
He's pretty cool. I need to go meet that Tokata guy. He's real cool. Interesting information there, though, from the zones, right? Like, again, I love this moment, right? Because, you know, we come to a summit, we kind of bring all of these teams from different walks of life and places on Earth into a single battle bus. And we kind of just get to break down that data. What do things look like? How do the zones impact? How do we affect the other regions, the other players in the game? It's so cool, Lev.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, you know, when getting into the nitty-gritty of what Takata was sort of trying to highlight there, I think the big thing with net damage is obviously it means you have to be more conscious of the damage you take. And we saw Cringe and Twy. They said it. They were like, yeah, Frankie, the game's easy. We just sort of run deep and sit in storm. If you're one of those teams where you pull a favorable zone, it means earlier in the game, you're able to just set up, sit in a position where you don't have to take damage. You don't have to put yourself at risk of taking damage. You have everybody else rotating in towards you, and you can sort of little Tfue peeks out the base, take a couple shots, sit back down. You ain't even got to use any shields, right? And I think that is why we're seeing that trend here today.
Tfue peaks in 2026. I love it.
Yeah,
But if you're one of those, I love it. I love it. But if you're one of those teams that are rotating and you've got a far pull, it does become a lot easier to actually take a lot of that damage. So that's why those teams aren't doing so well.
Crazy stuff. Well, guess what, guys? As we are at the halfway point of the competition, we're going to check in with some of our players right now. It's Yapko and Panzer who's standing by with Frankie.
Thank you so much. Panzer, you might not have got a
mais
victory
laisse-le repose.
royale yet, but you've managed to make 3 endgames incredibly convincingly. Why do you think you've managed to have so much consistent success?
I mean, I don't know, I just played my game, so...
But you're calling your game. How would you describe your game at the moment?
I mean, just scout around, rotate early and get huge.
Does it help that you're able to take on another duo off spawn and often win?
Does it help? I don't think it changes anything. It's pretty quick off spawn. Sometimes if we split, it's probably even worse, but we make it work.
What do you prefer to do? Do you prefer to get that early surge?
I don't even know. I don't mind. I think being con or uncon, the surge doesn't really matter because we just like kill them insta right now. But if we fight more, it's worse, obviously.
But I feel like you're not a team that's going to play it safely for placement. You're always going to be looking out for those elimination points too. So how do you judge the risk in each situation, Panzer?
Like,
how do you make the judgment call as to whether to fight or leave it?
I mean, if you have loot like a spawn, we're just gonna kill them, obviously. Like, I got shockwaves, I'm insta-running them, like, so...
And what's held you back in the endgame so
quoi.
far from actually taking a victory royale?
Ça se voit qu'il parle pas souvent anglais.
It's probably the last moving. Like, we just need one more refresh, maybe like one more zone pull. Just a little bit more luck and we can probably win next games.
Well, you might as well give it a shot, guys, because you've already qualified for Championship Sunday. So congratulations. Let's head back to the desk.
You know, it's interesting. I
Elle va
feel
lui
like
dire que c'était déjà qual, quoi.
kind of, there's just like a thought in the back of my mind is like, are we seeing the very best out of all those players? Or are they kind of thinking, hold on, let's just save a little something for Championship Sunday?
Oh yeah, no, definitely. This is not the strats that they were been preparing for Championship Sunday. Particularly if you're a team that expect to qualify through, I think you have to keep some of those strats under wraps. You have to adapt to the lobby that you're in, of course, but there's definitely going to be some things that we can look to see what they do, I suppose, on Sunday.
The key word for today: conditioning. Right? If you secure a spot, you qualify early. How can you condition the teams around you? Make them perceive you to play a certain way. Make them expect things that are going to throw them off when you decide to change things up on the Sunday. It's all about conditioning.
I like that, the kind of preamble to the game that is finals. Ooh. Now, guys, I'm getting word. We actually have a very special interview lined up. Ooh. Typical gamer. Where is that you? What's up? Oh, you're dressed up as your icon.
Yeah, this is me. Now I'm still got some pins in me, but I think for the special meet and greet I'm having tonight, I'm gonna be looking like my skin, which is really cool.
Dude, first off, of course, congratulations. You've got yourself that icon. How does it feel? I love the video that you can put out, like, I've been waiting, and then it's happening. You're celebrating. How did you feel, though?
Oh, it feels incredible to finally have an icon outfit in Fortnite after all these years. I mean, oh man, there was a lot of emotion, especially during my launch stream. I didn't expect to get hit by a wave of emotion like that, but it was all great seeing everybody come out and support. What an incredible moment.
That's awesome, bro. And I love, too, many people may not know, but the fact that you kind of got a little, kind of like a nod to your wife, right? I remember commentating her all the way back in, like, fall skirmish, bro. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Oh yeah, well, she outplaced me in the first pro-am that happened. So Samira's been playing Fortnite for a very long time, and it was so great to be able to get a nod to her. She used the Ruby skin a lot, and I was able to call it Redway Ruby, which is of course her last name. So also the back bling that we have in there, it's just like a personalized version of what she uses too. So, and I have my wedding ring, which is awesome.
Dude, I love that. Of course, how does it feel, you know, knowing, I don't know, you might have one of the coolest pickaxes we've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually crazy to see people rocking it during the tournament, and I think we'll see a lot more people rocking some typical gamer stuff on Sunday. I just have a feeling.
Yeah, just not, no big deal, just a slight little feeling. Well, I mean, interesting, don't you have your own thing happening right now?
Yeah, so it's a meet and greet in person. It's going to be a live stream as well in Seattle. So if anybody's in the area, come through, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really excited to meet everybody.
So sick. Well, TG, thank you so much for hanging out with us for this little interview. I want to give you the floor, though. One, make sure to let fans know where they can find you, and then anything you want to say.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can find me on @TypicalGamer on everything. My icon outfit's in the item shop right now. Go pick it up. Code TypicalGamer, #EpicPartner. And I'm excited to see everybody at the live event in person tonight. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, TG. Congrats again, man.
Thank you so much, Z. Have a great day.
You too, bro. Man, TG, dude, it's sick, bro. It's sick.
TG is such a legend. I actually have a story about TG. For the people who don't know, way back in the day, there used to be a bundle in the game, and it was called 11-2K, like a Taco Time bundle. And I remember there was a clip of TG. This was back when everybody wanted to see, you know, him get in the game. And he's reacting to the bundle in the store. And he goes, who's this 11-2K guy? They just give anybody bundles now. And I was like, oh, you know, I used to watch you growing up, man. Like, you're my guy. But, you know, yeah, no, I confronted him about it, you know, when I saw him in person for the first time. And he did apologize to me and said he does love me. So I respect him. I'm glad he finally got in the game himself, because he deserves it more than, you know, anyone, man. That guy's an absolute legend. Shout out to TG.
We can say it back to him now. Who's this TG guy? Who didn't let anyone
They just let anybody get an icon skin now, you know?
He deserves it. He's been waiting a long time, and he's even a good competitive player as well. I remember him playing with Noah W Plays. It was a few seasons ago. They made like Heat semi-finals, like that sort of stage of competition. Pretty good competitive Fortnite player as well. So definitely holding a few skills in that locker as well as his new icon outfit.
Yeah, man, so awesome. Congrats again, TG. Love that you have the icon. If you guys want that, go check it out. It's in the item shop. Once again, congratulations to him. Also, he called out if you're in Seattle, hey, come hang out. You might be able to meet and greet, say what's up, TG, give a big high five, say I'm gonna use your pickaxe forever. All right, guys, let's get ready though and focus back in onto the competition. What are we excited to see, right? We're now halfway with 3 games left to go. And I feel like if I'm outside of that top 25 bubble, I'm starting to think, okay, I need to kind of put together something, right? Like, we need to pull out some...
Nice, voilà qui
And
arrive.
again, look at Sky Scroll in 8th place, right? Up 30 placements off of that game.
Yeah, I mean, I want to know who's outside of that top 25. I'm really curious if there's any big surprises.
52 le top.
I think initially the first name
Ça
that's
c'est à peu
jumping
près
out to
120.
me, Ages and
104,
Rachel. We saw them have a good start, right? I was really surprised by how good they had done after game 1, but they fell out. And that is not where you want to see them right now.
Looking at Pixie and Swizzy as well, of course, a team that a lot of people are looking at going into this weekend. They're a team that have sort of been improving throughout the season. They had a bit of a rough start, came into the major finals absolutely, I suppose you could say, done it day 1. They was way down on the leaderboard. And then day 2, they came out flying. So they're a team that knows how to perform in the latter half of competitions. Can they do it now?
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Clicks and Higgs, 35th. That is not where they want to be. The past 2 games, Shark and Teeny have given them that work of spawn.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily what we were expecting,
Putain, mais Cringe, il vient de faire top 1, gros.
done in some of the practice games yesterday. But Shark and Teeny,
Il vient de faire top 1, il est 42ème.
42ème?
Ouais. Wherever you want to fight.
32ème.
You think about it, you could almost say going into this weekend, they had 2 plans.
Mais gros, il a fait
It was either
42
land on P4
points.
or it was
C'est
land
pas
on Shark
normal.
and Teeny. If they now think, oh, let's go to plan B, it's now landing on P to them, right? That's not a very nice
C'est quand même
plan
Cringe
B
qui a
to
fait top
have.
1, d'accord.
So, do they have plan C? Do they have plan D? We'll have to wait and see about that. But I think this is the point of the tournament, Zeke, where you have to sort of categorize yourself as a team.
Je
It's
vois
like,
pas 32
right,
en
are we
tout
a
cas.
team that's trying to break into that top 25? If so, how do we go
Non
about
plus.
doing that? If you're a
Si,
team that's
32.
already in the top 25, how do we hold on to
31ème, il
that
était juste
position?
là, gros.
Do we take as many risks? And if you're a team
Ah,
that's
c'est
in
pas
that top 25 comfortably for Sunday, how do we then condition the rest of the lobby?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking at this
Normal.
41st to 50th, and there's too many, you know, Brazil teams, Middle Eastern teams. I want to see some of these smaller regions really sort of push their way in. One of the most exciting parts of Summit for me was, you know, the 50th
Ah non, c'est pas. Ah, mais c'est pas le même.
This was the best chance, or this still is the best
Non,
chance
c'est pas le
we
même
have
en
had
fait.
in a long time to see a
Parce
lot
que là, il joue
more
avec Volco et
teams
l'autre,
from
c'était pas
those
Volco.
regions take up some of the global
Putain, moi aussi je pensais que c'était lui, mais non.
I think it would be a shame to see them fall short here.
Yeah, man, it's got to be weighing on the back of your
Bah, il
mind,
jouait-
right?
de
There
toute façon,
is
il a
so
clutché tout
much
seul,
pressure, and you could kind of say like, all right, maybe we
Ah voilà, ils
take
font
it to
7ème
lower
ceux qui
bracket,
viennent
but
de top 1.
again, if you make the same mistakes, you just have that
C'est
one
quoi
C'est un
chance,
autre Cringe en fait.
right? And
Ah,
then
il y a deux
that's it. You
Cringe.
can't
C'est
even
bah.
look to compete
Ouais,
for one of
ouais,
these
c'est ce
top
que je veux dire.
15 spots. So, you know, but yeah, as we remember,
Il y a
we can't
Cringe et
forget
Volco, et
Yapko
là
and
c'est Cringe et
Yapko
Twig.
and Panzer,
Lui,
rather,
28.
at the top of the leaderboard, currently leading in eliminations as well. So it's very, very difficult to
Ils
take a
sont
look.
7ème.
Yapko as well. Actually, it's just kidding. Tied with Vico. Ooh,
Il y a
Vico.
que des EU.
Big Vico. Get it right, Mr. Big Vico. I think
My bad, my bad, my bad.
The thing we said about Vico earlier, right, is this guy is one of the best fraggers in the world. Showcasing it here on the stage. I think the great thing about all of these guys here is we know how great they are as fraggers. In the case of Dom and Sky, it's interesting you have 2 players who actually are the IGLs or the leaders of their team, and they're still leading the way when it comes to the fragging. Again, it just shows how talented some of these boys are. A lot of EU, I might add as well.
A lot of EU on there, yeah. What's that about, Zeke? Was your hat gone missing?
Was this an EU only list? Is there like another list of the top fraggers that
I
you
don't know
are
what you're
gonna
talking
show us?
about. I'm completely unbiased, Zeke, right now, okay?
You have to
Calm down. I'm sure you guys can kind of hear it as well. You can see it on camera. Players are starting to return back, start to take their places up on that battle bus to continue the competition. And you know, as I'm looking at some of these faces,
Le Alex,
man,
elle est
I'm seeing some
44ème.
of them excited, happy. Others, I can tell, they've taken this
Gros
time,
loser.
they've really utilized this time to try and say, hey, we have a plan. We need these 3 games now.
Yeah, we saw it in the background of those interviews. They were actually vodding. They were looking at some of their
X
VODs. They
35ème.
can't do it up on on the stage. I think some people maybe at home don't know that. You can't sit
Marius
and watch the
32.
VOD after you go out of the game. So that's going to be some vital time to not only do that, maybe talk to some of their mental coaches, some of their in-game coaches as well, even some parents, just people to help you calm down a little bit, particularly if you are a team that's lower down on that leaderboard. This section of the tournament is really where the experienced players, the players that have played on this sort of stage before, will now come good because they're able to utilize that time really effectively.
Mais c'est tout du coup. Il y a RL, il y a tout.
Code.
Il y a le WC code.
Bah oui. E-sport World Cup quoi.
Mais c'est con.
Bah ce sera en même temps du coup.
Ah. Et là ça compte bientôt, là, c'est en juillet je pense. C'est pendant un mois.
Le dernier major c'est le major de Paris, puis la saison est finie, c'est de WC quoi.
Ah bah oui, c'est la World Cup quoi.
Ouais c'est ça. Bah c'est l'e-sport World Cup.
Ah donc ils vont faire encore à Paris.
Putain, waouh la chatte qu'ils ont quand même.
C'est-à-dire il y a Major Code cette année, il y a Major Code à Paris plus le WC à Paris.
Là il y a le Major
RL à
RL.
Paris.
Ouais.
Fortnite, bah,
et EWC du coup RL à Paris.
Ouais,
Fortnite à Paris. Aïe aïe aïe.
It can make a difference. I mean, that's something that you were talking about earlier, Levin, that conditioning. Easier said than done, though, of course. I think you have to identify whether you are a team that's actually guaranteed to be qualifying through before trying anything too crazy like that. But you're right, it's something that those sort of teams, Yakko Panzer, will have been looking at. How do we now condition the rest of the lobby so that we have a potentially easier run on Sunday?
Mais c'est pas possible. Il y a combien de Major Fortnite?
Bah, le WC c'est pas pareil que les FNCS.
Ah ok, c'est pas la World Cup.
Non. Bah si, c'est la World Cup mais reload quoi.
Ah oui, ça c'est ça, ouais. Ah ouais, du coup, ça va, Kira et Kurama, il faut pas qu'ils trollent.
Bah nous non plus.
Il n'y a plus qu'une chance sur ce col.
Nous non plus. Faut pas qu'on troll hein.
Think about that day two. Think about that lower bracket. Even if we use the same example of Clicks and Higgs, they're currently in that upper bracket, right? They suddenly drop down in the lower bracket. Well, their plans have changed. Maybe someone else is looking to come to Wonky. Maybe someone in the lower bracket says, hey, wait a minute. If they come down into the lower bracket, maybe we would be willing to contest Wonky, right? And that's just one duo, Lev. How many other duos are kind of waiting for that opportunity in the lower bracket?
I think there are a few.
Yeah.
I think based off what we've seen, let's go back to our example of Shark and Tini. I don't think anybody in lower brackets is looking at these guys as we might want to land on them, right? Especially after what we've seen so far. And so I think it just goes to show what you do here, even if you are in a secure spot, still does matter. Like you said, for those teams of, you ward them away and say, okay, if we do qualify out of lower bracket tomorrow, stay clear of Yapko and Panzer. They are not the ones you want to fight. They are going to hurt you. That's what you want to do in this lobby right now.
And remember, the players that do end up dropping down to low bracket, it's extra scary for them. It's not just who they're contesting, who's going to be at their drop spot. It's also, you genuinely don't know what the rest of that lobby is looking like. Yeah, you know you have 25 teams that are already in that lobby, but there'll be some teams, of course, 25 of them on this stage that will also be in that lobby as well. So you just cannot plan for anything
Call of Duty Black Ops 7, c'est du 5 au 9 août.
So you just want to make it through here. If you miss this opportunity, it's going to be such a loss.
Par contre,
Chess, il y a chess.com.
Et là, ah bah ouais, bah Magnus Carlsen y sera.
Ah ouais?
Ouais.
Du 11 au 15 août. Rocket League c'est du 12 au 16 août. Attends, c'est en même temps. Ah non, ok, c'est juste après ta Call of. T'as Rocket League juste après Code. Fortnite Reload.
T'as fait le nouveau code?
Putain, y'a tout, wesh, y'a tout qui s'enchaîne. T'as Call of, puis juste après t'as RL, puis juste après t'as Fortnite.
Putain, bah pendant que je suis en examen, génial. Bref. T'as vu le nouveau code?
C'est en août? Et t'auras fini les examens.
Bah y'en a d'autres hein.
Ouais, mais ça. C'est jusqu'au. Tu seras fini quand tes examens?
La session d'août?
Ouais. Ah!
Ah bah oui.
Ah ok, putain, la seconde 16, ouais, j'ai dit.
Mais t'as vu le nouveau code du coup?
C'est un Warfare?
Ouais. T'as jamais joué toi à ça?
Mais ça change quoi en fait?
Bah c'est que c'est plus le même studio qui fait le code quoi.
Ça changera toujours des trucs comme ça. Non?
Ah oui, ça oui, mais les maps vont être différentes, il y aura peut-être des nouvelles mécaniques et tout ça. Mais
j'ai vu que je pouvais déjà le précommander d'ailleurs ça.
Ouais, moi aussi.
Mais et du coup la compète ça sera sur ça?
Ah bah oui.
Whatsoever. So for those teams that are outside, I'm really excited to see what Clix and Higgs do now. I genuinely don't know what the solution is for them, particularly now that Shark and Tini have started to come into it. They're looking really good. How are they going to affect their gameplay? Do they switch up their entire drop spot? Do they end up landing on Peter Watt? We haven't seen those guys having an amazing performance so far today. How are they going to do contested? Is it worth wasting a game to try and contest them? It's going to be tough to say, but it's been a fantastic day of competition so far.
Et comment est-ce qu'il met son clavier, Louis?
What's interesting too, and I love like this is so complex. The more you think about this whole situation, the crazier.
Personne ne joue avec des lunettes, c'est abusé.
Right, you come in, you kind of show off maybe some of your strategies, some of your plans. You gotta be thinking in your back of your mind. Well, there's those 25 duos are watching me day one. Yeah. So I'm already burning myself mentally trying to play and show that I can be in the top 25 day one. Oh, I missed it. Now I'm going into day two and everyone's looking at you going, hey, I just watched your entire day yesterday.
Yeah.
Those things that you might have tried to do yesterday, I've already come up with an opportunity to strike back.
But then you can think of it in the other way. It's like, is it more valuable to get the experience on the stage, to play day one, to look back at where things are going wrong? Or is it more valuable to watch what happened in day one and look back at those VODs?
I'm very happy to see this duo looking strong, looking good. Again, close to that threshold. For no reason, if you've been watching them in EU of late over the past sort of couple months, even the past couple years, it feels like they always just sort of teeter around that line, Mini. And in the last couple games, they
Play Reason, je peux dire ça.
Ah ouais, Play 1v1 Reason map. Et il se fait full stun avec ça, l'Ultimaton. C'est trop rentable les maps Fortnite.
Quand il marche, ouais.
In this position,
bah oui.
hopefully doing the same on Sunday, because his trajectory has just only been going up.
It's just straight improvement. He's been at every single FNCS LAN since Invitational, and at every single one, his placement has improved and improved and improved. Is that trend going to continue, or is the reason 1v1 map money too much that now you don't even care about the competitive? I hope not. He seemed to suggest not. He seemed to suggest, you know, he's using the map to keep his skills sharp.
Oh Thomas, il va falloir qu'on se voit.
He wants to win, doesn't he? He's one of them sort of.
Oh, il a été interviewé au
I
début.
think that's going to only make him sort of take the chains off a little bit in terms of the 1v1 map. It'll hopefully, you know, help improve as well. But no, he's gonna.
Il faut 1000 abonnés pour avoir un code créateur.
He's just been performing so well on that.
Yeah, and you got to think too, in front of a crowd like this, home turf.
Bah non.
There's even that little
Le but c'est de faire de l'argent, pas d'en perdre.
pressure, right? Again, that's
Si tu les as après tu pourras faire tes maps et gagner de l'argent si ça marche.
Non mais faire des maps ça prend trop de temps.
Okay, cool. But the more you just start to dissect and really dive into these little tiny details, it
Par contre,
very quickly gets out of control. Now, of course, like we said, this is the halfway point. 3 games left to go. Boys,
si voilà, si vous décidez d'acheter un skin ou quoi, vous mettrez mon code créateur quoi.
On sera 3 à le mettre quoi.
Ouais bah j'ajouterai sur mes vidéos code créateur Ah merde du coup il faudrait que je mette mon vrai blaze.
4 heures de choucroute.
Hors de question. Hors de question.
Jumping up 30 places for the teams that are just outside here, probably not worth it, but just try something different, try something new, because yes, you do have day 2, but you want to get it done now.
Mini says, stick to what you know.
Here we go.
I say, pick up
Allez, je vais aller chercher l'eau, il y a une demi-heure et déjà tout tué.
Let's go crazy, let's get wild with it. You know, you only need the 2 good games.
Okay, well, Levin, it's time to find out.
Moi je vais mettre un congèle, enfin un frigo dans ma chambre.
The next game is ready for us, so casters, over to you.
Hey, I'm right there with you, Levin. I think you
Ah
gotta
merde, avec quelqu'un qui m'a dit bonjour, mais je sais pas si quand c'était. Il me dit parle en anglais aussi.
And the margins are very slim for error right now.
I'm sticking with Mini Miner. I've said it multiple times before. I like sticking to what you know.
What if it doesn't work though? What if you're in
problème,
that
c'est que
game
si,
5,
si on
game
parle
6
aussi sur Twitch,
situation? I agree with Levin
il faut un
that
double
you
écran en
might
fait, je vais
have
pas
to
le faire.
just kind of throw it all to the wall, leave no stone unturned,
Pour ça, il
and
faut que je
really
change
leave no
de
regrets
pièce de
behind.
mon
Because
PC.
at the end of the day, there's nothing to lose. The second half of the day and game 4 is ready, so let's jump right in.
Probably one of the names that sticks out most though from during that halftime segment, Clicks and Higgs. Sitting in that 35th position currently, just outside of the top 25. Granted, Sky and Scroll have already proven one good match.
Dommage ils mettent pas le top à côté.
Entirely and catapult you to that threshold you need to just go straight to finals.
Yep, now we got another team joining back into the mix. They may have left at least one game before, but Mini Pio and Fukun are back at Sandy Strip. So we're back on over to our triple contested fight. Interesting enough, it really hasn't affected Kanata and Victor V on that other side.
Yeah, taking their quadrants there. Quick little peek over here towards
Putain, ils sont spawnés tellement vite.
Clicks and Higgs, they gotta be feeling the pressure.
On
During the
spawn près l'un
halftime, I
de l'autre
got the
là pour
opportunity to talk to Clicks. He was like, yeah, we're fully aware of the situation.
En même temps, ils
Feels
se chient
like
dessus
Shark and
maintenant.
Tini are already qualified. They can pretty much do whatever they want
Après,
to
chaque
us
tennis,
right now.
ils veulent, ils peuvent les griller, ils font quoi?
Ouais, normalement, ouais. Bah après, peut-être qu'une game en plus.
Moins en finale. Enfin, peut-être.
Ouais.
Ils sont vraiment en l'air, 30 points, c'est pas beaucoup.
Ouais, bon, après, c'est à 42.
Il reste 3 games. Mais... Non, c'est 42.
Ouais. On va faire le con.
Ça fait le vrai crime.
Ah, il joue bien son fight.
Après, le dossier, je le connais.
When you're in a contested fight like this that honestly made some changes before the summit land, and they weren't necessarily the best for a contested fight, so you really got to go ahead and get all of them to yourselves.
I'm going to be a hawk when we're taking a look at all these POVs. As we do, take a look towards the elimination feed. Cole does go down, but on the screen, we've got Volko, we've got Cringe, both picking up their
en plus, c'est la même team. Cringe et ceux qui viennent de tuer, c'est la même team. C'est des XP 42. XP faut qu'il tue. Allez, on veut voir. Oh. À chaque fois qu'on a vu, c'est Clix qui a gagné.
Voilà.
Ouais, ils sont pas bien.
Non, mais non, il y a du Shark c'est la montée.
Comme c'était un replay quoi.
Patented alert strategy, trying to see if he can find a separate angle, trying to see if he can get that closing shot onto Clicks or Higgs. But for right now, the leverage sits entirely with Higgs and Clicks.
Yep, even though Shark and Teeny almost all but qualified here to Sunday, you can kind of see why. They're just trying to shut down Clicks and Higgs, not let them feel comfortable, get them out of the game early, so that way they have a much harder chance making it through the lower bracket and eventually possibly contesting them. So it's really going to come down to how much Shark and Teeny want to continue to put this.
Regarde juste comment il est mis, ça se voit que c'est une manette. Ça c'est le bras. Mais non mais c'est vrai, du coup ouais, il a une manette en main, il n'a pas un clavier souris quoi.
And right now we kind of all were agreeing. You either need to fight Shark and Teeny or you just need to run away. And right now it looks like they're going to fight Shark and Teeny.
C'est sûr que la position avec Gonette, on a moins mal au bras que.
C'est pas mal au
bras. Il fallait sur le. Nous ouais, mais ça peut gêner. Moi, ça me gênerait là-bas. Dans les mains, tu dis.
Oh là là! Faut toucher, hein.
Il rate toutes les balles par contre. Wesh. Wesh. Ils ont tous un pareil au final. Il va la raise.
Oh!
Il met une balle à Tini là.
Oh, ce qu'il lui a mis! Oh non! Oh! Oh, il s'excuse, il s'excuse.
Ils s'excusent pas du tout. Hein.
Non mais Shark si, Shark si. Deteni non mais Shark si.
Ils s'excusent pas justement, c'est en mode... Non,
Oh
pour moi ils
non,
s'excusent
non,
pas du tout, hein,
mais, mais ils ont
Pour
beaucoup
moi c'est
joué
en mode
ensemble.
qu'est-ce que j'ai mis.
Tu sais, ils se sont bladés parler avant la cup. Ce qu'il lui a mis là par contre. Wouah là là.
Parce qu'il a pioche quand même. Alors il aurait pas pioche s'il voulait vraiment pas le faire.
Mais il avait plus de balles, il avait plus de balles dorées.
C'est lui qui prend la pioche.
Il avait plus de balles. Ah, X.
Et même, qui savait qu'il était mort dans tous les cas, il avait son pote.
Quoi, génial. Un mélange entre X et Clix, X et X. Ouais, c'est bon, on va les appeler comme ça. X,
merde, à 30 points, il reste 2 games. Là, ça devient chaud quand même. Hein.
On va rejouer demain.
Ils peuvent pas trop lui. Ouais, vraiment.
Pas le choix.
C'est pas fini. En sort en in-game, ils peuvent.
Regarde comme il est fast quand même.
Ouais, mais ça, les
oh non, 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 qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Ouais, ils en ont tué un. Ah bah le stuff. Si, ils ont un kill. Voilà. Là, Thomas est en train de se coller.
Nico and Malabuka, yeah, they're getting all of Frigid Fortress to themselves, but they know there are some teams surrounding them to the south. FKS and Hero are going to be finding their early demise to a team that's not too happy. They're taking some loot in the surrounding areas. FKS just gets beamed in the open. Shields are all gone, and Vigo knows exactly how to play aggressive. He knows the mechanics of Fortnite so well. He instantly gets in and finishes that one off.
And part of that was just a little bit of a hiccup at the starting point there for Hero and Bacchus. They were doing what they could to try and salvage their starting point. We know that Bacchus was left in that really awkward position to begin with, but they're not the only duo. It's kind of just looking up and seeing what's going to happen to this leaderboard development after Game 4. iDrop and Medius. They're dealing with Twy and Cringe currently.
En fait, Marius il est bloqué là. Ouais, iDrop va mourir. En fait, il est tellement bloqué parce qu'il peut pas remonter parce qu'ils ont le contrôle du bat.
Après, il peut se téléporter autre part et remonter autre part. Mais bon.
Ouais, mais bon, à mon avis. Oh non, non, faut que ce qui meurt par Veno. Oh,
not necessarily a battle for first. You only want top 25, but you also want to push your competition out. You want to beat them both in-game and mentally as well.
And establishing the idea that, yeah, I was kind of mentioning around 50 points was that 25th place, and that's at the halfway point. So we've just kind of doubled that over the course of the next 3 games. You can kind of expect that threshold to be around 100 points.
Oh, les connards.
Ouais, c'est exactement ce que j'allais dire, c'était une sneak.
Anybody that finds themselves anywhere north, near the southwest side of the map just gets lurked on. His focus is going to be on the receiving end of that one.
Ah, ils vont pas le laisser en plus.
That's sticking out to me right now is what Levin highlighted on the desk. Conditioning. Curve and Veno. They haven't necessarily ran the same thing back twice, but they are trying to condition this lobby to not be able to anticipate where it is they're looking to set up base. They're pushing out into Riptides. They're pushing the south sections of South Boulevard, and it's just very difficult for these teams to find their footing and focus. Thomas, but Veno just going to immediately send the lights out there for Thomas.
Darmdemus, vengez-le!
They even are aware of the fact that Darm and Demus are nearby.
Yeah, Darm and Demus probably watching the feed. Thomas, Focus, they go down. Well, that's Riptides. They immediately made their way on over. And they're pulling a play out of the Veno playbook. They're lurking on Curve and Veno. They're just trying to make sure that if they make a mistake, they're going to be there to answer the call. And you can see, when it comes to materials, they're good. It's the bandages that
oh, la chatte qui repart par là.
You can see why he's even kind of rotating on over to Riptides. They wanted the mending machine, but they get damaged. That's the cherry on top.
And that's all they were really looking for.
En vrai, ils voulaient juste leur stuff.
How long they waited for Curve and Venom to kind of retreat, for them to actually go ahead and open up the shots right there. They didn't really want them to be close. They were just interested in getting some of that damage. So the eliminations were not really on their mind. Just kind of playing it safe and making sure they kind of find themselves in the end game. Veno and Curve got to be feeling pretty good about how they are doing so far in this game. And Sky and Skro, as pointed out by the man himself earlier on, continuously find themselves in bases around Battlewood that are just up on these little hills over here, right? All they're interested in doing is just getting as many tags as they possibly can without taking any damage.
Still going to take some time here because the real winning moment for Sky and Skrull was just finding themselves jumping up so many placements on the leaderboard, and Vico Malabuka, they're not content with what they've been able to accomplish so far here today. They're looking to be very safe in terms of top 25, but still, they want more. They want to take out as much opposition as possible because they don't want to allow anyone that they might view as being interested in what they have up for grabs at their starting point on the map. Yuma, a little bit of a question mark surrounding this duo because we know that they've been kind of trying to infiltrate Dark Dominion, but it's difficult to control this POI.
Yeah, especially when you got Vico and Malabuka, a team that's on fire, hunting you down. They got that first elimination and they made sure to keep pressure onto Yuma by himself and just really keep note because Swizzy and Pixie are also in Dark Dominion and they made sure to keep the fight contained underneath where they knew no third party had a chance.
But as soon as the elimination comes in, Malabuka seemingly just stalls out, holds that right-hand peak. He knows that somebody's around him. I have no idea how he has that information, but Vico and Malabuka, they look scary as it looks like they have one thing in mind, just to play aggressive. Somebody that's going to keep out this weekend on Friday. That's looking for 160 points. It's Kanata and Victor V.
They've definitely got to be feeling really good about their current state. They know that they're not necessarily at a huge risk of falling outside of that top 25, but you still want to keep things pretty tidy. You still want to ensure that you see the whole mission through and are on that battle bus for finals come Sunday.
Yeah, and you got to think about a team like this for Victor V and Kanata. Victor V, kind of the young superstar, especially on NA West. He really got his first shot playing with these kind of known players with Paper. The next year, he played with Paper and Epicwell, qualifying for the Global Championship in both of those respective tournaments through NA West. And now he was playing with another player in Kanata, bringing out the best. And I've said it for years, Victor V has the potential to be one of the superstars in NA. He just needs to be playing with the upper echelon players, bringing him out of it. The potential, and I do think Kanata is that player that's been doing such a good job. He called that I'm going to NA West.
Regarde, ils sont encore là, quoi.
It's going to be a cake.
C'est
That's
abusé.
exactly what we saw.
A couple of our teams still stranded out in the storm, right? We saw Kami and Hari. They're kind of making their way over here.
Comment ils sont autour de Steph tous?
Marius, they are also still in the storm, and again, I'm always looking towards those points. 40 for the duo right now, which puts them surely outside of contention. As you can see, top right 30 surely does. So there is actually a lot of pressure on them right now. And look, no surprise, Benno and Curve crouched once again.
Benno and Curve trying to see if they can creep up on anybody
Teddy qui
unexpectedly
meurt
over by
par airdrop.
Boulevard, but there's no room for stopping iDrop and Medius. Seems like they were able to pick up what they were after. They were trying to camp out that tunnel, hoping that somebody would opt to try and see if they can actually pass through it. And the patience has paid off dividends here because they're looking at the cutoff, but it's going to be teeny that iDrop actually finds overhead.
Yeah, that's got to be a big boost of confidence, taking down kind of the team that's just kind of taken over EU for the most part, saying it loosely because Sky and Skrull are there as well, but I'm talking about the new gen teaming up with Shark, 46 above the damage threshold, and Shark is in a position here so we can't necessarily play for the reboot, even though we are rotating on over towards Battlewood Boulevard. Vivid, Taco, you guys know as well as I do, once you hear it where he's starting to reboot and eventually it pops off, everybody looks your direction.
I mean, we're in 5th zone and seeming like Sky and Skrull just moved for the first time throughout the entire game. They were still in that box. I'm sure they're going to be max materials because just that little bit of a tower that they had, it was like too high. They used nothing on it. They were able to sit there for the entirety of the early game. They got to be feeling pretty good, especially with the fact that the zone is landed in their home.
See, that might be a new view for you two, but I know over at EU Major 1 Finals, that was one of the most familiar scenes to anticipate from Sky and Skrull, but Jonas Veloz, looking to get that ball rolling here.
Ça se voit que c'est une manette aussi.
Unfortunately, not going to be able to push back, and Jonas will find an elimination, but you need more than elims at this phase. You need to start converting those into strong placements to really play leapfrog with the leaderboard.
Yeah, just relying on elims means you're just kind of relying to steamroll the lobby. And I think in game one, we saw that early Peterbot really kind of thinking it was going to be an easy fight, kind of going down early. Chap and Flixie rotating on over. A rather safe rotation for the most part. They're 500 above the damage threshold, but they're using these dips inside of Battlewood Boulevard. They get natural terrain so that teams get secretly or get shots, but they make it to inside of the zone. There's already 1, 2, 3, 4 teams waiting for them on the other side.
And that's what makes it so tough sometimes when these zones do pull so far away from you. You have to rotate into anybody that's already kind of set up. Vico and Malabuka once again going for the eliminations. They shoot Muzz. They know exactly what's kind of going on over here. They go ahead and pick up an easy elimination in regards to how they can go ahead and establish that. And Shark looking for eliminations of his own. He's a solo, and he just picked up 2.
Gerald and Raven isn't a chance against Shark's domination there, but 255 above, he got enough wiggle room to at least box up momentarily, restore his shields with these last couple of big pots, but more importantly still, the solo points that he's actually been able to build. Normally you wouldn't want to bank it all off of elims, but when you've got 5 to your name, it does make a difference after they've already had strong performance from these last couple of lobbies. Just making it off spawn seems to be the difference maker.
Gets the memo there in that moment. All the lobby does. They see him out as a solo, and they got to put pressure. Mini Pio is the first one to fall. Vazen's there. He peeks through the fizz, gets the elimination onto 1.
Oh là là, il est trop fort hein, quand même.
Oh
putain.
And I'm getting that old Peterbot feeling of years past. Like, yeah, he's a solo, but for some reason, I'm not worried.
Ouais, il est pas bien quand même. Ouais, contre Kamichari, il va pas être facile.
Right now, he could go ahead and take a back seat to the ride that we have here in the late game, but he's looking to still get active. And when you think about it, he really
does il drop sous la storm, ils vont clams.
Left to his name, but I'm mainly looking at that HP that he has left. He has nothing in his inventory that can go ahead and help support him over there. Take a look at the other side of your screen. iDrop and Marius, they are under pressure right now. Storm Surge is striking. He's going to try to make something happen, but he goes down 44 points to
his Malibuka, ils arrêtent pas, gros.
Might have heard he was leading in eliminations. They're tied, and now he's like, nah, I want to be first place instead. But Malabuka still looking to play catch up, and even still, Shark all by his lonesome. But with the way that he's playing, he's got the confidence of 2 behind him. It's evident in all of his movements. Even going to get an opportunity to try and replenish some of his loadout off of these vending machines. But trouble might strike when you least expect it. And Malabuka Vico have just been completely causing so much chaos in this lobby. Finally, going to catch a little bit of punishment for it. Slightly greedy with their wraparound. Looking to not tarp it out fully. They were spotted, lit up a bit, but still 712 above. They don't care about the surge.
Yeah, even if they go down here.
Qu'est-ce qu'il joue avec une canne à pêche, lui?
100% got their spot secured. 200 points, almost leading the pack. If they win this game, that would definitely be certain. But you see Peterbot, Koyo, Shockwave into the front side of the zone. You see Reet and Cooper elevated on one of those electrical wires. Everybody just really pushing themselves to the limit. They realize, yes, we don't go home today. We can't get eliminated, but this is the best shot we got at making.
C'est Shark qui leur a mis ça là?
Shark here still making the solo clutch kind of happen. Only 18 builds to work with. He's completely fine in terms of HP now. Oh my gosh, an entire loot bomb just drops right in front of him. He's going to be able to use that. And on the other side, Pablo is also a solo, but in a completely different scenario. 133 below. He's got to make something happen soon.
Just waiting for the zone to keep closing in. From the backside of the zone, he might be able to find some other players that are struggling just as much as himself. Only he's hoping that he'll be able to eliminate them first. Darkos has been knocked. Reet and Cooper, another one of our duos that's definitely
qui est arrivé sur Discord. Hello. Yohan, comment va?
Ça va.
Une rekill fini.
Il est solo.
Et Shark est encore là, hein, je pense. Ouais, il est encore là. C'est abusé qu'ils sont encore là par contre.
rotating side of zone. They want to start to ramp up the eliminations. Yeah, they're probably realizing at this stage in the game, the early game eliminations might not mean as much.
Pourquoi il reste pas sur la pauvre de Shark? Ouais, il est encore là en bas. Je sais pas comment il est encore là. C'est d'arbre des bus qui sont tous les deux là. Minori qui vient de mourir.
Minori est mort.
Il y a des moods qui sont quoi?
Ouais, Marius.
Ouais, ils font de la merde.
Ouais.
Ah, ils sont pas dégueulasses non plus, mais.
Ouais, ils ont 50 points quoi.
Ouais, ouais, bon.
Il reste 2 games. Ouais.
Il y a que.
Ouais,
mais Kurama et Akira jouent demain. Et peut-être avec Marius du coup.
En gros, c'est les 25 qui est qual aujourd'hui. Et les 25 qui sont pas qual, ils rejouent demain avec les 20.
Avec 25 autres.
C'est moins bon moralement.
C'est bon, il reste 2 games. Oh, ça sent le marbuck. Oh, Shark qui vient de mourir, top 10.
Il faut faire 100 points à peu près.
Là, ils sont à combien?
50, comme ça.
Ouais, 50, ouais. Il reste 2 games.
Après 50, ça se fait en une game.
Ça peut, oui, ça peut. Clix et X qui sont pas sur le squall non plus, ils sont pas bien. Ils se font clap par Shark en fait.
Clix c'est encore pire, ils ont 30 points.
Ouais. Ils se font clap par Shark, c'est dur.
Est-ce qu'ils vont bug le squall ou pas, je pense?
Non, pas maintenant, ils peuvent pas. Canada, lui,
il parle pas, mais 178 points.
Qu'est-ce qu'il fait là, gros?
178 points. Par contre, là,
Sky Scroll.
il va vite reculer.
Là, Sharikami qui sont bien aussi. Oh là 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 là. Et il est pas bien, pas mal je pense, le Sharawi. Hein.
Il joue à Fortnite.
Ouais, le Sharawi il joue à
Fortnite. Ouais, c'est l'espagnol, mais tu sais que
déjà. Ils sont quoi le presque?
Il est italien,
il est italien. Ouais, mais ça en espagnol.
El Scaricho, ouais, rien à voir.
Oh, si, il écrit elle. C'est bon, c'est le Sharawi. Dame des Mus qui sont encore là, Sky Scroll qui sont là.
Il est vite fait quoi.
Ouais.
Oh, mais il est trop. Oh, il est nul!
Non, non, il avait plus de balles.
Il est tellement nul, Sky!
Qu'est-ce que tu racontes?
T'as vu tout ce qu'il a loupé?
Mais il a rien loupé!
Il a le maillot d'Yamal!
Il a rien loupé, c'est juste qu'il a voulu tirer avec son pompe, mais il était pas chargé.
Non, non, il a raté 2 balles avant.
Il a pas raté de balle de pompe.
Remettre en arrière. Si, il a raté 2 balles de pompe.
Attends, je regarde sur mon live. Il en rate une. Non, il en rate qu'une.
Elle a raté une. Bon, il a raté une deuxième.
Non, la deuxième, son pompe tire pas en fait. Putain, mais gros, il aurait pu mettre au moins un maillot.
Ouais, il est pété. Ouais, en plus, son maillot, il y a tout son truc qui s'enlève derrière.
Toi, tu vas être en avance sur nous, Yann.
Non, on a même pas sur égaliser.
Ouais, bah, c'est sur YouTube qu'on est.
Ouais.
Et pas sur qu'on est sur Fortnite
Il peut péter son maillot.
Et il parle pas mal en vrai.
Il est jeune aussi. Ouais, c'est au dernier, je sais plus, je crois qu'on l'a vu, je pense. Il était bon.
I mean, we are so, they were like kinda lost there, so we just use a shockwave and we killed them. I don't know.
C'est pour ça que c'est espagnol.
Aussi, son accent il est drôle.
Oh, dans le stade, il chante la chanson. Dans le stade, au catch, il chante la chanson d'Yamal. Enfin, que Yamal met tout le temps. Ouais.
Attends, what? Click, ça vient un tweet.
Quoi?
Mais je peux pas le voir. Il est réservé aux adultes. Et il a mis sérieux, mec.
Bah, tu peux pas.
Je pense qu'il a mis.
Je sais pas.
Non, c'était pas celui-là. C'est le 27.
Ah ouais, non, ça va.
My bad. J'ai cru que c'était pour le coup de pioche de Shark dans X. Ils l'ont pioche. Aïe aïe aïe. You on top. Aïe 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 aïe. On entend tout, Yann. Oh, ça va être long d'attendre.
Bon, on ouvre maintenant, Yuan, du coup.
Quoi?
La pause. Alors, il faut faire ça et que je te mute sur le téléphone.
Ah, je vous laisse faire, moi je vais.
De toute façon, on est Merde. On va sur Discord. Comment on se mute? C'est bon là, non? Non. T'as pas compris, il faut que tu te mutes sur le tel. On reste sur Discord. Allô? Oh, va sur le Discord, pas sur le tel.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. Man, we just had a crazy game. Tokata, they did it! Scary and Sayaz got a victory royale on land!
You do not understand the excitement I had. Look, my knee still hurts. I was watching shout out Zuha coming from Spain, doing a viewing party in Spanish. Sayaz Scary, the only team, both players representing Spain, win the match. I mean, we're back in EU Major 1, where they were primed up, they were teed up from height, finishing off the game. I don't even know what else happened in that match, because the only thing on my mind, I'm sounding a bit biased, but was Sayaz and Scary winning, okay?
Can you tell he's excited?
No, I couldn't tell.
Oh, yeah, not really. Really nice game from these guys, though, of course. Another great height hold from one of our teams. This is a team that a lot of people had their eyes on coming into this. Like, how are they actually going to perform? Because if you look back at Major 1 from EU, they were third after day one. They were looking really, really good. And a lot of people were like, hang on a sec. Could this be a top 3, a top 2 from these guys in the Major 1? Unfortunately for them, their day 2 wasn't quite as good. They didn't keep up that momentum, that fighting prowess that we seem to see from them in every single fight. But what they did, of course, was qualify here and show what they can do in this game.
Exactly, and what I saw from this team was confidence. Back in Major 1, you said they were third place. It's not just because they were getting good placements. They were getting a ridiculous amount of eliminations alongside that. And today, in that last match, we just saw a little bit of that spark that they have, and I'm hoping they can continue forwards. But let's take a look at this leaderboard.
10th place, baby! Look it up in there, 10th place, top 21 placements. Again, this is why we continue to reinforce. It takes one good game, Tokata, one good game. Suddenly you're rising up the standings and finding yourself well into that top 25.
Yeah, it is top 25 today to make it to Sunday. And then not only that, on Sunday, top 15 will be qualifying to the Global Championships as well. So there's a lot on the line from these players, but we still got to get through today. Just 4 matches have been played.
And we're getting closer and closer to finish off this upper bracket.
So listen, because you are Brazil biased, I'm currently EU biased. Hey,
Oh, j'ai l'impression j'ai de l'air qui vient alors que rien ne...
They've suddenly decided it's our time to
un esprit dans ma chambre.
I mean, I'm not surprised, right? This is Vico and Malabuka we're talking about.
Yeah, this is a team that have been very, very consistent throughout today. They're doing what we know this team can do. And this season, going into the major finals, it was a bit up and down. We weren't really sure what to expect from these guys. Then, of course, it was a third place in Major 1 finals. We saw what we expected from two powerhouse names in Vico and Malabuka. And this game, Takata, was absolutely no different. These little lurk plays at this stage of the game, it's so difficult to pull that off. I think it speaks volumes of their confidence at this stage of competition because, yeah, we used to speak about Vico as this sort of up-and-coming player. He's no longer like that. He's a veteran on this stage and on this land, so he's someone that's going to be brimming with confidence, and you can see it in their gameplay.
And what I want to bring up as well is not only did they perform incredibly well, but that was a Battle Boulevard song. They dropped north of the map at Frigid Fortress. They went all the way down south. We talked about net surge, we talked about zones, rotates, and how it was looking to kick things off today. But after this fourth match, not only did they get a zone on the opposite side of the map, they still managed to rack up a very good amount of points.
Double en un bouffeur, ça fait mal.
Was he singing? I think he was. You know what's interesting? Remember, I don't know if you guys saw, at one point Levin was saying, hey, I'm like a vibe.
Du coup, j'aurais 2 jours à classer, j'ai pas...
He's like, I don't know why, but I feel like Vico, Malabuka, vibes are really, really high. Yeah.
Djokovic, aïe aïe aïe.
T'as perdu?
Ah ouais, il gagnait. Enfin, il gagnait, non, il gagnait pas. Mais...
Il a gagné 2-7-0.
Non, non, mais pas ça, mais là, dans le dernier jeu, le mec lui donne. Il m'a fait 3 fautes directes. Et genre c'est 30, enfin 40-30. Il met un ace, il met un deuxième ace, il met un troisième ace pour finir. Oh là 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 là. 220, 215, 217. Bam.
Bon bah
Une
c'était
question
pour
pour toi,
Collier.
Clément.
Dis-moi.
Oh, pas sûr. Je vais dire le nom d'une montagne en France et tu vas me dire si tu la connais ou pas. Yoann ne la connaît pas. L'Alpe d'Huez.
Bah oui.
Tu vois, j'ai ça sur Tour de France, tu vois, les stickers. Et je dis, bah ça, t'as pas besoin de connaître le vélo pour la connaître, tu vois, c'est mythique, quoi. Et il me dit, non, je connais pas. C'est possible. Non, mais non. Oui, non, ça arrive, mais là... J'abuse peut-être.
They had 0 eliminations going to that sort of 6th zone. They've really turned down a lot of that mid-game aggression that we typically associate with hero of this quality.
Yoann,
Right, okay, we're going to have to turn things up.
maintenant que j'étais là. Quand es-tu là en juillet?
Jamais, il va dire jamais.
Je sais.
Ça dépend si je trouve un travail.
Après, ça c'est pareil pour moi, du coup.
Bah pareil pour moi.
Non, t'as dit, toi.
Pas en juillet.
Par contre, 50 win code, c'est un petit peu exagéré.
Ah, si on
Toi,
a
tu dis code, mais je vous comprends pas. Le pire, c'est Fortnite, allô. 50 points Fortnite, est-ce que vous vous rendez compte?
50 points Fortnite, c'est beaucoup.
Que t'aimes le jeu ou pas, Yoann, que t'aimes le jeu mieux que code, ok, mais 50.
Oui, bah je préfère quand même aller faire 50 top 1 que 50.
Mais non, mais tu te rends pas compte, si tu dis ça là maintenant, mais tu te rends pas compte.
Ah, mais c'est beaucoup trop, de toute façon.
Alors, oui et non, parce qu'au final, le réel 50 wins, c'est pas non abusé, toi, quand on y pense.
Non.
Si c'est 50, 25, 25.
Même en une journée, je pense qu'on peut faire les 50.
50, 25, 25.
50 RL, c'est un peu beaucoup en 4v4.
Mais tu sais, imaginons c'est 3 jours. Il faut faire un jeu par jour, 50 wins par jour, t'imagines?
Non, non, mais 50, 25, 25, je veux bien réduire à ça.
Oh, Alberto Contalo.
Mais il répond pas.
Attends, mais quoi?
50, 25, 25.
C'est beaucoup ça, 25 encore.
Et oh merde, Ayon, tu vas te réduire de moitié.
C'est juste parce que tu veux pas jouer au jeu. Imagine Jérôme qui veut pas jouer à Fortnite.
Et bon, on enlève les deux jeux.
Alors, merde, je veux
Et on
pas
fait
jouer à RL.
150 RL. 150 RL, on va faire
Oh
ça.
non, je pense que je voudrais plus jamais y jouer de ma vie.
Surtout en 4v4.
Oh là là.
This is when they need to turn it on, and this is one of the best teams at doing that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. I mean, Swizzy's the only one left of this global championship trio. You mentioned it yourself, his duo second place. Now, you know, it's upper bracket.
Faudrait que peut-être que j'upgrade mon PC pour pouvoir live. Ce serait trop bien.
But seeing them in 26, I don't know. Maybe it's the jet lag. I don't even know what it is. But
Let's
I want
go,
to see
les gens.
spark from this duo here in these last
Miguel
Yeah, of
Indurain.
course, it's no secret, right? Swizzy having some delays before
Vous ouvrez des trucs de vélo là, vous ouvrez pas la coupe du monde.
Mais comment? Si, on va le faire après, mais moi j'ai pris vélo en plus.
Now we are in a situation where we have to try and make these last two games count. And you know, friends, it's not even just them, right? Think about all these other duos that are currently outside of that
Mon
top
dernier.
25. I talked about it a little bit right before
Ça va
last
redémarrer,
season,
hein.
but you gotta think of 25 duos in the lower bracket. They're waiting, they're hungry. They say, yes, drop back down into the lower bracket with us. I've been watching your strategy.
Putain, fait chier, c'est dimanche en fait.
I have nothing to lose. You
Tim
sure do.
Wellens.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because you're going to have
Et
teams
petit
that are
bordel
looking at
gros.
teams maybe that aren't performing well at spawn.
Ok, ça va, j'ai pas trop de doute sur le dernier.
Thinking, oh, actually, there's a bit of an area
Ouais,
there.
je l'ai paqué que je vais devoir coller. J'ai compris.
Hoyo, they need to make it through, and even if they don't have a great day today, even if they do make it through, they haven't had the greatest performance. Teams like Mr. Savage
commencer.
looking at that and thinking maybe it's time.
Man, I'm getting nervous. I'm sorry it always happens. I stress for all of you so that you don't have to stress. But I'm getting word. Game number 5 is ready. So casters, take it away.
Et Hitler, il y a aussi comment dire, un paramètre qu'on n'a pas pour le camp.
Dis-moi.
C'est, imaginons, il fait la même météo que maintenant.
Bah,
Imagine toutes les pièces, les PC, le PC allumé, ça va être horrible.
mais gros.
C'est quoi,
Ce sera
gros
en ventilo. En...
Non, mais c'est le pire truc, je vais être malade sur mon ventilo, moi. Putain.
Bah, en courant d'air.
Il faudrait une piscine, quoi. On va mettre la piscine là.
Bah, attends, demande à Jérôme d'acheter une piscine à la place d'acheter un terrain de paddle.
Il veut faire les deux maintenant. Il veut faire les deux maintenant.
Il est vraiment malade.
Ah putain, ça commence. Quoi, c'est qui?
Un joueur du Curaçao.
Le Taif. Tu dois deviner les pays, frérot. El Taif.
El Taif, Iran.
Non.
Arabie Saoudite.
Non. Il y a vraiment ces pays-là. Pays rouge.
Quoi?
Un pays rouge.
Tu peux te tromper en deux.
Ouais.
Maroc?
Ah, c'est non, c'est pas en dessous là, il y a 3 du coup. Et il y en a deux qui ressemblent plus que le Maroc.
Ouais, c'est ouais.
Turquie?
Deux pays qui sortent. Ouais, bah l'autre.
Non, du coup, ouais, Tunisie.
Bah, gros, j'ai voulu dire Tunisie, mais j'étais pas sûr que c'était quoi le.
Oh, Real Madrid. Oh, Jude Bellingham. Et c'est bon, on a vu le nom, tu peux offrir.
Oh.
Oh, Désiré Doué, tu l'as déjà ou pas?
Non, Bellingham, je l'ai. Non, j'ai pas eu Barcola. Je pense pas qu'il ait eu du ouais.
Non, alors c'est Olivier, mais j'ai un des deux. Si, je crois que j'ai Doué. Ah, ou Olivier? J'ai un doute. J'ai Barcola et j'ai un. Oh.
Oh.
Brésil, l'équipe du Brésil en 1900 combien?
62. T'as Bellingham qui est déjà quoi.
Le spawn.
Ah, bon, merde, les émoutes à chanter là.
Reet and Cooper will be more than confident fighting against these guys again. The pressure, relentless. Richie couldn't withstand in ages. Like he said, Taco not feeling his best, and that won't make him feel any better.
Yeah, even when Cooper went down,
Regarde Clix et Higgs là. Là, ils ont peur, hein, ils sont taillés.
Oh putain, c'est quoi ce oh, le nom imprononçable. Alors, Amir Adziamtovic.
Tovic?
Ça, vas-y, quel pays?
Ouais, pour moi c'est un stand ou quoi, mais je sais même pas qui est quoi le moi.
Moi, rien qu'avec le peu de que j'ai vu, que je sais qui c'est, mais avec un Tovic, j'aurais dit Croate.
C'est pas ça.
C'est pas un stand?
Évidemment que j'ai vu.
Oh, au Canada.
C'est bosniaque.
C'est quoi ça?
Ah, bosniaque, ouais. Bosniaque, serbe, ouais, ça va.
Oh, Amadou Onana.
Français?
C'est Milan.
Ça vient d'où?
You know, FNCS West champion, depending on the community, you might
say,
say, oh, maybe it's not that hard, but he's also a solo LAN champion. I think that's why Acorn wants the best of the best.
Whether you want to count his win or not, we know for a fact Bolts has the talent to match up with any champion in any region, and that is what he's showing here today.
Et Sphinx, il a une pioche FNCS lui, arrête. Avec un nom de merde pareil, il a une pioche. Non, non. Clix et X qui font un coup de pute.
Ils ont pas spawn. Oh, ils ont pas du tout spawn de truc.
Si, ils ont spawn, mais ils sont partis vite.
Ils ont perdu leur couille.
Mbamba, RDC.
Oh, alors ça, incroyable. Orange et rouge.
Orange et rouge.
Pas pour le coup. Non, il pourra pas trouver, t'inquiète.
Attends, orange et rouge.
Non, c'est impossible.
Non,
quel
c'est
continent?
pas un pays.
C'est un code.
C'est un code, c'est un code.
Putain, mais...
Par contre, là...
Ah
non.
Ah bah... ah bah... Un pays rouge.
Oh, mais il y en a 12 000.
On ne trompe pas. Non, non, mais comme un des trois tantôt, du coup.
Turquie.
Ouais. Oh, encore une équipe.
Brésil, je veux faire mon Brésil.
2000. Qui a gagné en 2006? Ah bah c'est le coup de boule.
Je sais pas.
C'est l'Italie.
Ah bah ouais, c'est France, c'est bien.
Non, l'Italie.
Ah, je suis con.
Oh. Détresse. Détresse.
Quand ça,
Barça.
C'est Barça, c'est Rafinha, 100%.
Let's go.
Rafinha. Ça, impossible. Vas-y, impossible. Comment on peut dire des indices sur ce pays? Oh, c'est chaud.
Dis-moi les couleurs déjà.
Je vais te décrire le drapeau.
Attends, ouais, le drapeau, vas-y.
Il y a un triangle.
Non, dis juste les couleurs. Dis juste les couleurs.
Rouge, noir, jaune, vert. Blanc, vert.
Rouge, blanc, vert. Waouh, c'est africain.
Blanc,
ça.
vert, rouge, noir.
C'est africain? Rouge, noir.
Non, je pense pas, non.
Il n'y a pas de jaune.
C'est un pays africain.
Rouge, noir, blanc, vert.
Ouais.
Ouais. Ah, c'est dur à trouver. Tu sais même pas qui sont.
Bah ouais, mais c'est ça qui est compliqué. Turkménistan?
Ouais. Non.
Ouais, ils sont pas quoi d'ailleurs.
Bah ouais, mais qu'est-ce que j'en sais?
L'Ouzbékistan, mais c'est pas ça.
Donc c'est africain?
Ils sont quoi là? Mais je pense pas. Attends, je vais voir. Je pense pas que c'est africain.
C'est un truc asiate, moi, je pense.
Attends, je vais voir.
Confédération asiate.
Ok. Asiate. Ouah, mais
c'est Moyen-Orient.
Moyen-Orient.
Ouais.
C'est dur, hein, gros, wesh.
Ah, c'est vraiment dur.
Ouais,
Honnêtement, c'est dur.
Moyen-Orient? Mais attends, je vais dire
C'est
tous les
parce
pays du
que
Moyen-Orient.
moi je connaissais même pas le drapeau, c'est parce qu'on ouvre qu'on sait, mais.
Il y a
En vrai,
Iran,
moi,
Irak,
je connais beaucoup de
Qatar,
drapeaux.
Bahreïn.
Ah, j'aurais pu.
Comment,
Je pense qu'il y a un conflit, j'ai l'impression qu'il y a un conflit avec ce pays il n'y a pas si longtemps que ça. Enfin, pas récemment, mais il y a quelques années. Ça tombe, il est toujours en conflit d'ailleurs.
Tu veux l'ordre des couleurs?
Non.
Non, bah non. Non.
Attends.
Non.
Et sur le drapeau, il y a une petite étoile. Si ça peut te...
Ouais.
Petite étoile? Je remonte.
Ouais, regarde.
Ok.
Comment c'est ce pays-là? J'ai oublié, c'est dinguerie.
Oh merde. Oh, Gyökeres.
Oula, tu ouvres comment toi?
Algérie, j'ai pas fait exprès.
Comment est-ce que je
Akanji.
Ah, tu as déjà?
Otamendi. Otamendi, j'ai. Akanji, non, mais Otamendi, ouais. Ah, quoi que. Je sais plus si je l'ai.
Je crois que tu l'as hier, Akanji.
Peut-être, je sais pas. Oh putain, mais il y en a encore en fait.
Yémen?
Non.
Non, ils sont pas quoi là?
Jordanie?
Oui.
Ouais.
Ça n'a rien à voir. Ils sont quoi le...
En même temps, il y a Curaçao, quoi. Il y a.
Ouais, mais gros, Jordanie.
Cap-Vert, Capo-Verde. C'est à toi, Yo, non? Ouais, je viens d'ouvrir ça, toi.
Basdar.
Basdar, mais c'est quoi ces noms de...
Non, quand c'est un pays qu'il a déjà eu, on dit pas. Ça va être long, sinon.
Ouais.
C'est un beau signe.
Allez, il a pas eu.
Oh, ok. En vrai, ça va.
Al-Hamadi. Ali Al-Hamadi.
Il m'emmerde. Il faudrait déjà la liste des pays qui sont quoi déjà, ce serait plus simple. Bon, c'est encore des Arabes, bon.
Après là, on peut dire un indice.
Ouais, pour moi, c'est Moyen-Orient aussi.
Genre, cette équipe joue dans un groupe où il y a une grosse équipe. Enfin, il y a une équipe.
Tu penses que je connais les groupes en plus de pas connaître les équipes?
Ouais, c'est vrai qu'il y a une équipe dans chaque groupe.
Il y a une grosse équipe dans chaque groupe, donc c'est...
Allez, je vais dire un truc, mais c'est trop facile.
Pour moi, c'est Moyen-Orient, Arabie Saoudite.
Non.
Mais c'est Moyen-Orient.
Ouais.
Ah bon,
Je
merde.
pense, ouais.
Tu penses.
Il me semble
Donc
que...
t'es Égypte.
Ah, attends, je sais plus, j'ai un doute maintenant.
L'Égypte?
Non.
Si.
Ouais, si, c'est Égypte.
Ouais, bah, ok, c'est pour ça que je me suis dit que vu que vous hésitiez...
C'est absolument pas l'Égypte. L'Égypte, c'est en Afrique.
Ah, c'est pas l'Égypte?
Bah oui, l'Égypte, c'est en Afrique. Mais après, c'est pas loin du Moyen-Orient.
Ah, mais je sais même pas c'est qui, du coup.
Ouais, il y a un qui ressemble à l'Égypte.
Ah, mais non. Ah oui, ça ressemble à l'Égypte, du coup, putain, je me suis trompé.
Ça ressemble à l'Égypte.
C'est qui? Attends, montre un peu les trois derrière.
Les
trucs derrière. Non, mais derrière. Ah, putain.
Vous savez que moi, je ne vois pas...
Ouais, si, c'est Moyen-Orient, il me semble.
Vous êtes sûr?
Ouais, si, c'est Moyen-Orient. Ouais, sûr, Moyen-Orient. En vrai, c'est une équipe... Il y a moyen qu'elle soit quoi, tu vois.
Je peux pas regarder.
Enfin, ouais.
Ah non, je peux pas voir.
C'est pas facile, mais...
Il y a moyen qu'elle soit quoi? Bah du coup, les quoi, mais...
Ouais, mais genre, c'est pas une surprise de fou. Même si c'est quand même, voilà, pas ouf.
Irak.
Plus de batterie sur la manette, ça n'ira pas.
Ouais, c'est ça, Irak.
Irak.
Ouais.
Mon Dieu.
Ah, moi, ouais. A dit il y a pas longtemps, ce pays. C'est dire le nom.
On l'a pas dit du tout.
Si. Non
Nazon.
Pas dit.
Nazon?
La montre derrière.
Ouais,
montre derrière.
Le mec s'appelle Nazon.
Ouais, Curaçao.
Non.
Bah voilà.
Mais si. Non, je vois pas, c'est flou. Si, je l'ai dit, Yann. Il serait bien que c'était ça.
On a parlé de Haïti.
Il y a vraiment pas longtemps, genre. Bah oui, mais ta gueule, lui dis pas.
Mais parler de Haïti. Vanuatu?
Mais oui, j'ai dit que les pays un peu Haïti, Curaçao et tout, j'avais dit Haïti. Sur les pays, ça n'a rien à voir qu'il soit quoi.
Ouais, mais pas fait gaffe. Bah, ouais, en vrai, j'étais pas loin avec Curaçao.
Ouais.
Le mec s'appelle
Ato. Curaçao, Cap Vert et Haïti.
Oh, Otamendi.
Oh, Otamendi.
Ok, je sais où c'est.
Chancel. Oh, facile du coup.
Encore RDC.
Rodrigo Betancourt.
Betancourt. Oh putain, mais tu sais, tu vois ça, bah pour moi c'est Italie. Mais...
Non.
Ah ouais, mais non, alors c'est
en
US.
Amérique du Sud.
Ah ok, ouais, tu vois. Uruguay ou quoi, Betancourt.
Ouais.
Uruguay, ouais. Bon, Jakic, ouais.
Croate.
Pas trop compliqué. Ouais.
Ouais.
Ah bah, LTF.
LTF. Allez, on retourne au Moyen-Orient.
Ah, il sait plus.
Bah LTF, j'ai jamais eu de LTF.
C'était le premier. Ah si, c'était le premier.
J'étais là.
Bah oui.
Ouais, c'est le premier que j'ai eu.
Ah, mais vous avez dit les couleurs du drapeau. J'ai même pas entendu le nom.
Oui, mais
Si. Bah alors c'est Tunisie, si c'est le premier.
Bah oui.
Ouais, c'est
okay,
ça, ouais.
Bah, tu vois, le nom, je me rappelle même pas des noms.
Wow.
Minori.
Enam Achour.
Achour, allez.
Oh, Morata.
Achour.
Oh putain, mais ouais, mais
Maroc.
Spoil. Non. Oh, c'est bien ça.
Tu regardes derrière pour
Là, du coup, c'est un pays où il y a une grosse équipe dedans.
Ah, bah tout.
Bah, il se rappelle plus non plus.
Quoi, vous l'avez dit?
Bah non, mais je m'étais trompé quoi du coup.
Wow, qu'est-ce qu'il a dit? Ah, ce que tu t'es trompé, donc l'Égypte.
Ouais. Bon, Alvaro Morata. Pas compliqué. Oumar Diakité.
Curaçao.
Diakité.
Diakité, tu vois, c'est des noms que je connais, mais c'est pas pour ça que je sais d'où ils viennent.
Non, mais du coup, c'est facile. Tu sais de quel continent ça vient, quoi.
Ah, si c'est Diakité et qu'il est pas africain.
Voilà, c'est ça que je veux dire. Du coup, il n'y a plus trop de pays, ça va.
Plus trop de pays, mais je sais même pas qui ils sont, quoi, le gros.
On n'a pas dit, en fait. On n'a pas encore dit.
Sénégal?
Non.
Dommage, hein. C'était là le. Le Cameroun, il est quoi, là?
Je pense pas.
Ouais,
me semble pas.
Ouais, le Ghana, il est quoi, là?
Ouais, mais c'est pas ça.
C'est dur, hein. RDC, je veux dire les RDC. Mais...
Ouais, c'est pas ça.
Et tu vois, j'ai déjà dit pas mal de pays africains. Hein.
Ils ont. Tu connais les
Afrique de l'Ouest.
De l'Ouest.
Oh.
Donc,
Ta gueule.
ouais, dans l'oreille de l'éléphant.
Voilà, c'est ça.
Alors, c'est à gauche, quoi, l'oreille de l'éléphant.
Ouais.
C'est du côté du Sénégal et tout ça, quoi.
Mais du coup, éléphant. Voilà, quoi. C'est un peu l'emblème du pays.
Oh, Côte d'Ivoire.
Ouais, voilà.
Il y a combien de pays africains qui sont quoi, là, wesh?
Il y en a beaucoup, en vrai. Après, il y a 48 pays.
Ouais, c'est vrai.
Ouais, 40 pays. C'est abusé. C'est à toi, là. Ouais.
Ah, ouais, on a quand même un late game, en fait. Hein. J'ai même pas vu si Focus était encore là.
Ça a été, nous? Ah non, c'est...
X sont encore là. Bon, je vais me remettre dedans. En mode Minori, ah, Minori est là, mais je sais pas si Darkos est là. Sky Scroll sont là.
Oh, Bayern Munich.
Minori est tout seul. Hein.
Il y a une IFT. Attaquant.
Clix vient de mourir. Ardardemus.
Oh,
Viva Europa.
j'y ai cru. Mais c'est l'Inter. Pourquoi j'y ai cru? Chelsea. Oh non, Barcelone.
Wesh, ce qu'ils font là-bas, tu là.
Oh, s'il vous plaît. Espagnol, Pedri. Non.
K est encore là, mais est-ce que K... Allez, ils sont... Putain, je les vois pas, j'espère que c'est pas bon.
Ah, un nouveau pays.
Non, je l'ai dit. Mais ouais.
Erkinov.
Je pense, je trouve.
Grec.
Ah, quoi, on m'a dit ça non plus.
Ouais, c'est ça. Un pays que j'ai dit.
Bon, bah là, je regarde le late là.
Pas vraiment. Ah ouais, faut que je regarde aussi.
Regardez qu'il faut un kill, tout le monde est après. Putain, mais je pense que Thomas sont plus là.
Alex mort. Ah,
Si, ils sont là! Si, ils sont là!
Minoré toujours là, mais.
Il est tout seul, lui.
Ouais, Minoré, il doit rester quasiment. Ouais, mais il reste quasiment rien comme pour avoir. Hein.
X, lui, il doit vraiment prendre Marius. Ouais, c'est ça, vraiment.
Mais il est mort. Ouais, il est pas mort, what?
Ouais. Ah bah, Marius l'a tué.
Ah, nice.
Il est où Thomas?
Focus,
Thomas?
vol.
Thomas? Ok, j'ai vu Focus, mais j'ai pas vu Thomas. X, il doit faire tous les points tout seul. Thomas qui fait un kill. Minori qui meurt.
Oh non, Minori qui fait rater. En vrai, il a gratté 10 points. Hein. Je sais pas, à mon avis, il soit coupé.
Il y a Scroll qui roule.
De toute façon, ils sont quoi, lui, Thomas? Perso, sur le high, c'est des inconnus. Peut-être se croire sur la dernière game.
Il en reste une encore.
Ouais.
Relly et Rezon qui sont là, ils vont squall. Ah, X il fait des points quand même là.
Mais il aura pas assez, je pense.
Ah, Rezon, Noirelli, je pense que c'est quoi là? D'armes, des focus qui meurt par d'armes. Comme à chaque fois. Marius qui meurt. En top 13. Noirelli meurt. Où est Thomas? Il est mort, tu l'aurais pas vu?
Il est là. Si, j'ai vu, il vient de tomber tout en bas.
Ah bah il est mort.
Ah bah il est mort. T'as Canada, mais what?
Hey, qu'est-ce qu'il fait encore là?
Ça fait trop bien, en fait, ça. À Corncove. Ah, le Canada.
Bah X, en vrai là, il...
Ouais, ça tombe pas, ouais. Il va peut-être sauver le... Après, il faut encore 30 points.
Après, il reste des points, mais... C'est ce qu'il doit faire, hein.
Il est tellement bien.
Darm Demus, ils sont tout le temps là aussi. Dico qui vient seulement de mourir. X qui meurt. Et Darm Demus, ouais, il est 320 points, gros. C'est bien, c'est mon top 3 avec Sky Scroll qui était premier. Bon, j'aurais jamais dû mettre Chino Pablo, vraiment un connard. Je les déteste.
Attends, mais sur le même PC, ils sont pas encore quoi, je pense. C'était pas dans la merde?
Non, ils sont pas bien, je pense.
Il me semble, ouais, ils avaient 50 points avant la game.
Cringe qui est encore là? C'est le même?
Non, c'est lui, c'est l'autre. C'est avec Volcochon. Ah non, c'est avec tu.
On va faire un back-to-back.
Ah, ça va, c'est au top 1.
Ah, Veno, top 1, on a dit.
Non, il y a plus que... Ouais.
We cannot forget about them. A big win for Veno and Curve that solidifies a spot in the Sunday final.
All right then, guys. Curve, how does it feel to get your first victory royale on land?
Feels great. I mean, I just eliminated everyone. I just popped off.
What was that like for you, Vedo?
Oh putain, j'ai oublié de mettre un endroit.
Clutch it on his own.
I'm not gonna lie, we were just running around. I'm having fun. He's crazy.
We're seeing you having so much fun. What's interesting to me though is it's a little bit like.
C'est lui en fait qui fait, qui se coupe pas les cheveux tant que Manu gagne pas 5 victoires de suite.
You guys were kind of subtly working your way up the leaderboard. Obviously, there's just one more game before the leaderboard resets. But has your plan been to take it easy and just guarantee championship Sunday?
The plan was to
Donc il reviendra pas au bar.
Barre verbrugge.
show any plans.
On dirait comme merde.
Just have some fun. I was laughing during that game. I don't know if he likes it.
And what's it like hearing Vedo call?
Bah ouais, on l'a entendu.
Different to when you're online.
Ça fait
We're the best.
You do seem like you're feeling yourselves.
Putain, Curve il se chie dessus quand il se fait interviewer.
What's your rating?
I think he's taken to it pretty well. Obviously, we've not played much finals recently, so it's good to get some practice in.
It's great to see you guys thriving here on LAN. Congratulations.
Ouais, trace justement mon casse dans tes cheveux du coup.
Ah ouais.
Il y a une grosse trace.
To a break. After this game, we'll know who's
Clicks is dead!
No!
No!
Clicks and Higgs have left the lobby so early.
What happened? Shark has just pickaxe Clicks on LAN!
Again, Shark and Teeny are in a situation where they literally almost have nothing.
Il y a donc 40 minutes la prochaine game.
Putain, mais décidément, les Bosniens, vous avez aujourd'hui.
Ouais. Après,
Bosniaque.
là je l'ai pas, je crois donc.
Ah, code. Putain, j'ai pas eu de code, moi ça me fait chier du coup, j'ai pas de code.
Mongo, bro.
Yo, so
Oh my god. Mongo, get in the pit, bro.
Jeff, please send me this, sir.
3 goats. 2 goats and 1 wildebeest.
Yeah.
Ah, Pras, quel pays?
Oh my. Big Mongo, bro.
C'est trop bizarre leur interaction.
Une carte sociale? Ah, les lions d'Atlas. On va voir. Pas eu en plus.
Très éléphant.
Ouais.
Crystal Palace. Marc. Gay.
Ouais, j'allais dire. Bon. Un doublon. Je l'ai eu hier, Jean Charest. Je sais même pas qu'il était suisse lui. Le Havre. Lionel M. Passé.
For finals? Yeah. I'm pretty sure, like, I think all of them are uncut and lowers, and like, why wouldn't they, right?
New.
They're all good teams, they're all good players.
New England Revolution.
But I think, like, how many French teams are there here now? Like 4, 5, 11?
Like 5, no, not duos, but like 11 players, like 5 duos and Warx.
Yeah, okay, so like, I think like 4, like probably 5 out of 5 duos qualify.
Ces joueurs de merde.
Il va passer par là.
Putain, ouais, mais je l'ai en double en plus, celui que j'ai en là-bas. Tractor, mais non, là. C'est quoi? Tractor SC, mais qu'est-ce que c'est que ce pays? Ces équipes. Oh, putain, un pays aussi, un pays de merde. Olympique de Marseille.
You think he wins or Clicks?
Oh, Timothy Ware, que j'ai déjà, je pense. Peut-être pas, je sais pas.
So y'all just sat out there for no reason. How you feel, bro?
Bon, il y aura un classé. Putain, mais j'ai pas eu de code, ça me fait chier un peu.
Conned by Clicks and Higgs.
Je vais pas pouvoir finir mon
You're just
défi.
running at them. You're not even gonna like try to run away to secure qual at least? Top 25? How many games do you think you need to qual? Huh? 1?
Regarde l'état que je dois classer.
Are we gonna see what Pete did? Once you qualify, you're just gonna chase him down every time?
A crazy clutch out of Curve.
Probably.
A solo clutch.
Man.
And I promise you,
Oh
this
my God, bro. This
arena
On
was
va s'entrier,
loud.
déjà.
But Papa and Mama Curve
D'accord.
were probably
On va s'entrier.
being like, yo, that's our kid.
Trier.
That's so crazy. You gotta
Le
be
partage.
so happy for Curve in this
Moi, non.
situation to pick up a solo clutch. BR on land.
I mean, what a a way to announce yourself to the LAN stage, right? You know, this is how it's done. I think a lot of people would have had questions about Veno, an established EU player moving over to NAC and then deciding to play with an unproven talent, a promising talent in Curve. A controller player at that as well. People be like, maybe this isn't the right move for him, but I mean, we all knew he was capable of it. It was just about showing it, and the nerve that he has to do that on this stage, first ever LAN, playing with Veno as a solo to Carter, that is unbelievable.
Absolutely. I mean, I was thinking some of the concerns maybe going in with Veno IGLing, Curve, you know, very aggressive controller player, and thinking, okay, just try not to take too much damage, try not to overstep. Doesn't even matter. Just back-to-back elimination, solo clutch the VR. I mean, what else do you need?
I love, too, that moment. You can literally see it on Veno's face. He's like, dude, you actually did it. Like, let's go. Like, you know, you got to think with someone like Veno, the caliber of player, the first player to have an NA and an EU FNCS title, to pick up this kid and think, okay, let's see what he's got. Dude, he's just like Papa Curve. He's just as proud.
Yeah, he really is. And he's a player that we've got the pleasure of seeing his development as a player throughout the last few years of him being in comp. You know, when he was first coming onto the scene, all the way back sort of chapter 3 when he won with Aqua, he was that sort of raw talent. He was almost the Curve of today. And it's really nice to see him sort of mature as this sort of IGL all ahead in the scene right now. Great to see him on the telestrator earlier on as well.
Normalement, c'est pile poil la colle.
And that's what he brings to the team. He brings that calmness, he brings that confidence.
Il reste une
He
game.
went down there in that game. He was actually smiling.
Plus que son 4 en
Ah, Maris,
That's someone
pas
that
faire les cons.
trusts their duo. When you see them smiling after they get eliminated in top 5, you shouldn't be smiling when you get eliminated in top 5. But Veno knew that Curve had what it takes. This is just the start for a player like Curve. I mean, proving yourself already at an international competition of this caliber. We're just day 1. We have 3 days of competition.
Ça va être entre 110 et 115
place right now. I mean, we're gonna see them on Sunday, and I'm excited to see how they perform.
You said statement, right? Going into finals, people are thinking, well, I might have been kind of looking at Curve or Veno around, thinking, oh man, how am I gonna deal with that? Now everyone's thinking, okay, it is absolutely Veno and Curve. We have to take that fight too. I want to take a look at the standings. Let's go over this, right? We've got a single game left to go before we wrap up the upper bracket. Darm Dimash, they take over first place. Look at this. I am so happy to see them, you know, really thriving in this environment, man. Again, you mentioned statement, Mini Miner. That's what they're sending right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I mentioned it earlier on. Last minute drop spot changed. Of course, working with Coach Sven, they would have had a lot of strats coming into this as well. Even not showing all of them as well, of course, in this upper bracket right here. But this is a team that we all are excited about, particularly coming from EU. They're the new Polish greats that a lot of people were talking about. You know, you talk about Kanisetti, the new wave, the new blood in Poland, and they have so.
Ah, en tout cas, c'est pas encore quoi là.
They were that sort of mid to low ground team when they were playing in trios, and even in this end game, they're playing it as a duo as well, playing that lower ground, which is great to see, and a team that we can definitely look out for on Sunday as a potential.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about new Polish duo. Don't quote me on this, but I think in 2024 they had like 40K earned as a duo. Then 25 they had over 200K earned as a duo. I mean, this team rose to fame so quickly, and now once again proving themselves on an international stage. Show that they can do it online, they can do it in person, and they're here to fight for that trophy.
Oh man, so
of
course, this trophy's awesome. There's a lot of players doing well, but there's still players that need to make it on that bubble.
Click 74. Pic Suzy 74. Coyote 74.
We actually saw a really awesome Muzz solo clutch in that last game. That's why they've moved up those 2 placements, but boys, we've got one game left to go. We must find ourselves in the top 25, or we have to go back down the lower bracket, fight through 6 more games with 25 new duos.
It's going to be crazy. I mean, I'm looking at clicks there as well. Higgs, shout out to him. Solo clutch. That could be the clutch that keeps them in contention here. They still have one more game to go. If they drop down to the lower bracket, that wonky land looking like it's going to be contested as well by Kane, so things might be interesting.
Yeah.
Even players like Chino and Pablo, we saw them on the previous page. These are some competitors that in predictions, they were saying they were going to get top 3. They could even win the competition, and now they're outside of qualifying range on uppers day 1. I mean,
il y avait que Rex en français. Ah non, mais il y a minorité d'art. Après, c'est trop là.
Aujourd'hui, ouais.
Maintenant, t'as Kira Kurama, Podasai,
Saito.
Saito, moi aussi.
Skyjob. Il y a 11 Français.
Ouais,
And you know this is where the pressure starts getting felt.
Dude, I
Il y a
feel
11
it, right?
Français et
I'm
5
starting
duos
to stress
français.
for some of these players. You know, we've got one game, but look, it's
Benoît
okay.
qui joue
We've,
pas.
Minnie, we've seen
Ouais,
one
tu comptes avec ceux
game
d'aujourd'hui ou
be
pas?
the difference maker,
Bah
right?
oui.
Everything's okay.
On a vu.
We've got
Ah ouais.
this moment right
Ah, il y a
now.
Break, du coup, c'est ce mec qui est avec un.
Oui, t'as Momsi
T'as
Skyjump,
Akira
t'as
Kurama.
Akira Kurama, t'as
Skyjump.
Podasai Saito, t'as
Minori Darkos.
Minori Darkos. T'en as encore un.
Et ça aussi à ouvrir.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already feeling it. You can hear the silence. The silence.
T'as été acheté du Pokémon.
C'est pas pour moi.
Oh, c'est sympa, c'est pour les 3 €. Enfin, j'ai cru que ça n'allait jamais arriver.
Ah, pour un anniversaire.
Et pourquoi tu me dis que tu dois les ouvrir alors? Tu vas pas les ouvrir si c'est pas pour nous. Si c'est pas pour toi.
Et en plus, j'ai pris le plus cher, quoi.
What Fortnite does, but again,
Bah, ils sont à 7 € ceux-là.
this is that moment for these players. They
Bah,
have
c'est vrai.
Ils sont 7 € les Kawa. Hein?
Ah ouais, ils étaient déjà à 7 € l'autre fois qu'on avait été, ouais.
Ouais, mais c'est les plus chers. Il y avait encore les qui partaient à 5 à 6 €.
C'est parti.
Guys, I have word of an announcement. We have to go to game number 6.
Announcement?
But we need to see how this
What?
ends. I'll tell you about this after. Casters, take it away.
Quel bâtard!
Il a fait exprès.
Il a annulé la game!
Non, il a pas annulé
Il a
la game.
annulé la
Bah
game!
non, il a pas annulé.
Ah non, pas annulé, mais.
Ouais.
Non, mais le bruit du. C'est un fake bruit, quoi.
Non, c'est pas un fake. Non, ça va jouer là.
Si, parce que là, normalement, la game se relancerait maintenant.
Bah, elle est
là.
lancée là.
Dès qu'on. Tu penses?
Ouais.
Moi, je pense pas, je pense qu'ils
Mais
ont fait un
si,
fake
regarde.
truc pour annoncer.
Regarde.
Mais non, ah ouais.
C'est juste que. Putain. C'est juste qu'il avait un annoncement, une annonce à faire et du coup il l'a pas fait.
J'ai eu un tweet de Fortnite compétitif.
Tu dis quoi?
Il y a juste. Ah, mais c'est pour teaser en fait.
Bah oui, c'était sûr.
Et il y a des yeux, genre. Du coup, ça sera sûrement enfin, dimanche.
Ouais, il a dit qu'il avait une annonce à faire.
Ouais,
Oh, une collaboration avec.
Non.
Une collaboration avec Star Wars. Oh ouais. Génial. Je sais bien, ils vont recommencer. Oh, avec Marvel. Oh
non,
là là.
Non, moi je pense que ça va être Fortnite Reload à l'UWC Paris. Alors qu'on le sait déjà. Imagine.
Putain, ils ont sorti Flixzy. Ils étaient quoi le.
Non, je pense pas. Hein. Ah, je sais plus.
Flixzy and Chap have struggled to find solid ground in competitive this year, and these young guns won't make it any easier for them. Back to the drawing board it is.
Yeah, with the standings this close when it comes to trying
Ah, ce serait génial que Chino Pablo squalle pas. Qui d'autre?
Oh, c'est Flixzy et Chap?
Ouais, qui sont morts. Ouais.
C'est eux qui sont morts. Ouais. Ils étaient top 25. Ils sont pas quoi le coup.
Ouais, à mon avis.
94 points. Ouais, c'est sûr.
Regarde ce qu'ils font avec ces clics.
Ouais, c'est quoi ça?
Ah, il spawn plus là.
Déjà son ping est pas bien. Oh, des bandes de salopes.
Ah, ils ont peur. Ils ont peur. Tu m'étonnes qu'ils ont peur.
Streamac, allez voir leur écran, vous êtes pas loin.
Ah putain.
Eux, ils veulent déchirer la game. Eux, ils veulent déchirer la game.
Bon, j'ai plus besoin de 809 abonnés pour pouvoir avoir un code créateur sur Fortnite.
Pas mal.
C'est fou quand même. Imagine tu as un code créateur. Oh, il faut que je continue à faire des vidéos de merde comme ça. Allez.
Moi j'aurais quand même voulu voir le content parce que Peterbot et Poyo ils contestent à Wonky.
Clix. Ouais, j'aurais bien aimé voir aussi.
Après ils peuvent encore back, hein. Ils peuvent encore y aller maintenant. Mais...
Bah y a pas de contest.
Oh oh
Ouais.
ah, mais non c'est pas Wonky, ouais je pense que c'était Wonky, pas du tout.
On peut déjà se dire il va être de combien le petit... Merde, le petit...
Oh, le Panzer,
Rochelaine.
Il y en a un.
Je jouais déjà.
Oh quand même. Ça ira.
Si Yuan joue, je joue.
Ouais, Yann va jouer. Il est pas venu juste pour ouvrir.
Ça finit pas avant 23h. Hein.
Si, ça finit avant 23.
Non.
Mais si. Ah, le sketch.
Non mais il parle du catch.
Ah ouais.
Ouais.
Bah...
C'est bon, j'ai regardé en même temps.
Ouais, non.
Là t'as bien regardé en même temps, nous.
Pas la même chose.
Tu sais que Panzer ils ont plus fait un point depuis les 3... Enfin ils ont fait les 3 premières games, ils ont plus fait un point. Bon, Rezon normalement ils sont quoi là?
Go out the window. Even though you still got tomorrow, that doesn't make it any easier. You almost take a hit on your confidence, so you want to qualify here, even if it means having a pop-up performance in the last game of the day. We've seen it before, and I'm sure we'll see it again.
The fighting continues. No team wants to walk away from this one. So much invested already. If you can't find the opening eventually, you
Ah mais Jinx là, pas sûr qu'il soit quoi là, eux s'il meurt.
102, ouais, non, c'est...
Ouais, arrêtez de crier Gentleman s'il vous plaît.
C'est où le majeur à du Düsseldorf?
Ouais. Pas loin de chez eux en soi.
Ouais.
It's not super likely that Yapko is going to immediately send himself forward. He might actually opt to back out.
Il reste 38 teams là.
Elle va aller vite cette game.
Push.
Ouais, y'en a plein qui sont au quoi là, ils en ont rien à foutre. Oh, Jinx. Oh, peut-être pas Koal. Trouvez l'autre.
Je pense que j'ai une info qu'on n'a pas vue.
De quoi? T'as été te spoil sur Twitter toi.
Pas... Mais je voulais pas me spoil. Hein. Non, pas Twitter.
Narcos Minori est mort.
Comment on l'a pas vu en fait?
Narcos Minori mort? C'était quoi?
Non, ça va pas te plaire. Tu penses que je rigole? Tu penses que je rigole en plus?
Ils sont quoi là, normalement?
Ah oui, ils sont quoi, mais ils sont morts hein, dans la game.
T'es sûr?
Bah ouais.
T'as eu la photo
40, c'est ça que je comprends pas. Bah je voulais aller voir parce que j'avais cru voir je sais plus qui mourir. Mais du coup la game est avancée sur le tracker. Là je regarde plus.
Bah pourquoi tu te spoil?
J'ai vu top 40. Mais je voulais pas me spoil, je voulais regarder. Je pensais pas qu'il y avait autant d'avance en fait. Je voulais juste regarder ceux qui sont morts en premier, genre les... Ceux qu'on avait vus quoi.
And if their version of fun is ruining Sharkantini's end to the day, then I think they are achieving just that. Tini will wait patiently. They are on home soil, but that doesn't mean that they have the advantage. The left-hand peek from Tini doesn't provide much by way of success, and so he eventually will fall at the hands of Nico Malabuka.
Yeah, and I think Shark sensed that one come in. He immediately disengaged towards the south side of Wonky.
Avec le skin de Clix qui joue, quel enculé.
Voilà.
Well, the main reason behind that, I'm just thinking back to what took place between these EU teams in our actual FNC. Yes, Vico was being called the fake demon for the longest time, and sure, it's not gonna exactly throw Sharkantini.
Regarde-les les deux là.
But it still plays a little bit of spoiler.
C'est nous en fait. C'est nous.
Putain.
Le gameplay.
Ah bon, jamais squal, hein. 50 points gros.
Pas 50 points. Hein. On a 20, 25, plus 30, même pas 40 points.
Ouais. Quand ce sera pas 114 par exemple.
Tu sais que ça... Mais si, c'est possible, mais ça peut être 102 aussi ou 104. Hein.
112.
C'est possible. Hein.
Ou 114.
Non, mais ça peut même être moins, ça peut être 106, 107, tu vois.
Ça gagne plus ou moins 18 points par game.
Ouais. Mais oui, mais là, imaginons les gens qui doivent faire des points n'en font pas.
Ouais, bah oui, peut-être, mais bon.
Voilà.
Ça peut être plus aussi.
Ce sont que des stats, hein, ce que je dis. Normalement, si tout se passe bien, ça doit être 112. Ça sera sûrement pas ça.
C'est ce que j'avais dit, ça.
112 ou 113, parce que
oui,
c'est 112 et
118,9. 1,8.
Ouais, comme eux, ils doivent top, hein, c'est sûr. Mais avec des kills en plus.
Ah, mais c'est Alex.
Ouais, c'est ce que je dis. Ils doivent top avec des kills, parce que 20 points.
Ultimately, they're just not used to having players in the lobby who are willing to fight back, right? When you're the big fish in a small pond, it's easy to exert your dominance. Well, all of a sudden, when you've got people who have been doing it at the highest level on this type of stage for years, ready to give you a challenge, it changes the dynamic completely. And so that is a lesson that they will have to take into day 2 if they are in that lower bracket.
Putain, ils vont en Arabie, tout ça pour la thune, quoi.
Some of these teams haunted by just not really having a drop spot to call home from the
En gros, 2v2 là. Papier.
Papier d'Ardemus les éteigne.
Oh non, non, non.
Ouais, ils ont beaucoup moins de vie.
Ah oui, ok. J'ai sur papier niveau.
Ouais, mais je dis, Dardemus ont beaucoup moins de vie, sinon ils les éteignent. Mec, moi je suis pro-européen.
Ok, mais bon, là, c'est. Parle pas de ce que tu préfères ou pas.
Ah, Dardemus c'est fort. Hein. Bah, mais pourquoi ils ont trop de trucs?
Mais c'est ce que je dis. C'est ce que je dis, c'est un gros duo, mais ils vont pas éteindre PO Peter Robot non plus. Faut pas dire ça.
Bah, les états, je veux dire, ils vont le tuer.
Tu peux pas être sûr, ouais, mais tu peux pas être sûr qu'eux vont gagner. Moi, c'est 50-50.
Je vais grandement ma chance que Dardemus, ils vont les fumer.
Ils veulent rester premiers, Dardemus, ils jouent comme des merdes. Hein.
Comment ça, ils jouent comme des merdes? Hein.
Ils campent quoi, ils veulent pas jouer, ils veulent pas.
Ils en ont rien à foutre.
Ouais, ils veulent essayer d'aller chercher la première place. Hein. Par contre, ils sont pas 30 points. Hein.
Ils veulent juste tuer tout le monde. En plus, il peut squall lui. Oh, c'est dur.
Ah ouais. Après, il est peut-être déjà, mais là, c'est pas mal.
Et maintenant que Joko et Sinner sont éliminés, qui gagne Roland Garros?
Non, mais pour moi, Zverev, il est jamais à l'abri de faire une connerie.
Ah oui, c'est sûr.
Ouais, t'aimes bien favori quand même.
Ouais,
moi pas.
C'est exactement ce que j'ai dit tantôt.
C'est Raphaël Collignon.
Moi je pense dans la partie dans cette partie-là, c'est Koboli qui va aller en finale.
Non, moi je pense. Ah non, Jodar il est en dessous.
Après il y a aussi au joueur à la Chine, mais je pense pas.
Il y a Tiafoué aussi.
Ouais.
Putain, ils ont fait 2 kills, Click CX.
They're just anywhere right now, and we're seeing them make the plays needed to deliver on the points. They are so close to being able to push
toujours là aussi, Pablo Ingo. Il y a tellement de gros duos qui sont pas quoi, mais qui peuvent se quoi.
You think this is volatile? Just imagine what takes place, what ensues when teams understand that their opportunity for participating in the summit finals might be lost outright. That's where we really start to see a lot of chaos.
Maintenant, c'est même plus Solari que je déteste, c'est Avoc. En fait, non, c'est même pas Avox, c'est les Français en général.
Ah, ça a toujours été ça.
Ah oui, oui,
c'est toujours été.
j'ai toujours détesté. D'abord en vrai, en tout.
Point threshold as of now is so stacked. One mistake can cost you a trip to Championship Sunday and send you straight to the lower bracket instead. And I think iDrop and Marius kind of know it. That's why you're seeing them and a few other teams staying inside of the zone towards those vending machines so they don't have to go through all the chaos.
Rapide et froid. Qui n'arrive pas à révu.
Oh, il a pas réussi à récupérer la répu, le loser. Ça c'est Tung Saour.
Ouais.
I'm gonna hold my tongue on their decision making here.
No game, mini minor.
I like it. I like it. Cold is just having fun, man. He's just
Son
doing
gameplay
his
va bien
thing.
avec son
Show
skin.
up, show out.
Putain, c'est horrible.
Ah,
fixez-le quoi.
Talk Rapid into it. He was like, "Yo, come on, let's have some fun." He said, "Nah, that's
Ou alors
all
c'est
you
on
want."
est des
quoi, il
tueurs,
envoie des
pas
zones.
des
Il envoie des
bots.
zones, ouais, il est bouclé.
And you think Rapid's leading him in this
Quoi?
game? No, he's just trying to run away.
Yeah, Rapid doesn't want to
Il y
be
a un
seen
maillot
with
quoi
this
qui est mort
guy
les zones.
right now, and
ouais.
I can't blame him. Clicks, Higgs.
Il a pas assez pour sortir.
Panzer.
Attends.
Putain, il tire
Il a
dessus.
pas Click, c'est mort. Ah non, il a pas
Il est con en vrai. Il est con en vrai.
Après, il est bien. East, il va devoir clutch en 1v2 pour ses quals.
Il s'était. Regarde autant devant la storm, mais il tire dessus. Il
Ouais.
te maigre.
Après, je pense que même s'il se met le kit, il sort pas.
Oh bah on va essayer quoi.
Ouais, je sais pas ce qu'il y a.
Je sais pas. Ok, elle a une scar.
The people in front of them, forward away side, it has to be a big game from Higgs here.
You saw 4 different teams at one point on 86
Wow.
points. Cold running through the bottom, takes
ils ont tué
out
Shark.
Shard. There's a real beast in the ocean this weekend, and Cold is looking to be that guy.
Hey, he's nice with it. Probably the best thing I can say.
If I told you that's like the best frag of all time, you'd look at me and say, nah, surely not, man. This guy ain't taking it seriously. But that is what Cole does. Sky and Scroll, they're still taking things
Quel
seriously,
connard
it
ce
feels
mec.
like.
Qui?
And we know what that
Un
means for the
catcheur.
rest of the lobby.
Qu'est-ce qu'il a fait?
Consistency.
Il a dit, parce que là ils sont à Barcelone, et il a dit à un mec, oh, prochaine fois, faut qu'on aille à Madrid.
Ouais, il a raison. C'est qui?
C'est Gunther.
Ah, je sais pas.
Quand j'ai dit le nom, je savais que tu connaissais pas.
Oh, le pote d'Alex est mort. Workplace.
Allez Alex, allez Alex. Allez Alex, du top 50, qu'on se marre un peu.
Je pense qu'on va essayer avec un peu bon.
X qui meurt. Ah,
c'est fini.
Et Alex qui meurt en
Il a fait
plus.
des kills. Oh, Alex.
Non, c'est fini. X c'est fini. X
Oh
et
là
X
là,
joueront
Click,
demain.
il est pas qual.
Very likely that the international competition is going to be reviewing some of these games here tonight, guys, and just looking back and thinking, how do we take it to the next level for tomorrow?
Il meurt.
Darkos qui va en dessous de Raisonner et Noirelli.
Par sa mort à 86, c'est fini.
Wow, c'est horrible. Marius et Hydrop qui sont là. Pixie Suzy qui sont à côté.
J'ai l'impression que il était solo. Ouais, d'accord, c'est bon, c'est bien. Oh non. Encore, je pense qu'il manque là. Il manque le top 20 et l'école. Ah, ben,
Top 20, c'est pas facile.
Il est mort.
Il est mort?
Ils sont pas qual. Ouais, ils sont pas qual.
Ah!
Ils ont fait 4 points. Ah, ils sont à 100. À part s'ils ont fait des kills. on sait
Ouais,
pas.
ça dépend, ça dépend. Chino et Pablo sont morts? Arrête.
Pablo,
Ah
oui,
bah
mais
ouais,
Chino,
bah
je pense
Chino
pas.
aussi, oui.
Ah, Chino aussi? Ah bah.
Ouais, bah on vient de le voir.
J'aurais un truc sur mon écran. Bah, pas quoi non plus, du coup, j'ai pas vu les points.
Ouais, non, pas quoi.
Ah ouais, il y a plus que Marcus et Warex.
Ouais, Sweezy.
Ouais.
You're really going to be tested. Everything you know about Fortnite, both in the physical gameplay and the mental capacity, is really going to be pushed to the limit. And that's where you see iDrop, Marius,
Pourquoi des fois on entend amour
Bah ouais, je comprends pas.
Je vais mettre augmenter.
Squeezie qui meurt par Sky, aïe aïe aïe. Regarde, t'avais dit qu'il fallait qu'il ait les top 20, il était top 23 quand t'as dit ça, et là il est dans des top 22. 21. Pixie et Squeezie sont morts. Aïe aïe aïe.
On se laisse forcer les joueurs de Jackalmel qui ont crié, je pense.
Ah, après Rezon il est aimé, bah, il est allemand et Aurélie aussi.
Ouais, non, mais je parlais avant quand Truc est mort. Quand Suzy est mort et je pense que c'est le Jackalmel qui va être clé.
Quoi, Canada qui est encore là tout seul, bon, il fait ce qu'il veut.
Ou Peter Bot Poyo, ils sont là pour abattre.
Ah, il drop qui fait un kill. Est-ce que ça va? C'est dur. Hein. Il est tout seul? Non, Marius est en vie, mais.
Ouais, il a un HP. Construis!
Mais Marius,
il est mort.
T'es malade, gars? Ah ouais,
comment est-ce qu'il se fait pas tirer dessus? Ah, il drop pendant tout point, ah, ça va être chaud. Hein.
Oh, c'est fou!
Ah, c'est mort, je pense. 100 points.
Ok, ça, oh, ça c'est cool. Oh putain, il en a presque pas eu. Ah si, il l'a. Il lui faut le kill.
Il faut le kill là. 104? Il fait un kill, il est peut-être. Ah non, c'est chaud. Ah! Il y a 106.
Aïe aïe aïe, Canada.
Aïe aïe aïe, c'est fini. 106, je pense pas que ça colle.
C'est Canada qui est là. Orex, allez Orex, meurs, s'il te plaît. Orex, ok, c'est bon.
Ça colle pas, c'est peut-être.
Orex, 198. Ah, pour l'instant, Marius sont bien, là, ils sont temps. Hein.
Bah ouais, c'est ça. Ça joue à...
Attends de merde.
Mais j'ai pas vu Minori du coup.
Mais si, ils ont plus de points que Marius.
Mais non, peut-être pas. Moi j'ai compté 104 s'ils ont pas fait de kill.
Bah Marius avait 104.
Ah ouais?
Oui.
Peut-être moins.
Ou 102. 102 je pense qu'il avait. Ils sont top 23.
102, ils ont fait... Ah 106 non du coup 106. 106 ou 100... non 106 ouais. Tranquille.
Pour l'instant ils sont au quoi là?
Vous avez pas 108 Marie?
Non je pense pas.
Ah non, ils sont 106 aussi.
Non ils sont 102 je pense. Bah Kidio là il monte.
Kidio il les dépasse. Ils avaient 106.
Kidio les dépasse.
Quand il est mort. Ouais,
allez les WAF.
Oh,
allez les WAF. J'espère que c'est suffisant. Bah je pense pas. Non, Kidio meurt, bon après eux c'est bon, il est déjà dépassé. Rex va te faire tuer par les bons.
Meurs. Oui meurs. Nice.
Les WA, laisse-les.
Faut que les Romero là il meurt là.
C'est ceux qui se faisaient un V2 toutes les games en plus. Par Chap et Pixie. Les WA qui meurent. Aïe aïe aïe. Mais Romero est là.
Oui. Laisse-le, Romero mort. Mort.
Il fait un kill. Ok, ça fait des points. Je sais pas, je pense qu'ils sont bien là quand même, Minori Darkos.
Je sais pas.
Je pense qu'ils étaient devant.
J'ai pas vu de killfield.
Je pense qu'ils étaient devant.
Ils avaient 102 au début de la game et ils ont fait 4 points donc c'est 106.
Non mais je pense qu'ils étaient devant. Ils étaient devant Marius. Et ils étaient top 23 donc là il y en a que deux qui viennent de leur passer.
Parce que Marius je suis sûr qu'il a au moins 106 points. Parce que quand il est mort il avait 106.
Mais ils sont devant les autres, je te dis.
Ah, ils ont égalité du coup.
Mais devant du coup. Sinon je les aurais vu top 20, enfin sinon je les aurais vu top 23.
De toute façon il y a des autres devant. Il y a des autres devant, on sait pas.
Ouais, il a plus rien.
Ouais, mais il a plus de build quoi. Il pourra plus remonter. Ouais, il est mort de zone. Ah, quoi que. Ah, il veut pas se casser le mur. Bon, attends, je sais pas comment attendre le classement.
Non, mais ne regarde pas, ne regarde pas.
Non, je regarde. C'est Kamichari premier?
Non, non, non. Ils viennent de faire top 1.
Mais non, ils ont pas top 1. Ah, c'est Chari qui a top 1 là?
Oui.
J'avais pas vu. J'ai pas vu que c'était lui.
Cammy, I feel like we saw you clutching it out during the major finals, but now you're
On n'entend pas les mouettes là.
do it on LAN. What were you thinking?
C'est pas le Marius?
Non, bah, personne ne crie sur Camille là en tout cas.
And when Hari is doing his thing on his own, are you talking him through it?
Yeah, I'm trying to help him and
Well, you guys are definitely qualified for Championship Sunday. It's a position you know very well, Cammy. Congratulations to the two of you. Düsseldorf, please give it up for Cammy and Hari! We can head to the desk.
Wow, we've seen it all from Cammy and Hari, right? We talked earlier. Wait a minute there, we're seeing them on height. That's crazy. Wait a minute, we got a VR in game number 6 out of them now.
I'm seeing them extremely confident. Remember, they were going against Peterbot and Pollo in
Ouais,
those
ils le
final
savent,
moments.
là, je pense
That's
qu'ils ont le
also
classement dans le jeu,
where
ils
they
le savent.
landed at the start of the match. Both
Bon, eux
duos
ils
around
sont qualifiés à
quickly,
gauche, ça c'est
and they
sûr.
ended as well
Tape dans la
in
main et
that
tout.
clash, but Cammy, Hari were the ones that came
Oh,
out
et
on
les
top.
Wa ils sont là à droite. Oh, c'est
I believe they
dur.
have enough points to make it into that top 25, so we'll have to see if that clash continues on.
Moi je pensais que ça va être 112 la quoi, je pense que ça va être ça.
Et là c'est chiant qu'il ait tué Werex quand même. Et là tu remets. Putain, le mec a cassé les couilles quoi, il voulait vraiment qu'il squalle quoi.
Timer après.
Huge, massive elimination wins. But this one, what's that? 8, 9 eliminations. Really, really nice from them. And ultimately, it was, of course, the zone that ended up taking down Pollo at the end. But they did enough. And for them, it's just about getting across the line into the finals.
And what I love about this is look at the players they took out. They took out Pollo.
Dardemus premier, Kamichari deuxième, Miko Malimo 4ème. Ah, il y a top 3.
Oh là là, le rep on top.
Et après on a NA, puis on a NA,
Plus d'NA quand même en tout dans le top 10. Oh, attends, parce que 128, ok. Non, oh là là, le stress.
Focus Thomas, let's go.
Allez, go. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, juste devant Paris. Ah, je suis mort à ouais. Oh putain, y'a Nikov, il a fait le rôle de tête à côté de Rivenja.
Je t'avais dit qu'il était juste devant.
Putain, ils leur prennent la place à égalité de top. C'est quoi qui a joué du coup, les kids?
Bah ouais.
Look at this page.
Non, c'est d'abord
le top 1, mais ils ont pas fait top 1.
Non, non, bah oui, c'est d'abord le top 1, mais c'est le top qu'ils faisaient en moyenne.
Ah ouais, c'était ça.
Surtout, ils avaient.
Putain, mais le scénario quoi.
17,1.
Il invite Rivenja. Il invite Rivenja et c'est Larry qui leur pique la place.
T'as loser, clicks.
Oh man, it's scary stuff. There's other things obviously that did happen in that game. You know, Peterbot Pollo. Yo, we saw some moves, right? These guys were looking to make some things happen up on that high ground.
Ils ont pas encore eu le classement.
Peterbot saying, all right, I guess I'll try going into this last game, you know?
Yeah, this is a team that we have to keep our eyes on for the grand finals. They're a team that we haven't seen enough of today, I feel like. You know, we've seen some good glimpses of gameplay. We've seen some good glimpses of what we may have associated with Peterbot and Pollo of the past.
Ah non, ils sont en train de regarder la moyenne de top ou je sais pas quoi.
Doing what Peterbot does best. That elimination right there, just textbook Peterbot. And they're a team that I still think has a lot in the locker as well. You know, ultimately for them it was about getting through.
Apparemment, demain, c'est contest Podasai Saito contre Marissa et Drop.
Sort of have that confusion going into the day. Where's Click's going to be landing now when it comes to tomorrow? That's another question to answer, but they've done it.
What's on my mind are those expectations I was talking about at the start of the day.
J'ai
I
envie
mean,
d'aller voir à quoi ça joue.
expectations only last for so long, and if they're not matching how they performed in 2025 and 2024, the expectations.
Kill, ils ont 0,83, 0,40. Kill, c'est égalité. Et top, c'est 21,83 pour Minoru Darkos et 22,50 pour Marissa et Drop. Et 0,67 top. Même pas un top.
Just stick with me, okay? There's many things to discuss. First, let's start with September
On fait un tie-break d'être éliminé aussi.
Is the new date of the Global Championship. That's right. And I'm honestly very happy and honored to announce we're going to Antwerp, Belgium for the Global Championship.
Pourquoi il parle de Belgique?
In addition, Major 2 has some changes. You can kind of see here on your screen July 18th through August 2nd for Major number 2.
Pourquoi ils ont dit Belgique?
Major number 3 is now the last chance, which is August. Major 2 has some changes to a championship. One with me, okay? There's many things to discuss. First, let's start with September 26th and 27th
solo online.
is the new date of the Global Championship. That's right. And I'm honestly very happy and honored to announce we're going to
Ah, mais ça, ils viennent d'annoncer les FNC solo en fait.
honestly very happy and honored to announce we're going to Antwerp, Belgium.
Ah, Anvers.
Arrête, arrête. Ils ont pas pu le mettre à Bruxelles.
Ah,
putain, c'est plus proche.
Pourquoi
ils mettent pas à Bruxelles, ces connards?
Putain, pourquoi ils vont se perdre à Anvers?
Il y a le WEC, ça marche en Famenne et ils vont à Antwerp.
Mais imagine c'était WEC.
Arrête quoi.
Pourquoi ils mettent Anvers? Mais ça n'a rien à voir en plus, c'est même pas une. Putain, ils mettent Bruxelles quoi. Sûrement au Sport Palace du coup, je suppose.
Bon bah, c'est ce qu'il faudra faire en septembre.
C'est quand? C'est 26-27. Mais attends, mais c'est même pas. Mais c'est les shows. Mais c'est la World Cup? Hein?
Non,
Mais si? Si, parce que 26-27 revient en arrière sur le live. C'était. Et il est marqué GC, donc c'est Grand Champ, c'est ça? Si, c'est ça? Regarde. Si, c'est ça, 26-27. Global Championship. C'était World Anvers. Quoi? Et après, du coup, l'année prochaine, c'est solo.
Laisse-moi écouter ce qu'il dit.
Honestly very happy and honored to announce we're going to Antwerp, Belgium for the Global Championship.
Bah oui, c'est la World Cup.
Oui, bah, c'est ce que je te dis, je le vois, il est marqué. Bon, bah, 26-27. Mais c'est chiant que ça soit en vert en fait.
26-27, ouais, c'est horrible.
C'était Bruxelles.
Et surtout que moi j'ai match. Oh, c'est horrible.
Tu aurais pu venir à Liège.
Mais non, mais c'est même pas ça, c'est pourquoi pas la capitale, quoi, c'est ça que je comprends pas. Je trouve qu'il y a plein de salles à Bruxelles.
Après, ils font du Düsseldorf, quoi. C'est un peu la même
ouais,
chose.
Mais du Düsseldorf. Ouais, mais. Ouais.
C'est essayer d'avoir la salle qui puisse accueillir.
Mais c'est juste ça, ouais, c'est juste qu'ils ont pas eu la salle à Bruxelles, sinon ils auraient été. Il y a
putain,
tout,
je pourrais même pas y aller, je suis sûr.
In addition, Major 2 has some changes. You can kind of see here on your screen.
Pas une carte rouge, hein.
Il y a match,
c'est samedi dimanche.
Major number 3
Et
is now the
baptême.
last
Après, on n'est pas obligé d'aller aux 2 jours.
26-27.
C'est samedi dimanche.
Et le week-end d'après, en plus, je vais déjà pas au foot.
Après, du coup, il y aura